Yo. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody you fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant to every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Natana shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC.
Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a little something from me. You got spirit, baby, you got heart. Hands are bad, but we can fix that part. Time for you to know what you could be. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Push through the pain, you can go all night. Breaking limits, set the world alight.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. Nothing
Is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel
Hello everyone and welcome back to LEC for week 2 of spring and the second best league in the world. That's right, because after first 10, that is what we are. Another round of best of 3 coming our way today. And the 2 last teams that we haven't seen last week, you see one of them on stage right now. It is Shifters, they're back, they're gonna be facing up against SK. But we're gonna talk about this later. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. I'm ready for another amazing week of League of Legends. I mean, after watching some, like the 3rd best region in the world and the 1st best region, like I can say with confidence that we are number 2, I think. Well, undoubtedly, I feel.
I mean, I watched Hammer Live today play against T1 and I was like, wow, that's a really low level. I gotta cleanse my eyes with some LEC right now, and what better series to do it than this?
For me, the confirmation was the fact that KT did beat GNG, so for me, that's a slam dunk that the LEC is the 2nd best region.
And T1, I love it, I love it. But they could take some notes of the LEC here as well. Before we dive into everything, I want to play a game with you guys and with you guys at home as well. I'm going to give you some statements, and as you can see here, we're going to start on a line there and go on each side, whether we agree or disagree with the statements. First up, we have Vedius sucks at Riftbound.
I mean, objectively, this is incorrect. Okay, I farmed you for ELO. You only beat me. You beat me once last night for the first time in months.
In months. Because we didn't play for months. You're getting farmed every day, boy.
And you don't even play Riftbound. You don't even know what good is.
No, I know, but I've heard that you lost last night.
I would say Vedius spends 8 hours every single day researching Riftbound, and this is what he has to show for
Rage bait. Nice rage bait, guys. Good job. Nice rage bait. Well done.
I see some bias here from Vedius, but yeah, he knows. Second one we have, jungle is the most stacked role in the league right now. I'm not sure, actually. I want to say agree for the overall level we have. Oh, okay.
That's pretty interesting.
What do you guys think?
I kind of autopiloted over here. I need to think for a minute.
Okay, I'll talk for you. Don't worry about it. I think jungle is in a good spot right now, but thinking about LEC teams, I think looking at teams with strong mid laners is their core. Caps, Jojo, I think right now have been dominating. Just look at Caps at first stand.
Relax.
I mean, LEC is stacked from the top to bottom.
I found my take.
Okay.
I think I just hate jungler, so that's why I'm on this side, because every time...
That's very base, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I just hate all of them.
I mean, they don't visit you that often.
Yeah, exactly. Me and Finn, that's why we're on this side.
Is this a trauma?
The third one that we have, because I saw that it's been a discussion on social media, G2's Qmond is better than what Jankos was at his prime. So...
it's too soon to say that. I mean, I don't think I have any Jankos erasure just yet.
Yeah, I'm not gonna... Jankos is still the jungle goat.
I mean, you have
he's still a bit of a legend, you know what I mean?
You have the baby fans who just like woke up and they're like, oh yeah, first stance, Qmond's my goat, he did this and he did that. Okay, little pop. Jankos has been doing this for years before Qmond even started playing League of Legends.
In order to appreciate what Jankos did, you got to remember where he came from, right? Like the rosters that he was on before he went to G2.
He played with me and then he made it
That's what I mean, you know what I mean? So...
next one we have LEC players are lazy. And now I took this one because Grabs has been saying it, Melzed has been saying it, a lot of coaches. You're a coach actually, so...
They're right behind us. They're right behind us. They're right behind us.
All of these guys are mega lazy. They're
all
like,
of them.
Oh, that's crazy.
They are full of hope and they're like, you know, oh, I'm the best. You know, I'm gonna be like Chovy and I'm gonna be all like this guys. Little pup, you're not even playing, spamming solo queue. You're not watching VOD, you're not doing stuff. You're just like sitting there and being entitled.
Look, I mean, this clearly shows that people that have played in the scene professionally knows what is lazy and what isn't. I think a lot of our players are very comfortable just walking up to the office, playing their little solo queues.
Were you lazy, Finn?
I would say I was lazy at times, yeah. I think you were as well lazy at times, so
no.
If you don't think you were lazy at times, you are just
It's
delusional.
a coach right now standing up. I feel like you guys are too cynical. I feel like...
Okay, I was maybe lazy.
They've been there, they know it.
Maybe. Okay, sure, buddy.
Next one, we've been a year and a half into Fearless Draft, so can we say that Fearless Draft made teams better? I'm gonna go disagree here.
Made teams better or the league better? Because I think
individually.
I think the league has clearly been elevated since Fearless Draft's implementation.
More argument because you're the only one.
Just look at how we were doing when Fearless Draft was not a thing. It kept getting stomped and farmed by the Koreans and the Chinese at internationals. Now we are taking the fight to them. If anything, it showed us that Europe's strength has always been the depth of their champion pools and their innovative strength. And I think Fearless Draft harnesses that strength.
But with your same level of cope, that just means that you could also say that all the teams just got worse, so the floor of the LEC, or like the ceiling of LEC, which was lower, doesn't matter anymore, and that's why we're on even playing ground.
I think
like
we're
LCK.
still bad at drafting, and so I think that we haven't really improved that much. But the teams, I think, have just gotten better, but I don't think the fearless is the cause of our league getting stronger.
Okay. Something that
There
I'll
were so
follow
many
up on.
band-aids you could do just by first picking Azir every single game. 5 years.
We know you play with Larsen, though, but like, you don't have to rub it in.
All right, last one, and the most important one. KT is better than T1. Come on. Come on.
Let's just leave her there.
Come on.
Oh my god.
Are you kidding? No.
Okay, get over here.
Yes,
You
very
As long as there's
good.
delusion, there's hope.
You literally lost in the finals against T1.
And we won this week, and I don't care about the past because we live in the present. Let's talk about the league that we actually are going to have today and the games that we have. We're going to take a look at the schedule. I want to know, guys, what games are you the most excited coming in today? We have Shifters SK, we have G2 coming back, taking on Heretics, and Na'Vi Vitality. What do we think?
I think this is a hot take, maybe. But I'm the most excited for this first game. Because we haven't seen Shifters.
What?
Because they've been bootcamping in Korea, they didn't play week 1, so we don't really know what to expect. And I think the SK story is still very compelling. It's a very fun team to watch, and I have some delusional dream in my mind that I think Mick is going to turn the ship around, but I just want to see how it happens. And I think this first game is going to set the tone nicely.
I feel like Vitality Na'Vi kind of has to be the one, because I feel like Vitality should be a top team in our league. And I think Na'Vi is a team that you have to beat. So my expectations are high for Vitality, which is why I'm setting my sights high on that.
That's why Vedius is really smart, and you can see he's been on the job for a really long time because he has a base stake. You know, you have Order versus Chaos with Vitality. Meanwhile, you're just like in a little Cinderella story.
Brother in Christ, Vitality should be a top team in our league. I've heard this quote repeated the last 10
years. You tried to argue Koi last split? Inconsistency
when was the last time
thing.
Vitality won a split?
They've never done it.
Yeah, when did Koi win a split?
Okay, what type of... What is this arguing right now?
You are comparing apples and pears. Koi is obviously one of our top 3
really
teams.
You think that Shifter just went in the hyperbolic time chamber and they came out being, you know, prime T1?
I mean,
I've been hurt before. I've been hurt by Vitality before, and it's fine. You want to believe in them. You really do. But, like, come on. Wake up, Betty. They will not save you.
It's my fault. I shouldn't argue with an idiot because they'll bring me down to their level and beat me with experience.
Let's see where it stands.
So, Law, you were saying, my apologies.
It's completely fine. I love all this. What we're wondering, though, for the first series is Shifters coming back. Are we going to see the biggest shift in history? SK, though. What are we excited about when it comes to SK? And I'm not even asking you. I've asked the fans because a lot of expectations coming in this year with the Mickey project and everything. It's not going so well. So why are people watching SK? Is what I'm wondering. And we've asked the fans this. My team not missing playoffs. Jokes aside. I'm all ears for Yopa Glazing because he's a phenomenal player. I mean, yeah, when you can't count on the veterans, you can count on Yopa.
I mean, he said it himself. The veterans suck. They're all washed.
Yeah.
They're just like...
You would know.
I mean, I got there at some point, you know. There were rookies. I mean, I had Jackie, so was kind of thinking the same about me, that I was completely boosted, and he was the next new caps, you know.
So
it might be like
smart.
Huh?
Didn't realize Jackie was that smart.
Hey, come. Okay, buddy. Any other base takes today?
I mean, I agree with this fan. I think watching Joppa this last week, and even just the personality he's showing, I think it's super exciting to see how he will develop. Maybe it's not in the best environment to develop right now, but I hope to see a long-standing career from him because his mechanics are insane.
Is that going to be enough to save the SK ship? No? That's enough to watch the team, at least.
That is enough to watch the team. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it's going to be exciting regardless to see how he develops, because the things that I've seen from him are quite nice. You know, I thought that he would be kind of like, you know, the field player on the SK roster, and you have more of a, you know, primary role with Wonder and with Mickey.
I like this fan. I like this take. The Church of Mickey X. I mean, I think a lot of us are fans of Mickey. We have been fans of Mickey for a very long time.
Yeah.
And we want to see him succeed. But at the same time, like, he came into this project very early on saying, I want this to be a team that I think can create a good environment where we can grow together and we can be better together. The problem is they don't have much time to grow. Like, given the way that the schedule is, they're playing most of their splits within like the first 4 weeks. So they've got to lock in now and they've got to get these wins quick.
Especially in the match they have today. That's a really slippery one going against Shifters. Do we believe in the fact that they can find solutions that fast? Last week, I don't think was very...
I mean, it wasn't great. The first day was a bit of a disaster, you know. But second day, we saw signs of life. The games were very long. But if there's one team that I feel like can, you know, be extremely consistent and go from being absolute, you know, bad to having signs of life, it is SK because, again, when everyone looks at them, you have no idea what to expect.
I mean, you can see where the plays will be coming from. You can see the vision of Mickey roaming to mid and then making magic happen there. It just hasn't really materialized just yet, but I want to believe in it. Come on, Betty.
I mean, I'm down to believe, brother. I'm down to believe. I want to see SK live to the idols, the idea that they have in their own head, but it needs to come from an idea to the reality.
I mean, it is
That's
Easter weekend. The Church of Mickey X now is celebrating.
The revival.
The revival
is
the revival, yes.
Depends what their opponents give them as well. And in that sense, Finn, I believe you caught up with Nuke ahead of the game. Let's check it out.
And thank you, and hi, welcome. I'm standing by here with Nuke, straight from Korea, with hopefully all of the jet and none of the lag. I think we saw some rumors about your Korean bootcamp. We saw some solo kills on Faker. Do you want to talk to me about that?
Yeah, I mean, we've been for 3 weeks in Korea. It was like mainly us. It was not really the organization, but it was just us who wanted to go to Korea to just improve our mechanical part. And yeah, it's been pretty well. I played like so much game, like I don't even remember, but it felt good to just get back to connecting with the game and just to spam it.
I know, like when you get to Korea, it's so liberating playing on that thing. So there wasn't a lot of scrims going on. It was mostly just for solo queue then. It was just the 5 players of you?
Yeah, mainly Rooster and Paddock were already in Korea, right?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Like they have their home and everything, but it was mainly us European. There was like Striker as well. Yeah, it was mainly solo queue. We, I think, only scrimmed once, and it was like, we were like in remote, so it was like, you know, the feeling is so much different, and yeah, mainly solo queue, and yeah.
Well, that's nice. Now with a solo kill on Faker on your hand, you've joined the prestigious ranks of people like Keen, you know, people like Bin, Baus, Gold for Brand. There's a lot of people that are solo kill Faker, so maybe it's not all that just yet, but your name used to be I Will Nuclear Int in solo queue, is that correct?
In the past, yeah.
In the past, yeah. But you shortened it to Nuke, right?
Yeah.
So you're more of a one-syllable guy, kind of now.
I'm kind of one-syllable, yeah.
You're one-syllable, because we have a lot of one-syllable players in the league. We have like Caps, Yike, Finn.
Only good names, right?
And Finn, yeah, right? Okay.
Yeah, Finn,
so that maybe that's where the mechanics lie.
Yeah.
So you're now playing against SK. They only have one player with one-syllable, I'm afraid. They only have skins. But in the mid lane, they do have leader.
Two-syllable.
Two-syllable
Which
on
is
leader.
Not ideal, right?
It's not ideal.
Yeah.
But I actually checked up your win rate against leader in competitive.
Yeah.
And he's beating you 5-2.
5-2?
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Does that surprise you?
I mean, last time we won against SK, right? The last match of the split, which was supposed to help us qualify to play, then like Heretics KC happened, right? But apart from this, yeah, pretty confident today. Like I worked a lot on my laning phase, just the mechanical part, just the individual, apart from the team, just myself. And today I'm really confident on my skills, and yeah, I'm ready to deliver.
I'm glad to hear that. I mean, the laning phase is one thing, but I know leader likes to bring his gang mid lane as well. Are you gonna bring your gang as well to mid? Are you gonna bring your boy Trimby, your boy Bukara there? Are you gonna fight them 3v3, or are you gonna 1v3 it?
We need to be smart. If enemy has Yasuo, Taric, Karthus, whatever.
Oh, that's a draft.
Yeah.
Yasuo, Taric, Karthus. Do you think we're gonna see that?
Better to not fight around mid, right?
Okay.
And just be smart on the map. But if it happens that we have stronger 3-3 mid, then of course I would bring my boys and we will fight.
You'll do fighting.
Yeah, we'll
okay,
fight.
cool.
We'll do fighting.
I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Nuke, for your time. Now we're gonna send it to casters, and hopefully a fantastic game.
Oh my God. Finn, your interviews, 1 in a million, I think, as we welcome you back to the LEC for another glorious weekend ahead. Your Easter weekend, whether you're in it for the chocolate or something more, at least you'll get some action out of it as Jack and Jake are bringing it back to the snake. I have nothing else to
back to the snake. I mean, I'm excited. Jake, are you? I mean, Shifter's coming back after really disappointing LEC versus.
It was sad.
Yeah.
It was sad, but they've been scrimming.
They've been scrimming.
They've been in Korea. They're very vocal about that.
Killed Faker. That's a big one. I don't know if SK, maybe Mickey. I mean, Mickey for sure killed Faker. Probably no solo killed.
No.
But he for sure killed Faker.
I mean, you kill Faker, that goes on the resume.
Yeah.
As soon as you do that, you put that on LinkedIn. About 5-10 calls a day, boom.
No, I solo killed Faker.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's how you got LEC.
No, it was when I was a Draven one trick back in 2022, I think. I was so proud of it. I was like, oh my god.
How long have you been on LEC? A year and a half now? 2 years?
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, it lines up time-wise. Like 2 years later, boom, LEC. So
that's the first question they asked me, actually. Have you killed Faker? Yeah, that's the answer.
That's why I'll probably get fired next week. I have not. But little do they know, as we're about to take you into Shifters versus what is a very also disappointing SK. Now, let's be real. SK so far have been called washed, have been called, I mean, the desk was kind of unleashing there with Odo and Finn not holding back.
Yeah.
But they have had some very interesting games. Not that it's been great quality gameplay, but at least we've been looking at the drafts with some
For sure. I think
fun.
They've been trying a lot of things in the draft. You can see that it's like they have two modes. They're like, okay, either Leader's going to play Zed, he's going to play Akali, he's going to play Yasuo, or they're like, okay, Leader, please pick the Orion, please pick the Cassio. And I don't think they've fully figured out which one they think is the highest chance of winning, because they keep going back and forth and neither is really working that well. So I think something like, I mean, I at least liked SK the most when we saw Leader on the Yone, when we saw him on the Yasuo, when we saw him on the Akali. So that's what I'm hoping for, because I think going back to like the Nocturne Orianna, no, that's not going to work.
I mean, dude, even I will say the Zed game was exciting when it got locked in, but then it wasn't exciting when the game got played. Like, running into the Mel was a tragedy as SK. Open up your draft there on blue side, they're on first pick. It's pretty much as what you see on the screen right now as Ash gets banned on the red side by Shifters. And we are expecting maybe, another mid lane ban here. Ori and Ryze still up and available here in the new patch 26.7. Well, there have been some adjustments. Are the nerfs big enough here as Karma is the final takeaway?
I mean, I'm really surprised that Shifters didn't ban any mid lane champions for Leader. There's been a lot of like Akali, Irelia bans.
Not again.
Okay, if they go Orianna first pick, I think there's like a meme hover. I'm pretty sure, knowing Wonder, he's memeing it.
Oh, he broke the
quiet crash.
He broke the draft. Ryan wasn't expecting a second game. We're going to find out if he locks that in, because that's dead on our side as well. But, you know, even that game, right? Even Leader's Orianna game, at first it was okay. But then the hula hoops started coming in. Then there was, I don't know. Yeah, okay, we're just remaking the lobby for you. That's about the end of it as well. So there's no problem. Leader is smiling.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to lock in the Orianna. I mean, a lot of teams, especially in LEC Versus, they were constantly banning the Akali up against SK. They were banning the Irelia. It's kind of tapered off a little bit in this spring, with mostly Pantheon being banned against SK. But I would be really surprised if, with all mid laners open, they decide to look in the Orianna. What would be cool, though, we've seen it before, that they look in the Ryze, that they look in the Anivia, and then they flex it top. You could play Orianna top with Phase Rush. I don't think I've ever really seen it before, but it's kind of like if you can play Anivia top.
Why not?
Yeah, why can't you play Orianna top?
I mean,
kind of similar champs.
I would argue that they're both kind of as mobile as each other. Orianna maybe a little bit more.
All the things, Anivia has like the wall, so she can like freeze the wave for her to make herself safer, but who cares about that?
A quick shout out to the fans. I saw SK fans in the crowd. That's crazy. But again, when you got Wonder, Leader, Yopper, Mickey, and Skeens on one roster, I can kind of understand it, you know?
And the thing with SK is like, I feel like they were such an exciting team to watch both, and like either you're like hate watching them because you're like, oh, this team shouldn't be in LEC, or you're like, I'm just really excited to see what Mickey can do. But if they just lose and continue losing, then you're gonna lose both sides, you know? Like hate watch is only good when you're like preying on their downfall, but if they've already fallen, then it's like,
you're not going to kick a horse while it's down, right?
That just feels bad, you know? Like,
this is cruel.
So now it's like, even though I was one of the ones people kind of preying on SK's downfall, I would love to see SK do well now. Because I don't want to see them, like, because then I can be a hater again. I can't be a hater if they're bad.
That's true.
They need to be like middle of the pack, and then Finn will come in and he'll be like, they're going to be top one, you know? And then I can be like, Finn, that's so stupid.
They're at the bottom. Yeah. Because when they're in the middle, that's right, you can play your bets either side. I'm going to share some news. Outside of the pick and ban being remade, we have got an insight as to what has just been locked in, and they are doing it again. Leader, if he can't get the first win of his career after 8 years, he's going to try for game number 2. Ryze and Pantheon on the other side for Shifters.
Now, Leader did get a lot of flack for the Orianna, but his stats were pretty good. He was up in CS. The only thing is he didn't ult on the Nocturne, which is kind of important.
He got a lot of one-man.
Like now he doesn't have Nocturne anymore, so it's less pressure in a way.
But Xin Zhao, ball delivery there.
Still ball delivery, but it's a little bit more like free-flowing.
Like an Uber on a bicycle, not in a car, right?
Yeah, because with the Nocturne Orianna, it's very much like you got to do it at this exact timing or it's completely messed up. Well, with Xin Zhao, it's kind of like Xin Zhao is going to be in there for a while.
True.
So you have a lot of opportunities to find a good shockwave. As the draft is going pretty fast. Ryze and Pantheon taken by Shifters, so you have a lot of global mobility there. And then Yunara picked up into the Ezreal as well. So Shifters really want to try to play more across the map, while SK has more of like a standard team fighting composition that just wants to fight you head on.
True, what we've known over the past couple of patches as well, those champions Ryze pretty good. I will say, you know, we've seen a couple of nerfs come through, Enchanter's touched up a bit. Nami's a big one.
Yeah.
With Karma already gone, Jack, it does feel like the bottom lane is looking like Yoppa and Mickey are probably going to play, what, Ezreal Nami lane? Maybe Ezreal Rakan, like... The option's being taken off the board with Nautilus the next to go.
I was going to say, I think Nautilus is really the pick that you want to remove if you're going to play these enchanters. It's quite good into both the Ezreal and the Yunara. So now I'm thinking like what we could see if it's really plain vanilla, it's just like Yunara Lulu versus Ezreal Nami.
Yep.
But I would like to see something a little bit more proactive for the side of Shifters at least, because you already have this like Ryze and Pantheon that wants to make things happen on the map.
Sure.
Like Ryze wants to roam to bot lane, and Pantheon would like to ulti everywhere. So I think if Trimby's on more of a facilitating pick, like something like the Bard, or something like an engage support like the Rel or the Rakan, I would like that more for Shifters at least.
Let's see if that long-range engage gets taken off the board, at least by SK. They're focusing on the top lane for now, and with Gwen Ban maybe shifting that they are going to be going for a tank top at the very least here for Wonder. So far, you've seen Wonder on things like the Scion, but outside of that's been Rumble. And if you we talked about Kennen and Ambessa. Could be a setup for an Ambessa game yet again here as we get the Bard ban, Jack. You were talking about away from SK's bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Wonder's been pretty hit or miss, I'd say. Like, I really liked him in LEC Versus, and I was like, okay, he's really got it. And then now he's very inconsistent, and I think especially laning up against Rooster, who was one of our strongest laning tops. He also had a like really good Nidalee game up against Baus, where he solo killed him like 4 times and got a huge lead. They ended up throwing that game, but that was like a really silly throw. So still, huge individual top gap. So I'm curious to see what Rooster can bring out with presumably last pick here, as Shifters banned 2 supports to try to set up their own support pick. I think Rakan would make sense when you're taking out the Bard, but it could also just be the Lulu and you're just running Yunara Lulu. I mean, it's pretty classic, right? And now it's going to be Nami for Mickey, and then it's going to be like classic Enchanter support lanes classic.
Okay, so it's just a classic again. That was something that got a bit of buffs there with Engage, thinking about the Rel, but let's just find out where SK go in their direction. Blitzcrank into Lulu, or always a town favorite.
I mean, Blitzcrank is decent because you do have a lot of fighting power with the Ezreal. It looks like just a Scion top for Wonder. We'll see what Rooster has into it. 0-5 actually, win-loss on the Scion. I'm quite surprised. It's going to be the Nami Ezreal here. Pretty standard bot lanes across the board. Now the real spice here that we could be getting is what Rooster has cooked up here. Top lane last pick.
In before Cassandra.
Up against the tank. He's hovering the Nidalee. Might be like a meme hover because they already played it, but I think something that some cool counterpick here would be really nice, would really make me hype for Shifters.
Yeah.
Let's see what they got. Come on, something cool.
It's not going to be cool, is it? Is it? Ah, man. Well, the drafts look exciting.
It's not that cool, but it's a good pick. I always think Gnar into a tank, you just have such good scaling, you're such a threat in the side lane. If your team is good at managing that Mega Gnar, you have so much teamfight presence. I really like the Gnar. I would have wanted something a little bit crazier. But I mean, it's game 1 of Fearless. We're probably going to get crazier picks later on.
And Shifters are off their boot camping career. They're finally back in the LEC. If you haven't been watching, you've missed out on our opening week. Well, I mean, Shifters have just come back, and as I said, have not played a single game, whereas SK have already ramped up, or ramped down, I should say, with some pretty interesting games with double best of 3 already on the board. They've won 2 individual games of that, and just a quick reminder as well that you were talking about Scion. You Wonder obviously not starting good with a single loss on it, but in the LEC, it is 0-5.
Yeah.
Cassante 0-6. So tanks in the top lane at LEC right now ain't going too good.
Yeah, that's really surprising because I feel like it's not like we've been seeing carry tops really taking over games. But I guess Rumble and Renekton, I think some of those maybe are a little bit inflated by Nako because I'm pretty sure Nako never picks a tank and then he just always wins on either the Renekton or the Rumble. But definitely quite surprising. It's also the Airy on Wonder Air on Sion as well.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Welcome back to the LEC. And SK versus Shifters, I think, is the perfect way for you to open your Easter weekend. As we also debut on patch 26.7, but surprise, surprise, with such a small patch, not many changes to really talk about here as we get the same picks and bans that we've really had for the past 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Okay, we got to talk about this Sion road choice. So normally, Sion, when he wants to poke, goes Comet, because you can proc the Comet pretty easily. With the E, it slows, right? And with the Q, because it slows as well. And Airy is usually really nice because it has a lower cooldown and it procs on auto attacks. Either he thinks he wouldn't proc the Comet because the Q slow isn't enough and Gnar will just jump out of it. Yes, I think that's it.
Okay.
Going through it now, thinking about it,
Yep.
because I've heard this argument before, that like you shouldn't go Comet against something like Kennen because Kennen just presses E and he dodges the Comet always. And I'm guessing it's the same with Gnar. He's just going to jump every time he gets hit, so he never gets hit by the Comet proc. But now, as you'll see on your screen, every time Wonder lands that Q, he procs Airy, he procs Scorch, and it does allow him to be quite a bit stronger in lane. We'll see if it actually pans out into anything. But Sion does have really surprisingly high base damages early game.
Sure.
So if he can land the spells, a lot of crazy things can happen.
You don't think Phase Rush was the intention? It was just a misclick?
I don't think he's going full lethality Phase Rush on the stage, and that would be pretty crazy.
Depends on the position of SK. Small trades come through as from both supports. Leader actually getting chunked out massively by Nuke. Remember, this guy solo killed Faker, so he's obviously coming off a high, off of coming back to Korea here in week 2.
And that was Faker on the Orianna, right? So I'm pretty sure. Like Nuke was playing the Ahri and Faker was on Orianna. So going from playing Faker's Orianna to Leader's Orianna, we'll see if Nuke finds that there's any difference.
Well, I'm sure there should be, but yeah, we'll see if this game 1 at least allows to. If you're not familiar with how Shifters finished off and finished off the end of Versus, it wasn't a really good news story as Mint continues to be 1 at least for Nuke. But Jack, we were talking about it, we were opening up, finished in 10th, and I think the biggest disappointment was that for Shifters, all these new faces and names coming in, imports included, but they just didn't hit the bar of really the other teams above them.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked a lot about this, and how I feel about Shifters is like, that they're a team where the sum of their parts is weaker than their individuals.
Yeah.
Like, when you look at someone like Rooster, he looked really strong in the top lane. Nuke, really strong laner, has consistently, I'd say, been like top 3, top 4 mid in our league and just been really good. But now, the rest of the roster was just not coming through, and it's especially sad when you have someone like Trimby coming in. And I was really impressed with how he moves around the map, how they've been laning, and then none of it actually makes a difference in the game because they just can't finish any games.
True.
Their macros suck, and they threw every game.
I mean, it was sad, wasn't it? And I love the explanation because, like, we're familiar with Nuke. We're familiar with what this BDS lineup had in the past, right? When Nuke was this linchpin that really got everything going. For me as well, the biggest thing that was missing was that voice that, at least for BDS in the past, their team fights were so good.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, they can always just rely on the lane game. They can always just rely on their team fights. They never got to that point because, as you said, the sum of their parts weren't as great as the individuals, right?
Yeah.
Very good quote. I'm going to remember that as well.
I mean, we'll see this game. Like, for me, the recipe of Shifters was kind of have a pretty good early game, get ahead, and then come mid-game. I don't know if it's the language barrier or if it was just like the team cohesion wasn't there, but it always felt like macro was their weakest part of the game, and that's why they weren't able to close out games. I have this really strong, vivid image when they played Los Ratones. They had Nidalee top with Hullbreaker and Teleport, and I rewatched that game 3 times. And the last 15 minutes of that game, Nidalee was always grouped. Never side, even though she had Hullbreaker and Teleport.
And was like 3k gold ahead at one point as well.
Yeah, she was so far ahead, she could just split push. But I'm sure that won't happen. Like, now they have another split push champ in Rooster, so surely he will split push and not just group with his team.
I mean, surely it should be a little bit different. Now, we have been going down memory lane because, of course, in this game, it has just been standard training across the board. No real impact from junglers as spotted out on the board is Skeens moving towards the bottom side of the map, but the most interesting thing you're going to get from us is the fact that Teleport was taken by Yoppa, now already used. Barrier used by Paddock for the combat laning stat. but everything even enough with Yoppa inching out small parts of a lead, pending the wave state, and Leader catching back up to the earlier trades done by Nuke.
Yeah, I think one nice little thing for Shifters here is just the fact that both in bot and mid, they don't have TPs, yet they didn't fall behind any sort of CS.
Great point.
Despite the fact that Leader and Yoppa both use theirs. We'll see how level 6 now for both sides. I think Shifters would like to play for this Dragon, as they are kind of the stronger early game team in my head, with Ryze having that move, and then the Pantheon as well, unlocking that ultimate soon.
Level 6 for Nuke already. Bukata half the way there. He'll be on Gromp and then probably think about Scuttle before maybe using bot to start this Drake. Just depends here on Bukata, as where's he at after the Gromp is the biggest question.
It looks like he's posturing for the Drake, potentially. Although now mid lane is getting pushed in a bit by Leader, so maybe even playing for this crab could be difficult.
Now, I haven't asked production, but surely we will get a graphic at some point with Leader's win rate on Orianna in competitive history, like we did the first time.
Isn't it just 0-1?
It is the 0-1, yeah. And all criticism aside, I mean, it was a very hard game to play. But that's the thing about SK. It's been these weird and wacky drafts that I didn't think coming into today we would just see what I think is pretty box standard. And Smite away. Bukata gets level 6. Skeens can't steal it, so now level advantage. Mickey walks up. He gets a spear in the face and then walks back as well. Note his mana bar is low, as Shifter's trying to play on the fact that Mickey's hanging around. Mickey. He gets stunned up. He sat on a control ward. He's healed up, and Aqua Prison's going to save his life. But Mickey's slowed down. What a Glitterland. Bukata as well. He's got his max charges out. A Q flashed away from, because otherwise Mickey was dead. But it still might not be over as Trimby flashes in. Glitterlands, supportive combat for first blood. And off the back of Mickey's greed, Shifters are on the board first.
I mean, Shifters knew it. Bukata was sitting in the bush with Trimby, waiting for him. They had the movement speed from the heal and the Lulu W to chase him down. But Mickey, you know, like, you're just too cocky. And we're seeing so many mistakes from Mickey, which is such a shame. As now Luke.
Flash and getting in the Pantheon ult as well from the skies. Bukata's going to make another game work out. Stun onto Leader. He drops. Now that Bukata's got Skeens in his side, he can do the damage out. After the passive stacks drop down, Skeens chunked out, and a second kill going over with Bukata. 100% KP.
The Shifters recipe. The early game lead is being built here. So now we just have to see them transition this lead, continue building upon it, and don't throw in the mid game.
Okay, that's a good recipe.
That's my one expectation. That's like, if Shifters somehow come out of this game with just like a clean, nice mid game after winning early game, then I can confidently say, okay, Shifters is back.
I love you. You're like the person in the relationship that's like, you know, you've been together for a week and you're like, I want to get married, I want to have kids, and I want to see this, and I don't want to fight over this. As Trimby, he's all right. Yeah, Yoppa missed a mystic shot there as he jumps on in. Trimby just rotates out. Yeah, you really are the full committal person here. Yeah, BDS, Shifters have started with a 1k gold lead, and you're like, now please don't throw in the mid game, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Rome wasn't built in a day. It's brick by brick.
That is true.
When you get a big early game lead like this, it should transition into objectives, and it's also like, I feel pretty confident that they should be able to at least get to the mid game in a good state, and that's when the macro really starts to be the main conversation, as Trimby is pretty chunked here, but still looking to get the vision.
Surprised Yoppa did an arcane shift in there, but maybe concerned about where Bukata is right now. Dragon's going to start off from Skeens, and Yoppa, having moved away from the lane, they've got the damage to take this down nice and quick, and it looks like Shifters either unaware or just don't care.
I mean, a bit of a mistake by Trimby here. The fact that he gets chunked out allows SK to pretty much get this Dragon, which feels bad, especially when you got Mickey Summer, so you'd love to really fight around this objective. But at the end of the day, it's the first Dragon, it's a Chemtech Dragon, it's not the end of the world by any means.
No, it is not, but at least a starting recipe is Realm Warp once again. Trying to find Leader, but going a little bit far. Bukata goes under turret, and Leader just walks to the right. I guess well played from the mid laner of SK.
Yeah, well played by Leader.
Not great. Paddock onto Yoppa. Lethal tempo up and available, ready to take the trade, and Yoppa, or rather Paddock, doesn't actually use his Transcendence, so holds onto his ulti while Yoppa is sent away.
Yeah, good chunk by Paddock there to bring Yoppa back to base. Yoppa does have the TP though, so he will even cancel the base and not be any trouble whatsoever. I do like that Shifters are targeting Leader heavily after they blew his flash. I think trying to look for that gank with the Realm Warp was really good, but now Nuke might be the one in trouble as Skeens is walking around.
Shockwave does come in. Skeens is an easy hit and miss, or rather hit and run. No flash, Talon strike, and observers didn't see it, or rather spectators, but it's still a knock-up from Skeens. It secures the first kill for SK.
And Skeens striking back, helping Leader out. Really nice here, as Nuke also blew his flash to get Leaders. So now with that Realm Warp gank failing, it allows Leader to get back in the game. It is Skeens picking up the kills, so the Leader is still a little bit behind in gold, but at least feels like a nice consolation prize for him, as he's respecting here Bukata's pressure. Just gonna force it to be base.
Yeah, shout out to Leader. I mean, this is a very good start to the lane. 500 gold lead after the gank, and all things considered, he caught back up. Yes, he missed a few Ori knock combinations, but today, he's hit his shockwave in lane. We've seen at least the first one. One off screen he got for the chunk as well, so that's 2 for 2.
2 for 2.
And gold difference at 14. That was last time. As you said, he actually did quite a lot in the lane last time he brought this out as well.
Yeah, so on par to do the same this game. And I think that's a really huge blow for Shifters as they're looking to punish Leader, though.
Waiting for a prison.
He doesn't quite reach him.
And that's probably for the better. He's going to get tagged out, but remember, he's got the HP bar to play with. As hovering on the side is Bukata once again. He's already got his Sundered Sky, but so does Skeens. And to the credit, both junglers getting a bit of an advantage here as Trimby found out. Backs away and just crosses over mid, looking for the push out here. So that a nice reset can be picked up by Nuke, especially around these grubs. And all this movement around mid right now, Jack, is playing around this jungle as Bukata is just clearing out any deflective blows that SK could pull after his invade.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths of SK is how good they are at trying to play around Leader. You see both Skeens and Mickey constantly giving him attention, playing around him to try to get invades going off as well. They're not going to get much more than vision and pressure unless Nuke oversteps here.
Shockwave. It hits. Again, we're 3 for 3, and Nuke might just be 0 for 2. Welcome back to the LEC. Apparently, Leader is getting camped again.
Yeah, Mickey and Skeens, they got Leaders back. They pick up another kill. Nuke just barely didn't have the flash available to him. So that means that now Skeens can pick up the crab as well, and Leader got that kill. Maybe he can even get a Void Grubs, and the gold lead that we talked about for Shifters earlier has completely evaporated.
It's gone to 500 over SK's way, and with that early Dragon that might not mean anything on its own, it opens up the Dragon game that Europe is so good at playing. Leader as well, 1.1k in his name. Grubs being started, at least taken as Bukata. We all saw it, and now we have to revel in it as he's looking for a gank on the back end, and he's going to take the ward in the meantime, but Wonder is hard to kill. He'll get pushed in, but 2 grubs at the very minimum. All 3 for Skeens. Bukata's early game now shifted to the wayside as SK are fully in control.
I mean, yeah, okay, maybe I got a little bit excited a bit too fast for Shifters.
Okay,
I mean, yeah. This is not looking the best thus far, as now SK has gotten both early game objectives. Leader could be caught out here, though, but he's going to be fine. It's up quite a bit of XP, nearly a full level on Nuke. So a mid gap that is going pretty hard in favor.
A mid gap? Did you say a mid gap?
So Leader is better than Faker, huh?
And Leader is better than by transit. Is it transitive properties? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
A medic word here. That's the right word, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, your native tongue is English.
Yeah, but bro, I think your English is better than mine. I'll be completely honest. I have no clue. In Australia, we're raised on farms, you know. We just have no idea what's going on. we get taught English from a kangaroo back there.
Yeah?
Yeah, no cap.
Were you raised on a farm?
I was raised on it, yeah. I was raised in a suburb called Hornsby.
That's not a farm.
Nah, it's not, but it's suburbs. But I do have a farm in the family.
Okay.
Yeah, mosquitoes, cicadas, snakes. I was 3 years old, I almost ran over a red-bellied black snake, no kidding.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was great.
Is it true that you like wake up with like spiders and stuff in your boots?
Yeah, in your mouth, but you eat them because they're good protein.
Bro.
But that's people in Europe wouldn't really understand is a second dragon's up. Now, I want to see if Leader is just going to pull off some kind of miracle shockwave. We're waiting. Bukata's found a target, though. There it is. Shockwave comes in. Shot Barrage as well. Big ulti's down, but Trimby and Bukata both nearly dead and may get Paddock as well. All 3 are blinking health bars, and now Nuke is going to go 0-3. No. He flashes away, gets out, but Shifters are also dangerously low that SK just wiped the floor with them.
And it's Leader's shockwaves, Jake. Like you said, he finds 2, and that's enough to give SK the win in this fight. That gives him the Mountain Dragon. And the early game is just off the back of Mickey, Leader, and Skeens just giving so much pressure to Shifters.
This is dominant. It's now all of a sudden dominant. Mountain Dragon. And a success story that SK are opening this series with. It is going to be a Hextech Soul Rift as well. So what a treat here as we look at SK win the fight.
And you know, Jake, when they first picked the Orianna, I wasn't convinced, but then you land shockwaves like these, they chain it into the Sinsao ult, and you can see that that's what seals the deal for Shifters. Leader even flashes forward, gets the QW.
They're feeling good.
They're feeling confident.
Yeah.
And that's really impressive, especially after you have a bad weekend. Like, they looked really defeated before, and I've been in their shoes. I played on an LEC team. We sucked, you know, we sucked. And it was so difficult to go week after week and try your best and not get tilted and not lose confidence. So seeing this today is just so meaningful.
And shout out to our production, because this is the first gold lead at 14 for SK. And it's only been 2 weeks, but you've got to remember, they played double best of 3 versus Heretics versus Na'Vi. And they won a game from each series.
They didn't have a single gold lead at 14? That's crazy.
I trust our production with our
crazy.
live. The first gold lead at 14 for SK. So, new week, new SK apparently.
Yeah. And especially off of a control mage leader carry. That's a new SK. That's not SK anymore. I don't know.
No, I don't know what to say. And now they're looking for a dive, and they've got all the tools. Pantheon is on the way. Bukata's going to ulti in. Leader may be in trouble, but Pantheon ult's a little bit shy. Tidal Wave gets Nuke out, and Leader just waiting. Shockwave again. Deletion! And Aqua Prison to Mickey. Genius. As a knockoff from 3 Talon Strike keeps Bukata in. He launches to get the stun, but Bukata still not out of harm's way. The dive happening. Wild goes Aqua Prison again. Meanwhile, Yoppa dives in the back. We'll talk about that in a second, but Bukata is down. Skeen saved his ult and puts him in the ground. A 2 for 1 or 2 for 2 across map. What the hell happened elsewhere?
It's very, very messy. It ended up becoming a 2 for 2 as Mickey died to the tower. Yoppa got solo killed. We definitely need a replay to see what happened there. Yeah. As Nuke goes too far forward and ends up falling. And yeah, I just need to see the replay and then I can actually break down what happened here, as this was a very strange sequence of events for both teams. I mean, Rooster also TP's top, and he pushes that in, but that means that Wonder now is getting a lot of plates in this bot lane. And maybe it's the airy gap, I'm not sure, but he's really not behind at all on this Gnar. Like, Gnar has gotten 2 plates, but so has Wonder, so he's really chilling on the Sion this far.
Wisdom from Wonder today is... we're going to get that replay. I don't know what's going to happen mid. Ignore that for now. This was Yoppa trying to walk to the fight.
So Yoppa... Oh, he sees Padak, and he is... Oh, it's the classic. You E forward, we missed the Q. He hits that Q, but he doesn't have the TP. That's the problem. Oh.
Close.
He doesn't have the barrier, I mean. So Yoppa, since he has the TP, he doesn't have that combat summoner.
True.
When you then E forward, doesn't have that survivability. So he ends up being a little bit too cocky there. It's a classic mistake. I think most Astral players can relate to it.
That's true. But you got to make them to break them, you know. This is I use Jackie Love as a comparison way too much in this league, but it is the classic Jack. You always E forward.
Yeah.
It's the ego, you know, Callist, you know, one of our greater Ezreals does the same thing. I feel like any Ezreal I could say is super. Hansama, yeah, they all do it. Aqua Prison missed, SK in trouble. There's a Realm Warp, but trying to be interrupted. It's nice. Wait, Skeen's genius play. Nuke is dead off the back of it. Paddock got slowed down as well as Trimby because of a tidal wave. That was like a 1v4 at one point, and Skees ulted and negated it all.
I mean, Skees just goes crazy there as Nuke is getting farmed. He's 0-4, down 2,500 gold. Doesn't even have his second item, while Leader is building towards his third. Dude. Now 3,000 gold.
What happened?
I don't know what happened. Maybe Korea's fake.
I mean, Korea's fake.
Like, actually, think about it. You go to the region that already got beat by G2. Like, what are you doing?
I mean, we need
could have just stayed here, bro.
Yeah, that's right.
There were teams here that
they
beat
stayed
G2.
here.
Yeah.
And Leader's now 3,000 gold up over that guy. 50 CS, by the way. Now, Skeens is just smurfing this game, but still, watch it this play.
He has so much damage. Like, it's only 1 Astral Q that lands. I mean, 2 Astral Qs end up landing, but nearly all the damage is to Skeens. And because he has that ultimate, they're not able to actually do any damage onto him, so he just takes down Nuke all by himself.
I have to point out, though, this guy fixes his build from last week. No Rod of Ages into Storm Surge. We'll see in a second.
You like the Protobelt?
I mean, Protobelt on every mage. I don't know if I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I just know everyone's doing it, so it's like
it's like Chovy brain rot, I would say a bit.
Maybe it is.
Like, the thing is, I'm not going to say it's always bad, but I do think it's like when Chovy bought Rylai's on Azir, and suddenly every Azir was building Rylai. Says Yoppa here going deep.
By the way, maybe out of range. Paddock flashes away. True Shot Barrage also would have connected. Paddock was close to dying, but SK not pulling their foot off the trigger, I was going to say. I think more so, they're just not slowing down this game. Third Dragon coming up. SK have mid-pro. SK trying to walk into Fog of War.
Really nice aggression by Yopa here. He's spacing really far up, trying to land these Qs, trying to poke Shifters as they try to enter the Drake. Shifters, they don't want to give this. It's third Drake for SK, but they're quite split up with Nuke and Rooster on a flank.
Bukata found out though. I mean, Yopa's going in. Aqua Prison is beautiful. Setting up with the Essence Flux. Yopa has a free target. Bukata can't join in. Arcane shift forward while Trimby tries to face check. Bukata's dead in the mid lane. SK have found themselves a free Dragon and a kill on top. If they were playing like this from week one, I'd be saying some very different story points about how this team has entered the split.
I mean, it's a fantastic setup from SK. I loved how Yopa and Mickey hold the spot and make it really difficult for Shifters. But I think we've also figured one thing out, Jake, and that's macro for Shifters. I think it still sucks.
I think it's not there. You know, we didn't take to get in the mid game to find that out, as we have another quick replay about the chase down of Bukata.
And the thing is, Bukata, like, I understand, I like the idea of the Rooster Nuke flank, but you can't have 3 separate sides of entry. Like, you have Trimby wanting to enter through the blue buff. You have Paduk wanting to enter at the same spot, but then Bukata entering through mid, and then the rest of the team is both. It's like, if we're that split, it becomes so easy for SK to find the lone straggler, as Rooster now might be in a similar position.
Chase down, 3 Talon strikes, slowed down when Wind becomes lightning. Shockwave on his head. He doesn't even have a Mega Narbar, so no health advantage. Wild Growth used, but to avail. Trimby's going to get away, but SK with a 5k gold lead, this whole bottom side jungle, and a Baron up when they transition to top. This is feeling like a done deal where Shifters, they're not going to get time for this rise and Yunara to be relevant in this game.
Oh, Yopa dashing forward here. He might have went a bit too crazy
again. Got the ball
again.
on his head, though. He's polymorphed. He's slowed down. Wait, maybe Nuke has found an angle damage, so it's important to note that Leader's already chunked him down. Skeens found Bukata on the side as Trimby's just chased down. Wait, Leader's solo carrying with half or less than half a mana bar. He just autoed and queued, and that's all you need to see with a 15-stack Magi's. Orianna still there to thrive.
Hey, give Leader a proto belt, and he'll play it like an assassin. He's doing so much damage on the back line. Yopa makes pretty much the same mistake as he did earlier. He eases forward and goes a little bit too crazy, and all of Shifters is there to punish. So that ends up being 1,000 gold going into the pocket of Paduk, and he does have the Lulu to buff him up. So he's really the one key member for Shifters that could try to make a difference, but it's still a 5k gold lead. 3 Drakes for SK, and they just remain firm control of this game.
One more time for the replay, because ambition from Yopa, you don't mind it, but at least they get one back.
Yeah, a little bit of a crazy arcane shift here, but you see how much damage Leader does. He flashes forward, gets a huge chunk onto Trimby, and then Nuke ended up investing his flashes. SK are just back onto the Nash. Yopa, I love his position here. He's holding this spot over the wall. Same with Leader. That way, if Shifters want to try to walk here, they're going to get poked by both Yopa and Leader.
As you said, Tidal Wave will start it off. Paddock is the found target. Yopa arcane shifts. Trimby by himself again. Different angles as Wild Growth on Rooster. Leader's caught out, but he's got the proto belt. Couple of autos to take him down, but Rooster slowed down by the distance. Leader will live while SK have already taken down the 80 carry of Shifters. With it, Rooster joins, and it looked overambitious from Leader, but he still doesn't die.
I mean, SK, they're just too damn strong. Their pockets are too big. Rooster, he nearly is able to take down Leader, which would have been a huge shutdown and taking away that Magi's as well. Maybe SK wouldn't be able to go Nash, but with that, SK now, they get the Baron Nasher. They're going to be able to set up for the Soul. This should be a pretty easy game for them to end, all things considered.
All things considered. One more time. Let's see, because Mickey also, big shout out for this game on Nami.
I mean, I like Yopa here. He dashes forward, then immediately clicks back. I don't know what Leader... I mean, this just looks really troll from Leader, but it ends up baiting Rooster in. He just barely doesn't die with the fact that he's so far ahead, and then Rooster ends up falling, and so does Paduk. Paduk is tilted.
That's tilt. That is tilt, sir.
I mean, it's a tough game. It's a tough game.
I mean, what do you do? Again, there's so much camping around mid. Nuke has been like such a non-factor in this first one. Yeah, and then Bukata's lead kind of shifted out because Skeens was just perma-camping, getting resources of his own.
I mean, if I was Shifters and game 1 after my Korea bootcamp, I'm getting destroyed by Leader on first pick Orianna when everybody made fun of his Orianna last week. Yeah, it's like, it's tough mentally, I'd say. It's tough mentally.
Yeah, I agree. How do you bounce back? Bukata with the flash engage. Leader quickly belled. Tidal Wave as well. Bukata won't get a chance. And now with Nuke being slowed, SK, the follow-up is there. The Shockwave is a 2-man. He got his tips from I don't know who, but it turns out that Leader is in fact better than Faker. Paddock caught under the Nexus turrets. And it doesn't matter if you've been in Korea for how long. Doesn't matter if you've been there for a couple of years at this point, because apparently SK just woke up on the right side of the bed this morning and Leader just stomped you on his second ever competitive game of Oriana with a 5K gold lead and 25 stacks in the book. There he is, that guy.
SK just came back with a vengeance, and it's off a Leader on a control mage with the Medjay for the confidence. They played around him well, they stomped Nuke to the ground. And man, what a glow up from week 1.
What a treat from SK as we go to a short break to see if Shifters can bounce back.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, but the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relief, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, but the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together.
sees Padak, and he E's. Oh, it's the classic. You E forward, we missed the Q. He hits that Q, but he doesn't have the TP. That's the problem. Oh.
Okay. Look me.
Looking him. No, you're on a flash.
Help me.
Look
at Rise is also flash.
Not dead.
Won't get a chance. And now with Nuke being slowed, SK, the follow-up is there. The shockwave is a two-man. He got his tip from I don't know who, but it turns out that Leader is in fact better than Faker.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LEC after SK takes a commanding Game 1 win over Shifters, and they didn't really do it through, you know, any flashy plays. It was just surprisingly very, very good macro. So I have a couple of clips to break down for you and see how some very simple macro concepts influence a big win for SK. So if you can bring up the clip. There we go, here it is, coming right up. But what we're essentially gonna see is where they get cool vision setup where they get to control, you know, the vision pretty much. Well, the clip is still not here. It's okay. So yeah, they will put vision control over these areas, and it's going to become essentially especially easy for them because it's not really so complicated, but they will get to a point where they get to build this sort of bridge between the areas. There we go, as we can roll the clip out. Now, they're building this bridge between the lanes. Because the way it is, you put these visions down. So as you can see, it becomes especially easy for them to make a decision. If we pause right now, look over here. We have this sort of bridge between the lanes. You get to see absolutely everything, and now you get to choose what sort of play we can do as we roll the clip out. Now, mid-wave is the one that hits in front. You don't need people on the both sides of the map, and now you get to see everything. Is there a counter gang coming? No. This play becomes especially easy, and this kickstarts the SK train because now they get to do it again. And this shows me that it's not just luck that SK does it time and time again. Now they get the same vision. Pause right here. You see this bridge again between top and mid lane. And again, it becomes so easy for SK to make a decision. Do we need to go mid? No, because we see people mid. There is no play happening. Now there's the top wave to contest. We have numbers here. We see Lulu showing on mid lane. And now all of a sudden, you know that this top lane is ready to be busted right open. You put the Herald up, you put the Herald down. You see Lulu rotating, and now all this time you're making all of these plays with numbers advantage. So from a performance that we saw from Leader where he was just missing shockwaves in week 1, now he gets to have a stellar level performance just through good macro and good setup. But what else happened over there, Des? Because this was just incredible to see from SK.
Much else happened, but sometimes you don't need more to happen here. And I think one of the big questions we had coming in today was, is SK going to find the solutions? Turns out, easy macro concepts to easy League of Legends that they can execute, that works.
I mean,
we don't need more.
I mean, it helps when it feels like Skeens was mega locked in today.
Oh,
I feel like I've seen some semblances of good Skeens performances so far this split, but today it felt like that he was coordinating well with Mickey. I feel like at the high level, it's very important that both the jungle and the support are working well together. And I was super impressed with what he brought to the early game. And ultimately what we're seeing more and more in the LEC is the jungler is so important at propelling a successful early game, which is kind of obvious when you think about it at the pro level.
Jungle diff.
Yeah, often the case. But it also brings into the question of where was Shifters in this game? Because it felt like that while we saw this good macro, clean execution, great coordination from SK, none of that was there from Shifters.
Exactly.
Jet lagged from Korea? No,
exactly,
maybe
because here's the questions I have. Some teams, you know, take this time between the splits to, you know, improve on their macro, improve on what they felt like were their weaknesses, right? But this game was all about macro. You know, you went to Korea, you bootcamp, maybe your individual level, you know, skyrocketed to a new level, but this game just wasn't about that. It was just through sheer macro, and that's why it was really cool to see Skeens being elevated. Because when we think about Skeens in Versus, it felt like he was, you know, the X factor behind the SK, but there wasn't really much else to that. And that's why I felt like SK got, you know, the edge over Shifters now. So I really want to see a little bit more from Shifters where they go back to the basics and do these simple concepts, because their laners, again, are still, you know, incredibly strong, but they just didn't get to showcase it at all this game.
I want to see more, but it seems like a pretty easy to execute composition when I see it down here. So what more do we want to see from them, actually?
Well, a lot.
Yeah.
But it's also important to remember that if we were in a best-of-1 format, SK would be 3-0 right now. They've won the first game of all of their best of
and
threes.
if my grandmother had wheels, she would be a bike. But
Okay,
that's not what we have
no,
here.
you don't get to
Betty.
use that. My point is that SK have won game ones before and then not won a series.
Okay.
Like, so SK, don't be a game one Andy, is the TLDR, because last week I thought the exact same thing. I thought to myself, wow, this game one is really clean. The Yasuo game that they had last week, I was super impressed with how they pulled out that win. And then game 2 and 3, they did not show up.
Yeah, but that's the thing. This is when they're going to play the Zed or the Yasuo now. I can feel it.
Oh,
I
boy.
can see that itch from later.
I mean, the Yasuo went well, right? This is exactly... So, this was the main thing when it came to Litter. Everyone was like, yeah, he's going to do great. He's going to have, this pop-up performance. And that's why, for example, the Orianna was just so impressive to me because he finds these, I wouldn't even say band-aids, but these necessary fixes that when you come into game 1 and 2, you kind of get to burn through these meta mage champions. But still, now going to game 2 and 3, I want to see a little bit more accuracy from him when it comes to, the times he picks, these Yasuo and Zeds, because some of them hit and some of them miss by a mile.
I mean, the argument for Leader has never been that he's a bad player.
Exactly.
The argument has always been he has a preference for certain champions that are easy to play around and are predictable and just don't fit into the same sort of comps, right? So him wanting to play more, him wanting to show more diversity is always valuable. I still have some question marks about some of his Orianna performances, but by and large, he still has a good game. He still gets a win. And right now, that's what SK need. Because as we said earlier in the day, their schedule is rough. They play a lot of games very early on in the split, and they need wins. So they got to take every opportunity they can get.
Yeah, short time to turn it around, but so far it plays in their favor. So let's see if they can bring it again in game 2 against Shifters. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come in first of all saying, Vetti, maybe you're wrong here, because remember when they won before it wasn't like this? Jack, you were telling me not only was it so clean, Vetti, but...
The big stat that you pointed out was that this was their first time being ahead in gold at 14. I think that's pretty telling, right? Like, this was the first time they had a really good early game, really good mid game. I mean, there wasn't even a late game, right? At under 24 minutes.
It is over quick. Is their quickest game yet by, I think, almost 10 minutes, question mark? Like 9 minutes, 9.5?
I mean, the 30-minute one there is...
Okay, sorry, let's... 5 minutes, at least. It was quick, but, I mean, again, it was their best game yet, quality-wise and gameplay-wise, game time-wise, I should say. Can SK do it again and not just be game 1 Andes? I think that is a very valid question, but today feels different as Shifters are the ones who have to show us something different because game 1, Shifters didn't really get to play past 11 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, the base disappointment was just Nuke. I really feel... I still remember... the Nuke being like top 3 mid in the league. The question was always, could he break into like Caps' spot? Could he be the best mid in the league? Because he was always like consistently good, but he wasn't like great. But this game, he was just a non-factor, right? Like he just died to every single gank. He used his flash early to get a kill on Leader, and that was nice. But then the next 5 minutes where he had no flash, it felt like every time SK wanted a freebie, they went mid and they got one because he just would never respect.
That's right. And so this game, can you put him on something maybe that has, I mean, what, more agency? I mean, Ryze is such a good pick in the meta.
Yeah.
So versatile.
I think he just needs to do a little, like, slap himself in the face and lock in, like...
Slap yourself in the face. You heard it here first. Let's get rid of Vi and let's get rid of Azir, says SK, and not give Nuke one of his most comfortable champions. When I look at Nuke from last split, I do see the Azir, but I see things like the Cassio. The Orianna was a mix with the Ryze. That's now taken away. Talia there.
Yeah.
Swain. That's about it from him. So already taking away his bread and butter is a good move from SK.
Yeah, I like the Cassio for Nuke. I like the Talia. I think going for something like that would make a lot of sense. But now it's like, suddenly SK, if they can just play mages, you suddenly have a team that's like super versatile. Because what we talked about before is like a team that is trying 2 different styles and both of them are floundering. But if they can just pivot in any sort of draft to having either Leader on this crazy aggressive pick or just having him on something like the Talia himself, it becomes a lot harder for Shifters to be confident in what they're picking. And it also means that you don't need to pick a Leader early on because you can go either style later on. So they just go for the Ambessa. Gonna flex that up either towards top or jungle. I would assume maybe for Wonder, but we'll see.
Yeah, Wonder's already played it a couple of times so far. But again, I like the flexibility. And the leader point is so important here, especially when we are in like a very heavy, mid-mage meta that has flexibility to go outwards. But some of these more volatile picks have landed them in debt, SK. especially with things like the Zed. I mean, you like the Yone game. The Yasuo game against Poby's weird data because he just kind of stood there and took it. But I mean, dude, Poby. I mean, no
it's true. He did kind of do that. That's true.
That was egregious.
But I think leader Yasuo is very good as well. Like,
I mean, it
definitely.
was, yeah.
I think like for me, when I think leader, his best picks: Yone, Yasuo, Irelia, Akali. Those like top 4. If he can get any of those this game, definitely the camera will need to be locked on mid lane, and I want to see what's going to go on.
Well, with a comp like this, already building up a bit of dive. I mean, Akali springs to mind as Corki gets locked in. We now have mobility for shifters and steadily building up engage through Bukata. Again, when I think about Bukata, last split, his most played lined up with Vi was that Wukong. So a bit of comfort here for game 2 for shifters. As Xayah early.
Xayah Rakan.
Slap the Rakan.
Yeah.
There it is.
Xayah Rakan for SK. They see that they're kind of building a bit of a dive comp in shifters here with the Wukong. But shifters could still look to pivot, but it looks like they might go all in if they look in the Analyst. I like the Bard a lot more, because that way you have some disengage tools with the ultimate when the Ambassador goes in, and you also have the ultimate for the Xayah to be really annoying against her.
True.
So I think Bard is definitely the best pick, but maybe Trimby wants to play the melee support instead, but I think that the Bard just makes a lot more sense. The Bard makes a lot more sense.
Bard makes a lot more sense.
We're going to Nautilus. I mean, Nautilus has been banned nearly every single game.
Yep.
But a big reason why the Nautilus has been banned is because a lot of teams have been wanting to play stuff like the Lulu, like the Karma, like the Nami. And into Rakan, it's a nice matchup early on, but it is kind of like as Rakan starts to scale up and he gets levels and he gets his ultimate, eventually it comes to a point where Nautilus is not so scary anymore, and I'd rather have the Rakan in those later game team fights. So it's really on the early game, on Padak and Trimby this game, to show me that with this Corki, strong early game champ, Nautilus, strong early game champ, that you can get a big lead and actually maybe even 2-to kill bot lane.
They were the only ones who actually found anything in the first game, so I would say that's the most reliable part of shifters from what we've seen from that sample size. As Anivia disappears, maybe going for another control mage in the mid here for shifters as Aurora 2. We are just taking out mid mages left, right, and center.
I mean, Anivia makes me think of Wonder. Okay, Leader did play Orianna, but I don't think Leader will play Anivia. That would be crazy. Like, that's like the most control of control mages.
Yeah.
So I think that's a Wonder target ban, I would assume.
Yep.
And then Aurora as well is also a flex, could go up towards top lane. I wouldn't be surprised if Rooster would want to play that Aurora top, as we'll see what they take out here. It's a cannon ban.
Ooh,
maybe
Renekton?
I think Renekton makes the most sense. For me, Renekton or Gnar, but since they already played the Gnar, that's out due to Fearless. I think Renekton is the pick that I'm thinking of for shifters.
Okay.
I don't think Renekton is that good into Xayah Rakan. I guess SK seem to think differently as they ban the Renekton.
I mean, it's good into Ambessa, I guess, individually. So
it is, yeah.
Maybe assuming that they're going to get the match up top. Again, you already mentioned, Jack, that we can get the flexibility out of Ambessa, so it could go to Skeens in jungle. But for now, throw it out the window. Renekton's off the board. What is going to be picked up in top? We've talked about Cassante being winless here in the LEC. Outside of that, Ornn does have a win. I think less egregious is on 1 or 2 games individually. Do you need long-range engage? No, we get mid here.
Yeah, they're blind picking mid because they want to see where the Ambessa goes before they look to counterpick it. But with that, it allows Leader to now get counterpick on mid. And normally I would try to make champion predictions here, but with Leader, I feel like that would be like silly. There's like 10 different
I mean, do you like the Akali here? I'll start throwing out Akali, Silas.
I don't know if I like it, but I would like Leader to pick it. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's more exciting if he picks that.
Yeah.
As it's going to be Dr. Mundo. Okay, so they're keeping the double flex. They can either put the Mundo jungle or the Mundo top in the Ambessa jungle. So they have a lot of options here. I would assume it's going to be Mundo jungle, Ambessa top. But we'll see what Leader locks in. I would like something exciting, a melee champion. Okay. But I do think, like, going for...
Do it.
Yeah, okay,
is that good enough for you?
I like it. I like it a lot. I think Akali, very good with the Ambessa dive. You have the Rakan as well for follow-up. You have the Mundo for the front line. I don't know how the matchup is. I would assume it's going to be a little bit tough for the Akali early on. But once you get level 6, you have that all-in threat. And then Mundo can start to come on over, or even Ambessa if it's Ambessa jungle, and start to pressure Nuke. And I think this game, if Nuke dies to the ganks, the game explodes for Shifter.
Okay.
Like, Nuke needs to have a good game where he's shutting down Leader and he's not feeding. Because if he is, I think Leader will just go crazy this game. As it's going to be the Zahen here. A very nice pick for Shifters. It's good into both Ambessa and the Dr. Mundo, so that's why they end up going for it. The only thing is later on it can get a little bit kited, and I do think it's a great Xayah Rakan game. Saya only really has to be a little bit annoyed by the quirky Victor poke, but it's not really too much. And she's playing against 3 nice melee champions that she can root up here.
True.
And a lot of power to that Blade Caller as well.
I mean, it'd be interesting because not only is Leader on comfort, I will say Yoppa's on his comfort. If you don't remember in Vitality B, I mean, Jack, you're in the system when, you know, Yoppa was on Vitality B, right? And
yeah, I played against him.
Bro, he loves, this is his now tied most picked with his Ezreal.
Yeah, I think like Saya, Ezreal, Nyla, those are like the champs when I think of Yoppa, the champs that he really likes. I would love to see, like, I don't think he played Nyla in LEC Versus, so that's the one pick that I think would be really exciting if we get to see later on as we go deeper into best of 3s and even best of 5s if SK can make it that far. Because that was a pick that he always was bringing out. Him and Kalist actually were like the 2 Nyla players in ERLs that I played against. And I swear Nyla's OP, like that champ's not normal. Like,
I mean, bro, that not only the experiencing, but the scaling, like late game when you have crit.
It's just like, and it feels like it should fall off, but then suddenly it's just one-shotting you, and it's like, what the hell?
Oh my god, it's crazy. But, I mean, at some point, Yoppa cooks. And you might not see it this game, but Yoppa in game 1, Ezreal wasn't too bad. His Zai is his next comfort. He's got back-to-back comfort picks. And so has Leader, because his Orianna, one of his best champions, is now down and he's onto his Akali, which actually, truthfully, is his most played.
Yeah, off the Orianna. We'll see what this young up-and-coming talent can do on the Akali. Great Orianna.
Young up-and-comer. That's him, man.
I mean, sometimes I believe, like, if you're a pro player, you should just change your name, and then people will think you're a different person, and then you get, like, aura buff.
I mean, I think, again, as Electrocute comes down and Nuke is already just getting whacked. I think when he's not playing good, he should play. He can call himself Little. When he plays well, he can call himself Leader again, you know? Because that's exactly what SK need. Nuke is going to get a trade back here, and we talked about it before, Jack. You weren't, you know, super 100% on the matchup, but we just know Victor is annoying in the early levels, especially against a mage or an assassin in this case, who doesn't have the most mobility and can just get out-kited like this. Space.
Yeah. I mean, he also has the Airy and the Scorch, so a lot of early game power for Nuke this game. The Leader does have the second wind and the D-shield, so should be able to sustain up through the worst of it. Is farming well here, even getting the push actually, getting level 2 first, gonna be able to get a Q here.
See, this is, I mean, this is good though. This is what you want out of your League of Legends. Let's play sub 300 HP and see who trades better. Nuke's still winning out, of course, and now Leader is spaced out a little bit, but the wave pushing against him.
Yeah, Nuke lost some CS, so if Leader can farm all this up, he's gonna be ahead. We'll see. It's really a lot about the junglers when it comes to playing these sort of matchups. How can Skeen try to pressure Nuke to not allow him to just push and poke down Leader consistently? Because Bukata is really just playing kind of a guardsman, you know? He's just trying to make sure that Nuke isn't losing, but if he doesn't, like, if both junglers do nothing, then Leader should be the one suffering.
Okay. Well, I mean, there you go. So this is walking up for the next couple of minions. Nuke is stepping back. His mana bar can supplement. A little bit more pressure here as well.
Leader has to base here and TP back.
Okay.
It's still equal CS though, so he's done a really good job farming. So as long as he doesn't lose too many minions here with the reset, he's a really good early game.
Skeen's making his way down bot lane, looking for the invade. The pings are going in. SK are making the move. They've got the push up to the turret. A defensive ward placed on blue, and you got to say for Bukata, timing is nice here. Commitment to the Wolves when a TP's been channeling mid ain't going to be the play, so SK just getting information about where the Wukong is.
Yeah, both mid laners traded TP are Dark Seal refillable, exactly same inventory. Well, apart from the different doors, I suppose.
Okay, yeah.
But very equal early game thus far. Leader doing a great job farming up. As you can see, Wonder now is in a bit of trouble. The thing is, Sahen wins these all-ins really hard, so if Rooster can stick onto Wonder, then Wonder loses quite hard. Now Wonder might be forced to base and TP here, or he's just going to be on the receiving end for a little bit longer.
Back to bot lane. We're getting anything here.
Oh, we might get an all-in. Good look by Trimby, but...
Waiting. Trimby not going to get rooted back. Still good trades here from Yoppa and Mickey, who, again, opted in for this lane very early in the draft. Small CS lead so far, but there is a big wave mounting up for Shifters to run in.
And now Yoppa is going to look to take the base. Paduk already with the tier. Shifters, though, if they're able to hold this wave, Yoppa has to cancel his base, SK there doesn't want to let Shifters have a freeze. Yoppa would lose too many minions. That Gatling gun is so loud now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just in my ears. Not only in spectator view, it's just every time you see a Corki. That has been the biggest nuisance, I think, out of spectating any League of Legends.
Yeah, that when it bugs and it just keeps playing.
Dude, 6 years, I swear, at least. It's still a problem.
Yeah. I don't know, I feel like it's something with Zonius or something.
Oh, that was, yeah, that was the
that
thing.
sound as well is also really...
Oh, we love our game, but there have been some things. Leader onto Nuke. Gets help from Bukata, who's coming in from behind. Now, he's just going to make sure his presence is known, but Skeen's also going to match that in a second. Nuke has no mana. Bone Cleaver hits, by the way. Skeen's thinking about, well, do I flash this? And he's not even going to try and get Nuke's flash out. Trimby making the move up as well. Mickey shadowing, but this 3v3 or whereabouts in the mid lane is going to stop right there.
Leader, though, crucially gets to keep the wave. So he's going to be keeping this wave kind of frozen. It's going to be slowly transitioning into a slow push. But it does mean that Nuke is going to lose some minions, as now Leader will just took the hard push the wave and base himself. But a really, really good early game here. As you can see, that Leader has a small CS lead. Although when Nuke catches that, it'll be pretty close to equal. But all things considered, it's now we've hit level 6 Akali without losing any early game farm. Very well played by Leader.
Stop in the back, Paddock in a brush, turns the Gatling gun on. The Yoppa just gets in his face, buys some time, but Paddock has cancelled his back a second time here. Now that Mickey's here as well, I mean, for Yoppa, he can push this out. What do you reckon, Jack? Is Paddock in? Is he fried here? Is Mickey going to come back in for an engage, or what do you think about?
He's fine. He's just going to catch the wave.
Okay.
It's a little bit low mana, and Yoppa has the BF sword, which feels nice. So shifters are just going to kind of be losing push in the bot side, but Mickey...
Goes line. Oi, okay, the pixel. The absolute pixel difference. Trimby doesn't get the connect. Now Mickey just runs away with the battle dance, and Yoppa giving that extra range is nice. Paddock stepping in. They're going to try for something, but for this scuttle, Smite's going to come down. Skeen's just got level 6. Bukata doesn't have the engage. Set up from Mickey. Misses and whiffs there, but he does get the Gleaming Quill. Runs back to Yoppa, and again, the play stops there.
Yeah. Trimby doesn't want to hook in, mostly due to the big inventory discrepancies of the 80 carries. If he hooks in, Yoppa's going to be doing a lot more damage than Paddock. So he rightly knows that if he hooks in, it's going to be a bad time. That does mean, however, that SK get full control, and it's going to be first Drake going to SK once again. So overall, an early game going in the favor of SK again.
Are you on the broken dragon train? Like, do you think it's like that broken?
I think it's pretty broken. I think the most broken thing about dragons...
Hang on, Trimby. He gets a little bit low. Good route there with the feather pull in from Yoppa.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to base, but the most broken thing about dragons to me is just that it makes it really easy to play the game.
Yep.
Because you have this clear win con. You don't have to worry about Baron Nashor, which, like, unless you're really far ahead, like last game when they had that 5k gold lead, it was pretty easy to play.
Yeah.
But if the gold lead is like 2k or it's very close, then the dragon is really what seals the deal. As I think Trimby needs to stay here, yeah. So if Trimby based there, SK would just dive Paddock. Sure. So Trimby is forced to stay, but Paddock and Trimby having a bit of a rough early game. I want to throw it back to what we talked about earlier, which was when you're locking this Corki Nautilus, you want to win lane.
Yeah.
You have Barrier on Corki versus Ghost on the Xayah. You're really getting outscaled both counterparts, and they're just kind of losing and not really getting any lead, and then you also didn't get the first Drake, and I just really wish they would have went for something like the Bard instead, which would... Okay,
oh no, he did back in the end. He's going to Valkyrie over, but Paddock is about to die. Remember that Yoppa still has his ulti, but they don't need to burn it. First blood to the Lovers duo.
I mean, we talked about shifters losing bot lane and SK. They pounce on the opportunity as Trimby bases right in front of their face, so they know they can go for the dive. But Duck thought he had enough HP with the barrier to at least trade 1 for 1. There was a nice little tower juggling, but it's a big mistake by Paddock, because like Yoppa still had the ultimate, you know, he's still full HP. It's a pretty easy dive for SK. I think Paddock just, to be honest, I can kind of relate. I've had those moments as well, where it's just like, you don't want to lose the wave, you know? You see the wave coming and you're like, I'm not going to lose these minions. Like, my support should have stayed, and then you die, and you're like, oh, well, my bad.
Because you kind of value it up in your head, right? I assume you're like, oh god, that's like 300 gold.
Yeah, like if I die, I die, you know? Yeah. That's the mentality.
All right, well, worked out bad. Leader away with the shuriken flip. Trimby's by the side. The Arcane Ray is good. Jumping in. Dangerous, but Dredge Line goes up, and Leader goes down, so avoids it quite thoroughly as Shifter's now going to use that pressure through mid to try and walk up and start the grubs.
Yeah, it can be at least a crab start here for Bukata as Leader is basing. We'll see if he wants to start the grubs as well. Leader cancels the base. He does have the regen. I do think a fight around the grubs would probably still favor SK.
Yeah.
Unless Rooster can get involved and be really strong.
Oh, it's just one cleaver. I mean, Schemes is doing completely fine. Every bone cleaver is quite nice. Bukata getting close to half HP. It's just the art of Mundo as Leader gets a push up. Wave's going to be cleared and neutralized, while SK think about themselves maybe stealing away a grub. On a back, Leader's found out. Bukata goes over the wall, but well done. Leader backs away, doesn't get caught with his pants down, and Skeens taking bare minimum 1 here as Bukata don't do the same thing as last game. he's learned. The blast cone, he's on the right part of it this time. He jumps over the wall. Smite comes in. It was stolen cheekily by Bukata, and he gets out, at least denying all 3.
Yeah, he's able to pick up 1 grub at least this time, but still 2 grubs for SK, and you can see just how strong Skeens is, that he's able to force Bukata out and take full control here. Has now 2 grubs, 1 dragon. Rooster.
You can see Wonder really stepped up for the cat, and he wanted it here. Dreaded return is nice from Rooster. And this is the only lane finding success right now for Shifters. Small CS lead, count 200 gold though, you'd say a little bit bigger than Small. And Rooster consistently has pressure over Wonder in this matchup.
Yeah, good CS lead for Rooster. We'll see if he can maybe get some plates here as well. Doesn't land the W, but doing some good damage. Oh, but now Skeens is here to ruin his day, but Bukata as well.
Really good timing.
2v2 from... should be winning for Shifters here.
Yeah, with SK at low. Wonder just gets Cyclone, he's dead. Doesn't even pull out a public execution. Now Skeens has decided to bring on the dosage, but even with the ulti, he's still in harm's way. Shifters leave it there though. They get their first kill of the game, and Wonder was on about 150 HP.
Yeah, huge win for Shifters here, but a really nice roam by Leader now, which makes it so that Rooster will not be able to hit plates. And you see how Rooster really wanted to hit the plate. Yeah. As Bukata gets the longer range from the Q there to at least get 1. But I really like this roam from Leader, because you can see that he already got the mid wave. So it only means that Nuke gets 1 plate, and now Leader will be back. But it makes it so that Rooster, instead of getting the 2-3 plates that he normally would have gotten, only was able to pick up 1. He's still going to get the Triforce, so it's going to be a really tough matchup now for Wonder. Double Triforce picked up for Shifters. Really big power spikes here.
Wait.
Oh, Mickey.
Good avoidance though from the dredge line again. Trimby hasn't really been able to connect any of those Qs to set up a pick or start a fight here for Shifters as SK found a pick. Trimby here going through a tri-brush that's warded. He flashes over the wall and gets back to his bottom lane turret, but Bukata has an angle, but there is no ulti. Quickness pulled out from Mickey, and for SK, now the feathers are there. In a route, in a corridor, Yoppa flashes over. He's matched. Depth charge gets the kill. Shifters with 1, and as SK run for their lives, they see a trade. They see their support dead. A 1-for-1, but in the end, Yoppa dropping down some gold, still over to Shifters.
I love the turn there from Shifters. The fact that they found Yoppa and they were willing to instantly collapse on him. It was a lot of flashes burnt, and it ends up being just a 1-for-1.
The kill. Gravity field down, Shuriken flip, lands, Leader, he's waiting for an execution, matches the flash, gets out! This is Leader's day! Holy moly! As Bukata running back to the safety of his turret. I mean, Leader is just classing Nuke.
Oh my god, what is happening, Jake? Like,
old men rise.
She's just stomping him. I don't know, like Leader now gets the solo kill. He's nearly up a full level once again. Skeens is looking to get the Drake. This might be a little bit too much for SK as Bukata is coming back. But I guess they just have to drop it. It's 2 Drakes for SK, another early game gold lead, and it's Leader's show today.
And game 1 he got camped, but game 2 he's doing it himself as we watch this long play again.
I mean, it starts off with Trimby being forced to flash out, and it doesn't look too bad for SK, but then Yoppa ends up actually getting hooked and getting full 60 chain, nearly ends up falling. The only bad thing here is that both Bukata and Paduk flashes over, and it's actually Trimby that picks up the kill with ultimate. But then Leader here, wow, just does so much damage. Nuke tries to flash the R2 Akali damage. That R2 is so fast. It's so hard to flash it. You need to really predict it. And he wasn't able to actually flash the damage. And with that, Leader was able to pick up the kill. And now, Leader's sitting on a Gunblade, 2 Dark Steel stacks, 500 gold lead. That's a scary Akali right there.
I mean, this is the guy that earlier in the day, only 40 minutes ago, picked up his first competitive Orianna win. But outside of that, we were also highlighting the CSD stats. That was obviously Orianna-based, but that came out of his last game.
Yeah.
He's just jumped onto that, and I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm befuzzled because I did not come into today with notes saying, oh, look at how well Leader's playing. I had this idea in the back of my mind that, like, in terms of bottom 3 mids, I feel like Leader was firmly on that board.
Yeah. For me, I was more Nuke that I was looking for. Like, okay, today is his day to really show a great performance, to return to that greatness that we've seen before from him, and to kind of put Leader in the dirt. But Nuke, game number 1, it was a lot about the support jungle, how they played around mid. But this game number 2, you didn't see that early game aggression that you wanted to see from the Victor to punish the Akali. And Leader got to scale up to the level 6. He got that ultimate, and that's when the Akali can actually come online and get solo kills. And Nuke just got outplayed.
Setting up the Shuriken flip again on the Rooster. Might be a different story. The knockup is nice. Rooster, dreaded return, brings Leader back in. He's still in the Shroud, but Rooster about to pop the ulti. His Grim Deliverance misses, though, flashes back in. Trying to get the passive as Public Execution, rather perfect out of there. Shuriken flip out now. Leader is gone. Skeens, though, had to back away as he kept Bukata at bay. And SK not going to stay. They're going to run away through the river. Nothing's up in the bottom of the map right now, so fighting here is futile.
I mean, Leader got Rooster's flash and didn't have to use any summoners of his own, just had to burn that ultimate. Wonder, though, might be in trouble.
Arcane Storm, the chase down. Nuke close to getting the kill, but Wonder's going to run away. He's safe for now. The bottom plate, pings are going down. Is this going to turn into a dive or maybe the anti-dive? A dredge line again, a little bit shallow. Mickey goes in for the play. Aggressive, but he can. Shifters have a low health bar on all 3 members. And now Skeens is here to show up to see what he can find.
SK, they want the bot tower, and they're going to get it no matter what. Leader hovering as well. Yoppa being able to pick up the first bot tower here. Padak just forced the base. It's triple Triforce on the side of Shifter, so you'd hope that there would be some more life in them, but it's really hard for them to really leverage any sort of control. They're losing push pretty much everywhere apart from top lane. I think really Wonder is the one weak target that they need to try to target if they're going to get back in this game.
Yeah.
Because every other part of the map, they're just losing.
Well, Ricardo succeeded before, but Wonder now getting some plates back. He's minimizing the gold, and all the attention of Shifters is moving to the other parts of the map that are burning. But you're right, you know, it needs to be towards that top lane. It needs to be maybe facilitating Rooster a bit more. The only individual gold lead here that Shifters have in game 2, as the rest is 2,000 gold behind, 2 dragons behind. And in a minute 30, we'll find out if they can stop that Soul Point from falling behind as well.
Yeah, that's really what they need to have their eyes set on. They need a great team fight. They have some good wombo combo tools, kind of the Wukong ultimate with the Nautilus ultimate, a lot of knockups. So they need to layer all their CC together or find a pick before the fight starts with something like the Nautilus hook. But it's just so hard with Leader being this far ahead. He's always going to be getting push.
Yeah.
And then as well, Wonder at least being behind does allow them some leverage of control. Rooster is moving first here. It's 4 versus 5.
What's the angle on Bukata? Going to face check here. Still Herald being done. Knock up on Bukata. He's at half HP. SK are biding their time, but at 5k now. Herald going down might be success story for Shifters, but can they get it and get out? Leader on an angle again into the pit. The quickness, easy knock up. He gives Leader an angle, but he gets slowed down, stunned up, and it looks good at first, but you realize that SK are blowing them apart. Paddock gets on the backside. Leader flashes away. Wait, he gets a Gordo, and Shutdown comes in. We need to reassess because it's a 2 for 2 after I thought Shifters got absolutely womboed.
This was a 4 versus 5, Jake. That's why it looked close.
Okay.
Even though Mickey found a crazy engage and it was knock-up into knock-up and so much damage, it was the fact that Rooster could wrap around and actually help his team. But it just speaks for how dire this game is for Shifters. The fact that even when it's 4 versus 5, it's SK that find the initial engage, that have all the pressure, that have all the cards. As now Yoppa might be in trouble. No, he has his whole team around him. And SK, they're going to get soul point.
Okay, well, yeah, despite that, I mean, I was wondering how Shifters actually look balanced here as we look again after the Herald gets taken.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey just found some fantastic engage here. Like, he ults and then flashes in, gets a 3-man knockup and a 4-man charm, and just allows Yoppa to do so much damage.
Yeah.
And even though Rooster is here to kind of clean up the fight, the fact that Rooster was so late made it so that it just becomes a 2 for 2 in the end, and Wonder's hitting plates on bot, so that gold lead for the top lane is now completely gone.
Yep.
And the win cons from Shifters feels like they're kind of just slipping out of their grasp one by one.
Maybe that Herald's got something to do with bringing them more life in this game. As we said before, Soul Point now acquired. SK are 4 minutes away from picking up the said Soul. Baron is up in 1 minute 20, one more slip up. Not like their comp is mega slow at doing it, but it'll give them enough time. And Shifters looking for the chase down. Dredge line again. Away. Leader doesn't get tagged out by the damage either. Jumps back in. Okay, he's like, I'm not getting out. He's going to ulti, but that execution ends in his own making. So Leader gets caught. Shifters commit 3, but mid is now open as Rist is trying to drop Paddock from, or rather Mickey and Yoppa from getting in. Mid lane is successfully defended. However, Shifters only get one. They minimize the gold a little bit. Nuke's going to try and pick up some plating here as Schemes to the rescue.
Oh, Schemes wants to kill him. He pops the ultimate.
I think this is a kill as well. The Infected Cleaver. Dredge line in is nice. Nuke's still slowed down with the red buff though, and maybe Trimby's done enough. Heart Steel, Dopamine acquired, and Bukata's now hovering around. Gravity Field there. The well is good. Quickness onto Trimby. Another Cleaver, but an execution this time from Wonder will help Trimby put him down.
A public execution from downtown as Wonder TP's in, allows him to take down Trimby, and it's going to be the top tower falling now. What was initially a great play from Shifters, they were able to take down Leader, get kind of back in the game. It looked pretty nice. It's now all going back into SK's favor as they're going to take the top tower. They got plates in mid, they got the kill back, and it's a tough situation for Shifters when your good play turns into a bad play.
Yeah, that's right. And the gold gets balanced elsewhere.
Yeah.
Leader gives over a little bit, but now Wonder somehow is ahead. You know, from the plates before, from the play that we just saw. Wonder back in the game, and this to me feels like his Ambessa game. I think it was versus Heretics.
Yeah.
Where we saw the same thing where it was like, Wonder got bodied in lane, but then it didn't matter what Trayson did to him because his team fighting was so good on this Ambessa. His most played so far in this split. Giving it over to him, we'll see if it was a mistake from Shifters. As deep in the enemy jungle, opening up the mid turret. SK are finding everything here as Valkyrie away from Paddock is nice. Trimby over the wall, might turn into a play in fact from SK. Dredge line away, the root back is nice, but a good buffer. However, Trimby is not the one out of there. It's only Rooster as the dredge line I think would have killed him. But Shifters are on the retreat path and losing their bot side jungle in the process.
Yeah, I think he's definitely happy that that hooked in.
Oh yeah.
You can see how difficult it is for Shifters. They just get forced out of the jungle. SK are stronger in each and every position, which makes it so hard for Shifters to really hold on to any semblance of control. They really need to overload on one side or find some sort of pick. You can see they're just taking away the jungle camps. Bukata doesn't even get one small little raptor. And Trimby wants to try to take out the pink ward, but even the pink ward is scary. He has to run away. He gets the pink, but holding anything right now is just a nightmare for Shifters.
This movement from SK, though, very clean. It involves vision, it involves deep vision at that as well. And as Mickey drops it, it's the Shifters who have to go into the fog of war, the dangers. As you said, Trimby scared now about this top side moving in. SK have grouped up as 3. Found out over the wall is Trimby's got a dredge line and a wall in range, so he's okay, but SK completely narrowing out the Baron vision right now. So Shifters always have to be vigilant.
Yeah, it's super hard for Shifters to really play. We saw Bukata hovering up towards topside, and really when you're in a losing position like this as Shifters, what you want to do is try to like hold control of this topside, just so 2 things can happen. 1, you can farm mid and top, and 2, that they can't get full control of the topside so that they can just start Nash. And right now, Shifters are not really able to do either. You see them dropping the farm on top. They've decided to just put the Herald mid and try to get really early dragon control, as this is a soul for SK, and they want to make sure that they don't give it. Nuke has said, I don't care about top lane, or maybe he's changed his mind. Okay, if he goes top lane now, it's all a bit whack, I'm not gonna lie. Because then, like now he's forced to go top lane, but then he's immediately gonna be forced to TP back to the dragon. And now Leader's TPing first. It's a disaster for Shifters. They're all gonna die.
Okay, you're right. Well into the cove. Let's see if Jack Spectre is right. A dredge line in. Leader caught. He can't play the game. Never mind. Jack, Leader got CC'd to death. Now Yoppa's isolated, but Trimby's looking for a new target with the rest of Shifters. 5 versus 4. If you just burst Leader down, anything's possible.
Okay, I thought Leader would wait for his team, but it turns out it was a disaster for SK. Now SK needs to drop the Drake. Shifters will get that. We'll see if SK can get any sort of cross map going. They could go onto Nuke.
It's an execution once again. Nuke is just caught under his own turret. Wonder's not taking much damage. A depth charge to help out his mid laner. And with a storm down as well, he gets stunned up and turret aggro changes around while SK are making another dive. Wonder between 2 members. It's got to be a kill. Right, almost. Nuke survives. Great flash in the end from the Victor, while Dragon still being thought about by Shifters. But hang on. SK back in. No steal. Grim Deliverance. Rooster gets stunned up. He has a GA inbuilt now, but he's not dead yet. Scheme's looking for the cleaver wall. Yoppa has to run away. The feathers are going to fly. Bukata for the chase down. Cyclone again. Flash on Paddock. No big one. Phosphorus bomb. Auto. Flash. Yoppa's out. But Shifters have got some groove in their step.
What the hell is going on, Jake? Wait, Leader flash ult is in.
He's pissed off and he gets the kill. Solo on the Nuke. Another on Rooster, but he's popped away. Almost. Nuke had no flash, and that would have been a dead man walking. Leader's still got it. and the game still goes on.
Oh my god, it just keeps going back and forth. What felt like a pretty surefire, easy win for SK has now turned into an incredibly big fiesta, I would say. And I'm now not sure which team will win anymore. We'll see what the next fight holds for us. It's still SK holding most of the cards, having more control. They have more towers, they have more gold, and they have all 3 Drakes.
Yep.
But yeah, SK will be 3-0 in a best-of-1 format. Maybe that tells you all you need to know. Is now SK are starting the Nash. They want to keep this game going. Let's see what happens.
All right, let's see if Betty's confidence reigns true. Let's see if we change it up. SK, this Baron is everything to end the series here, but Shifters still only 2,000 gold behind, have something to say. Bukata's angle, fantastic, but on a ward, now lost in spotting. Another one right by the Hex Gate, but Shifters are going to take the mainstream approach. Public execution, fantastic. Onto Paddock, Wonder goes in, but he's bursted immediately. Chaos Storm, Grim Deliverance, all these AoE circles, the depth charge onto Yoppa, who's isolated, will be taken down as well. The Shifters team fighting is back and makes a debut at LEC Spring.
And Yoppa didn't have the ultimate. Trimby saw it. Now Shifter wants to start the Nash. I'm not sure about this one. It's a 3 versus 4.
Dear.
Leader coming in with the perfect execution. He has the flank.
We're throwing all Hail Marys out. Bukata, Cyclone good. Skeen's finally going to get knocked up second time around. Shuriken flip onto the real Wukong. Quickness as well. Mickey, has he saved the fight? He gets in, gets back out, but Leader gets CC'd again. It's just going Hail Mary. And every single fight now is up in the air.
It looks so difficult for this Akali to play. There's so many small little CCs. Rooster keeps knocking him up. As we see this fight here from the beginning, it's SK who started off this Nasher. And then Wonder, he finds the public execution, but it's so deep. His team can't follow. So he just ends up dying before they've even gotten there. And then a really nice flash ulti from Trimby to take Yoppa down due to the fact that he didn't have ult. And then Shifter's like, okay, you guys started Nash. We'll do it too. Never mind. We're leaving the replay.
Okay. And now we're just back to where we started. 1k gold lead, all that separates SK from Shifters. 2 minutes till that Dragon Part 2. The tempo is shifting. No, I think Unks are shifting a little bit here. No, there's no caster curse, okay?
Okay, Jake, you don't need to read every single comment that pops up.
Bro, I'm like a goldfish, okay?
Yeah, you are.
And that guy is right. Leader giveth, leader taketh away. That person is right.
True, he did flank too early, for sure. I love the TP, but he had to wait for his team. And I think if he did that, they would have gotten Soul, won the game. They also could have gotten Soul anyways.
Yes.
But, you know what? Let's see what the next fight holds. Because I think both teams now will wait for this 4th Drake to spawn here. And we'll see what they bring. I think starting Nash, like both teams kind of tried to start Nash.
Yeah.
And they've like experienced it.
Yeah.
Didn't go so good,
no.
you know? Neither team has too much damage. I mean, Yoppa on the Saya is going to take down the Nash pretty fast, but it's paired up with the leader on the Kali, who's just like nothing. So I think playing for the Drake is the surefire win con for SK.
Yeah.
I want to see them set up that objective. Let's get leader on a flank once again.
Okay.
So let's have him wait for the team. Same with Wonder, don't go too deep. Going too deep is like the worst thing you can do.
Okay, yeah.
So if they don't do that, I think SK still have the advantage. And but to be honest, Nuke has 7 kills. How did that happen?
So you're now backstepping, aren't you? Because you're like, hang on, that Victor's got a Rabadon's death cap before
how did that happen?
I don't know.
He was like 0-3.
He was 0-3.
Wow. Well, we'll see how Nuke plays the fight. Because he's definitely going to be a key member to look out. Paddock is still not too strong, looking to get that LDR. Maybe he has it in base now. I think if he has it, that certainly makes it easier for them to play. He does have the LDR, that's a big one.
Yoppa has it on the other side, so that's a 3-item Zaya with a cloth of agility to boot.
Yeah, pretty equal items across the board for the ADCs. So it's really up to Nuke to make the difference, I'd say, in the item department. There's no Rabadon on leader just yet. Maybe he can base and pick it up now. He's basing. Let's see if he has the Rabadon.
But how's this fight going to go?
It's really all about who engages first. I think if SK can get a clean engage off, they can easily wipe them. While if Shifters can find the hook, burst down one target before SK get that nice little wombo combo set up, then it's really easy for Shifters.
Let's find out who pulls the trigger first. Trimby looking for a dredge line, maybe to get the passive out on Skeens. As Wonder looks for an angle, the level 16 Ambessa needs a public execution. And with Shifters grouped up, maybe he's going to find a Trimby tagged out. Dragon started 6-5. going down. Shifters still looking for the fight front on. Protobelt used by Leader in the back to run into a wall as 3K. Heal from Mickey. Dredgeline doesn't connect. Who pulls it first? It's Mickey. Onto Trimby. The backline suppressed. Hit. Ignored. Dragon taken. Hextech Soul for SK. As the front line does its job. And Wonder has done everything he needs to with his ulti. He'll get chased down by Nuke, but Souls last forever. Mickey is still looking at what he can find as an angle, but SK trading even is better than even as Yoppa runs into Paddock, tries to threaten, but a Hextech Soul has been given.
Yeah, the winners of this fight are SK. With the fact that they were able to secure the Soul there, we'll see it how it plays out. You see that SK Wonder and Leader are both putting a lot of pressure on this back line, and that's what allows the rest of SK to then move forward and take up the space. It's a really close smite fight that Skins just barely ends up winning. And then Bukata's taken down as well. So even though it's a 1-for-1, the fact that they were able to get the Soul, I think if Shifters had bigger HP bars, then they could go to Nash. SK are now the ones going Nash here. Okay. As Bukata's in base, they have a lot of time here.
He's going to take the Hexgate though, and that's the speed of the Rift right now. 10K, Mickey trying to zone out Trimby. He's got to find an angle here, but meanwhile Paddock's getting solo killed by Leader. His Akali is smacking. As at 4K, 3 now for the steal. Bukata wins! SK decided to flip, but maybe Shifters decided to flip the game. Trimby and Nuke running for their life while SK, the chase down, hasn't ended just yet. It's Yoppa for the chase. It's Skeens getting stunned up, but Baron goes over to Shifters. How they survive is anyone's question. As Yoppa dies next to a turret. SK went a bit too deep. Skeens close to dying himself. And I'll tell you one thing, even with the Soul, even with the kills, SK, I think, are finding a way to throw this game right down the toilet.
I have no words. I think SK got really mad that Shifters stole the Nash, so they wanted to kill them. That's the vibe I got. That was like a rage play, kind of. But that means Leader at least is able to pick up this mid tower. And it is still... Oh my god, Mickey basing there is crazy.
I just don't know. Well, Jack, good luck with the replay.
Yeah.
All yours, buddy, all yours.
All mine. Okay, starts off, Paduk gets one shot. It's a classic, right? He wants to help his team. He knows they're on Nash. A really good play by Leader there to just take him down. Leader decides not to join his team because he thinks to himself, I use my ultimate. You guys got it, right? It's fine. And then Skeens and Yoppa are like, guys, they still are Nash. They can't get away with this. So they walk in, Mickey flashes but gets pulled anyways. Yoppa gets completely one-shot. And then Trimby tries to flash hook, then Mundo with passive up. So that doesn't quite work out. As we enter now, live. Back to you, Jake.
Over to live, okay. Now, Elder is one thing that takes us to a game 3, for sure. Baron is relieving the pressure for Shifters at this point in the game. And as we said before, Nuke had 3 items, now has 4 with the Magi's and the buildings of Morello with the orb as Shifters, their onslaught is doing so much work, but public execution, Wonder finds the backline in, but Grim deliverance right in the middle of everyone else. Is it enough? The question is Nuke almost dies, but Leader has an angle. Shifters already won this fight, but Leader found Nuke into the backline. He's on to Paddock next. Public execution. No, it's perfect. Mickey saves his mid laner as Paddock managed to get on out, but the fight has been renewed for SK. I cannot believe I'm saying these words, but Leader is the hero of SK today.
Leader finds the flank, and it might have been what saved the game as Mickey gets to the base. I gets him!
Okay,
Paddock is dead.
Oh no, he's
Paddock is not dead. What?
Paddock is not dead yet.
Paddock killed Mickey. I looked bot for a second. Watch time. Okay, Leader TP's bot. They're still canceling the bases. Can they end?
Can they end?
It's 24 seconds. I don't think... Can they end?
I mean, the chase down from Skeens, he's going to at least stop the backs. Paddock has to walk all the way back, or at least float whatever Corky does.
I mean, Mundo goes where he pleases there.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's going to push. He's going to push and push and push. And Bukata, if he gets slowed down enough, Yoppa will one-shot. Turret's just going to be the play here. Inhibitor in bot lane as well. Leader takes that one. One of the most entertaining games of the split, you can say, easily. Is hitting here in game 2.
Yeah, Leader getting 2 inhibs here. Oh, is he gonna get the second one? He's gonna get the second one. That's really, really big for SK. Makes it super difficult for Shifters trying to contest the Elder that's gonna come up. But we watch the replay here. It starts off with Wonder going in, but they're not able to quite chain the damage to take down Nuke. Which then initially looks like, okay, Shifters has a really good fight here. Nuke is gonna base with the Nash, he's gonna TP back. Leader says no. He takes out Nuke, just barely doesn't have enough damage to take down Paddock as well. Paddock flashes away, but that buys enough time for the rest of SK to take down Rooster. which then kind of saves, I'd say saves the game for SK, because if Nuke got that base off with a TP back with full HP, Leader's not going to be able to kill anybody in the back line.
True.
And then they could probably just siege with the Nash and Nap.
I mean, it's crazy. Couple of TPs that felt like it was throwing the game, and now a flank angle that puts SK back in charge. Elder's up in 55 seconds. SK have push, they have prio, and this game still comes down to what happens over that Drake if shifters are allowed to leave their base. SK for now not letting them go, as we are going to keep pushing. And SK are focusing on top wave while Leader is trying to channel in mid.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this from SK. Just keep pressuring. And then once the Elder spawns, then you can look to go over there. But it's really like a checkmate situation that it should be when you have two inhibs like this. Because as long as you don't allow shifters to get a deep out push, they should never really be able to leave their base in fear of a potential backdoor. As now SK are looking to move towards the Elder. We'll see how much they can poke shifters when they try to enter here.
It's a vision situation like SK control wards here for now. Thank you, observers, for zooming out. This pathway is at least dark, but there is a ward towards Dragon that has been dropped by shifters. TP's going to be burned. That is Ambessa joining in. That ward should be taken out now. And the rest outside of that ward in front of the Dragon is dark and the Tri-Brush. So SK need to clean out a little bit here to make shifters lure it in.
And shifters are on the timer. You can see that Rooster's already decided to base. He does have the TP. I think the fact that Wonder used the TP feels a little bit bad because you'd really want to have that as a backdoor tool. But it does mean they're going to look to instantly force Rooster's TP here as they're starting up the Elder.
The field's down, Leader's over the wall, into a Nautilus, he goes golden, there's a Chaos Storm on his head though, and a Cyclone too, he flashes over, depth charge, burn, but Nuke is still looking for his target. Meanwhile, Grim Deliverance in the fight, while Mickey has already been taken down. Shifters might be winning this out because there's no Elder flip. Rooster gonna go into GA, but even then, he just won't die. Shifters are winning the fight. SK botched it, and even though the minions are on the Nexus turrets, everyone from Shifters outside of Paddock will live.
Bro, what the hell is going on? They had the checkmate. You had the checkmate, SK. You just had to let the minions do the work. As Yoppa now is going for the backdoor, but he's forced away. Yoppa has the flank though on this fight. He's going to look to base. Said he's going to fight it. I think Yoppa can look for the flank here and actually clean this fight up. There's no Nuke in this fight, and that's the most crucial member. Elder 7k. Nuke is TPing.
Okay, Skeens loses the passive. He's drawn back in. Still doing good damage. The Mundo tanking up quite a bit, but they're pulling off Dragon. No steal. Nuke goes in with the Proto Belt. Yoppa gets out of the field just in time. With a root down, he saves his life, but not for long. Chaos Storm ticking down. And Yoppa about to die. He's running the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. Elder is taken, and SK, bit of botching here and there. And an execute means that Shifters are in the driver's seat, I think.
I don't know if there's a driver anymore in this vehicle. We have crashed so many times.
We are in Ronald McDonald's happy car. Back in the 90s, before they got rid of him. We're in that car you could get in every Macca's and feel like you're part of the crew.
2 minutes of Elder Dragon now for Shifters. The Nash is up as well. If they can combine both, that would really be the nail in the coffin. The things I've said, nail in the coffin. Like, I don't know what this is. We'll see what happens. Saying? Leader's flank, sometimes very good, sometimes very bad. In this fight, it was very bad. He just had to be forced to use the Sonias and died immediately. So now, I mean, Shifters have the Exodia. They have the most powerful buffs. They should look to siege and just win the game. But nothing goes as it should this game. So I'm going to say that SK finds a miracle fight and wins.
Okay, there we go. Let's wait and see how that happens. Baron, 3 minutes. Elder, half the timer left remaining. And SK's defense begins as full item purchase here from Shifters to make sure they get everything they can. 4-item Corki, full build onto Nuke, who still has 12 stacks of Magi's. Surely this is how we go to a game 3.
I mean, okay, maybe you're right. I mean, when I look at Nuke's inventory, like
that should be it, right?
Elder, it should be it. It should be it. But at the same time, it should have been it when SK got the soul. You know? But we'll see. They set up here a little 4-1. Leader is pushing in the top lane. They could even look for a potential base race situation, but I think Leader's just going to be forced to base after this wave. He wants to continue. He does have the teleport, but I think Shifters can make a lot of progress here.
Maybe he's saying that mid inhib is down anyway, let's just leave it.
Yeah, I think losing mid inhib is not bad.
But if they keep going, it's an issue.
They're going to get bot inhib as well, due to the fact that Rooster pushed. But if you lose 2 inhibs only, the Elder is running out. Shifters need to find a fight in the next 15 seconds.
Okay,
Trimby's the man to watch. He's going to look for a hook right before the Elders times out.
Dredge line onto Skeen's not going to mean too much. The wave is thinning out as well. Wave clear is Yopper, but it's not super big range. Gravity Field zoning out SK in front of their Nexus turrets and trying to hold on for this Elder, which has got about 10 more seconds to go, if even that. Wonder's chunked out, Dredge line again. Depth charge is good, feathers are out. Mickey with an angle leader holding up as well. Elder is down. The fight for SK, it's found. It's Wonder who pulls the trigger on a nuke. But as he goes golden, look at Yopper. Look at Yopper on the side with leader finding an angle. They've taken down Bukata. Shifters, they're going to take one in leader himself, but the rest of SK are holding on. Roosters GA has run out. Wonder found the chase. A triple over to the 80 carry, who's only found Pentas in his Zaya LEC games. But the rest of SK will clean up, and we get an ace at 39 minutes.
SK find the miracle fight, Jake. That's what I talked about. That's what I was envisioning. They found the key members, but I don't think they can actually end the game.
They can't, can they?
They didn't go top because top wasn't a wave. They do have the mid wave, but Skeens is basing. They can't end. We're going to a second.
So you think Bukata can defend 20 seconds?
No, I mean, they're not trying that because Skeens
yeah,
base.
well,
So, like,
yeah, no, completely fair.
They're just going to push this wave and then go to Joe.
I was thinking with an Ambassador and a Rakan, but maybe not. Yeah, push the wave in, and we wait, we chill a little bit more. Let's look at the base defense one more time.
I mean, Trimby's hooks, both of them were onto Skeens. So he wasn't really able to find the hook that they were looking for. At this moment, the Elders now ran out. I love Leader, how he's taking this long way around for the flank. But frankly, Akali at this stage of the game is just kind of like outscaled. It's just really hard to do enough damage without dying. You see how fast he dies in these fights. And it was a really clever tech from Wonder. Actually, it was a... So Wonder TP'd in this fight to get a huge shield, which allowed him to chase down Nuke. But if he held his TP and TP'd top, he would have ended the game.
Okay.
So, you know, it was a cool tech, and I love that he did it, but definitely feels bad. Like, he definitely felt like right after the fight, like, oh, wait, if I had TP, we could...
But it's hard to nitpick in this game because I don't even think... I think the players are slowly losing their minds as well. We have 43 kills, 41 minutes. A soul picked up about 15 minutes ago, it feels like, from SK.
Yeah.
An Elder that's run through, that's coming up again in a minute 30. Riot Games specifically said that Elder was built to end games.
Yeah.
It didn't end the game.
Did not end the game.
Baron number 3 or 4 at this point, I can't remember.
Yep.
That's coming up.
Well, we got GA on both 80 carries, Sonius on both mid laners, GA on Bukata.
Yeah.
So a lot of things to really consider. Like, for example, for Leader now, I would say this is a nerf for Leader, because even if you take down Padak at the start of the fight, he just has a GA to get back up. So you really need to make sure that you're both taking down the key carries and actually winning the fight, so that GA can't really make a difference. As now Shifters are the one trying to hold control here of the Elder spawning in 40 seconds. And SK are forced to back as Leader is still top.
Dredge line from Trimby needs a target. Yopper heavily protected by Mickey and Skeens. They run through the mid lane. Shifters have an angle. Again, onto the Mundo. It's not great. Depth charge runs in. It's wasted. Onto Yopper. It doesn't enable anything. SK no Shifters are missing an ulti as Leader. He's going to try again with the teleport. The angle immense. Shifters in trouble. Paddock frontlining even with a GA in trouble as Yopper gets the free reign. Roos has to ulti out. Dredge line misses. And again, Wonder gets his target. Now that Leader comes in, the right side of the fight looks cooked. The left side of the fight looks cooked. Shifters had their chance, and SK broke it. A shuriken flip, and Nuke sitting, waiting for his ultimate demise. It's Bukata to correct myself, but regardless, Shifters will die.
SK, what a fight for perfection there. They separated them so nicely and finally showed us the team-fighting prowess that an Akali and a Bessa can bring. It's the fact that you can flank from multiple angles, take the fight in multiple stages at the same time, and that's what SK needed to finally close out what's been an absolute battle 40-minute game.
It wasn't as clean as game 1, but SK 2-0 over the returning BDS. You'll take that for their first LEC Spring Series win.
Oh, and Yoppa doing so much work in that last fight as well, doing so much damage. Really, all of SK just stepped up in that final fight. You can see, I think, smiles of relief on the SK players, as it would have been heartbreaking to lose this game after such a good early game, getting the soul, and the fact that you really had the game in a checkmate state, but then you kind of fumbled it at the last minute.
I mean, shout out to BDS. I feel like a lot of that mid game was theirs. You know, Nuke kind of recovered, bounced back, but that was a rough showing from BDS, all things considered, throughout the series. We'll have to see how they progress through the rest of the split. Skeens, Yopper, Mickey are your options here. I'm surprised. Leader is not on there. And I'm going to say this, that guy got robbed.
I mean,
he should be on the series MVP, no?
I think leader for game number 1 definitely feels like he should be there.
Game 2, a bit of inting,
game 2
that's healthy.
I mean, it was pretty big mistakes, I'd say. Like, pretty big mistakes.
But then he also brought them back in the game in top. So is it his fault if they almost ran out of the game because of him and then he brought them back?
It's tough. Isn't
that neutralizing?
Yeah.
So then it's only good.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jack. We're going to have to go to the data center for this one. Skeens standing by on stage with whoever we chose out of our lovely analysts. Who did we choose? It's Law!
Yeah, that's me, and that's Skeens. Victorious Skeens here after this one hell of a series. 2-0, but you guys had to fight for it. So any quick reactions on that second game and how you guys pulled this one?
I mean, I think we are playing really good in early game. I think the mid game was fine as well. I think we just go sometimes like some team fight and like the last deck, I would say. But yeah, still really happy about the win.
See, that's the thing. Why do you throw?
I mean, because we are boosted, to be honest. Like, there's nothing to say. I think, I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. We just played bad.
Some oopsies. Caps talked about being a goldfish sometimes, so we're going to go with this one. Pro players sometimes are goldfish in the game. I want to talk to you about the base race, because it really felt like Shifters was going to win this one. But then you managed to pull this one, defend the base, and actually bring the game back in your hands. How did you make this happen?
I mean, I knew that the Elder deck was gone soon. So we were just waiting for it, and then I don't know. We will just play better fight. I think, like play more slow. So yeah, I think today I think we just play better team fight than them. Yeah.
How was the communication during a moment like this, especially when you know that you might actually lose it? You kept on losing fights.
I think it was fine, to be honest. I think we were like kind of relaxed because we knew that this fight would be good for us, to be honest. So no, I think the comms were quite good. Though.
All right, calm and collected. A much better face for SK this week compared to last week. And I know that you had, in an interview with Parlons Esports, you said that you have a hard time finding your marks within the team. So tell me about the progress from week 1 to week 2, but also what makes it hard for you, Skeens?
I mean, I'm playing with like really huge players, I would say, like big names. So it's kind of hard for me to make me a space here, I would say. But no, I think it's getting better and better. Like I'm more confident now, I would say. Like I don't know, I'm just playing my game. Like yeah, be more confident, be more relaxed as well in games. So yeah.
It was definitely showing today. We have Leader waiting for us. I'm gonna join them in a bit. So, but I wanna ask you a question. As a jungler, do you like Leader on mages or Leader on melee more?
I like both, to be honest. I think he's good on both.
All right.
It's hard to play with him because he's a really aggressive player, but he's really good. He's really good, sorry. So no, I mean, I like him.
All right, respectable answer. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Skeens, for the interview. I'm going to grab the mic and let you join the team backstage. And yeah, actually, we're going to follow up on that right now. A very nice words from your jungler, Leader.
Thank you. He knew how to answer that question.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he was very PR trained. He definitely had a little bit of rehearsing behind the stage there. But great games today. I think the second game was a little bit nerve-wracking maybe to watch. I can imagine it's even more nerve-wracking to play.
For sure, yeah. When we were like lost at one fight while we were ahead, and then I press tab and I see Victor is like ahead of me, then I was like, whew, it's going to be a rough one. And if we lose this one, then it's going to be hard to pull back.
Yeah, I actually want to start with the draft, because me and Vedius had some really heated discussions backstage about was Akali a good pick or not? Because I think, when you think about supports, what do you think about playing as Nautilus as Akali? Because I think it's doable compared to other supports, but maybe you have a different opinion.
I think it's not that hard. I just need to make sure to not go first against Nautilus. I think just let my team like marinate them a little bit, you know, make Nautilus use his hook on people, and then I can go in, and then it's like completely fine because they don't really have anyone to reveal me in my shroud, so shouldn't be hard, I think.
Yeah, so why did you actually pick Akali? Because we see your comp already. Like, that was almost the last pick Akali. What kind of compelled you to pick it in this game?
So basically we have Ambessa and Zaya Rakan. Basically we kind of want to go in with Ambessa first pick. My matchup is good as well on the Akali into Victor. I will most likely have push all the time. We should be able to stack dragons as well with the faster clearing jungler, which is Mundu. So just from mid jungle, I think we should be able to bridge our bot lane and bridge to start stacking dragons when enemy team wants to play slow with a weaker jungler and a weaker mid laner. So we should be able to snowball with my pick.
Yeah.
Solid. Absolutely solid, and progress on Oriana as well, as we saw. I know your coach was saying that it's hard playing with you sometimes, but also learning a lot as a team because you're such an aggressive player that the team actually has to adapt around you. So do you feel like you've been progressing in what they expect from you so far?
I feel like I've mellowed out a lot on the aggressive part. I don't think I'm aggressive as I was before. I try to make it stable, like let other people like have a chance to carry when they have leads. In the game too, I think, for example, it showed that even though I felt like I could progress a lot in my lane, my bot lane, I clicked tab, I saw that they were like diving them and like everything is fine. I just need to make sure that I just don't int my lead away and give them windows, and we should slowly be able to win.
I mean, you say that, but is this you being passive? You're diving Victor between his own two towers. I want to see what you look like when you're aggressive, because I really think it's interesting, because if you had played best of ones, you guys would be 3-0 right now.
We would be the best team in Europe.
Are you thinking about that?
We are joking about that all the time. Like every day we're kind of joking about it because it was kind of depressing losing against Navi and Heretics, especially in the manner that we lost after we showed like a good resilient game in game one when we were behind and we kind of came back. And a clean early game we did against Heretics was just sad the way we lost game threes, honestly. So, yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is, and it was a 2-0 today, regardless of the way game 2 happened. That's what we're going to note here. Something we've been talking about is the fact that you're one of the few teams who are going to play most of their games in the first portion of the season. You have games every week until week 4, and then another one in week 6. How is it something that you're approaching? Because you're not going to have that much time to scale. It's now or never, kind of.
So the thing is, like, if we actually lost the first 4 games of ours, I think the split is more or less over. So just that 1 week break that we would have would be like very, very hopeless and depressing. So honestly, this win is like very big for us. I think we're gonna be able to see a lot from the other teams. Like it's more or less top teams that are going to be playing the most, and we can honestly like get like relax a little bit, I think, and maybe have more room to talk about stuff.
All right.
So I was talking with Mick in the offseason, and he was kind of adamant that one of your main issues in winter or versus was the drafts. And I remember doing draft meetings with you in Astralis, and I remember them taking some time. Sometimes we had
some time.
We had some bangers back then. How has that kind of evolved leading into spring? Are you still putting a lot of emphasis on this, and how are you guys progressing in this manner?
Oh, we for sure put a lot of emphasis on draft, but lately it's like it's whatever, you know, like we can take a simplified approach as well sometimes, just see what things work for other people, because in all honesty, as much as it's hard for enemy to draft against like these champions that are not normal to play against in scrims and on stage, it's equally as hard for my teammates as well to actually know what to pick and how to play around them as well. So it's for sure a work in progress, and I think when we perfect both styles, it's going to be much harder to play against us.
Final note on Iopa, Kia player of the series here today. He had some strong words last week about the veterans and how washed they are and how he's carrying the team. How much do you think he's progressing so far?
I think I saw he had a fat smile on his face while saying it, so I don't think he believes it himself.
All
but
right.
Good shout out.
Yeah, good shout out and good performance from him today. Leader, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Congrats on the 2-0. That's all for us here for now. We'll be back in just a minute with the great return of G2 Esports facing off against Heretics.
For one, the kill. Gravity field down, Shuriken flip, lands, Leader, he's waiting for an execution, matches the flash, gets out! This is Leader's day! Holy moly!
I'm looking. Careful now. Gonna get slowed. I win one. Yeah. First one. I'm popping ghost. Yeah, see me now. Look the right one now. Victor's on me. Chase him, sorry, chase him. I'm gonna hold the core here. Yeah. I'm fine. I'm just peeling. Look Victor, Zaken dead. Yeah, look the cocky. Corki dead, did you? Yeah. If you don't die, we win this. I'm gonna call the cocky after. Yeah, cocky's dead. I'm going there. Get mid wave. Yeah, I'm running mid.
the path to meet again on great horizons. The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name. A whisper of the souls who never leave me.
Making it to the first stand finals felt amazing. No one really expected us to reach that final with all the struggles that we had during our LEC split.
It is G2 in playoffs, or it is Lost Returners in playoffs. Shockwave again, but the GOAT of Europe stands in the way.
In the end, it feels very nice, the fact that we managed to overcome all the challenges.
We are next to the best teams in the world, and we definitely can compete with them. We've always showed glimpses of that in the past.
Ruler can't get it done. Quadra for Skewmon, BLG in the dirt again.
In this first time, we really saw that we can win it all.
It has been 2,323 days since G2 has made it to an international final.
We definitely played very well at first hand, and I would say it's the strongest version of our team that we've had in a long time.
This run definitely made us realize that we can be the best team in the world. I don't know how close we are yet. I wouldn't say very close, but it's definitely within reach.
Caps dancing in his shroud, and Chovy so close to that and will be wiped out. Gen G will all follow soon.
Oh my god! 3-0, bro! 3-0, bro!
If we can keep showing like this consistency and like this discipline like in our games, I think that we can definitely like contest again like the best team in the world.
All I want that is to just motivate everyone to do even better and get Europe back to its old glory days. I think that would be cool if everybody would show and prove that Europe is a region that is amongst the best.
Diablo, almost taken out. Call to the Fortress being called as well. That's the Cataclysm. Now it's all on Caps to do the damage. Raptor trying to step up. Call to the Fortress coming out as well. Skewmon dives in onto Vigler. He locks both the carries into the pit and now find them all.
G2 have done it! Seeing us beat LCK and contending with BLG as well definitely puts some excitement to the LEC games.
Oh, the flash forward in first blood to Caps.
The first time finals was a very great showing of how good we can be as a region and as a team.
Guys, come here. We're going, guys, we're going. And G2 do not need an Elder Dragon to take down the LCK first seed. They're going to march up the bottom lane and complete back-to-back 3-0 victories over the LCK.
Looking back, I think that I'm grateful, obviously, that we made it all the way, but also that we can bring back some hope to like Europe in general for like all the fans that are watching us for like such a long time.
That belief is the most important. I don't know if it naturally automatically makes the region much stronger, but I think that having the belief that you can beat the best team in the world is important for any team.
The coolest part of this is it is just the beginning of the year yet, and we have so much more to show. I'm definitely excited to go on stage and perform again.
G2 at internationals. A tale as old as legends. When the LEC starts falling behind, when international expectations are at an all-time low, when the fans are demoralized and have all but given up, G2 never gives up. When it's been years of international disappointments, they were the flickering light that kept passion alive. When it's been years without a dominant finals qualification, they've been the flame that set everything ablaze. When it's been years since we felt something, they gave us that fiery feeling that was all but familiar. Hope. G2 in the regular season. A tale as old as legends. When the times of internationals are over, when hope is at an all-time high, and when the fans are rallied together in unwavering support, that's when G2 gives you up. When a new international highlight hits, they extinguish the freshly ignited light. When they demolish opposition to reach new highs, they crush the hope that they just inspired you. And when it's been years of sandbagging regular season, they give us a feeling that is all but familiar. Despair. We live in G2's world, everyone. We are mere passengers in the roller coasters of our own emotions, and they are the drivers. Will this roller coaster be an all-time high hopium train, or is it taking us down the depths of despair? Well, we're gonna find out, because we're gonna ask the driver of this crazy ride himself, Broken Blade, what he's feeling after the first stand run that he just had. Broken Blade, we've seen this from G2 many times in the past. Why is it different this time? You just had a great trio against Gen G, finals was great. How is regular season gonna be this time?
I mean, season's gonna be great. You know, we learned so much internationally, 6-0 LCK, and...
Okay, so I don't trust him. We're gonna see another bullshit Lee Sin. We've seen this many times from him. It's just gonna be another G2 sandbag. I don't trust him. Casters, do you trust what this man just said?
Of course not. Of course I don't. I don't. He's a handsome-looking guy, but
I trust
no.
the wink a little bit. I mean,
the wink got me in the end, but like, dude, every single time G2 domestically, sandbagging is a great word, a word that I thought we would not use on broadcast, but we have now said it, so I'm going to say it. Sandbagging well, not every split, but like, you're just like, man, what a G2. Well, does it even matter? Because Jack, they got the finals of first stand.
I mean, okay. G2 got the finals of first stand. They were our LEC versus playoffs winners. But if this is regular season, baby. So if we compare regular season, really apples to apples, not apples to oranges.
Yeah.
None of that.
No.
This is Team Heretics, I believe the 5th seed of LEC versus regular season versus the 7th seed in G2 Esports.
No way.
So I wouldn't say I got my money on Team Heretics though, because there's also other things that happen outside of the regular season, and it's best of 3s.
Yeah.
So I definitely do think that Team Heretics could take a game, because that would feel really like classic, just like classic G2.
I would.
But I don't think Team Heretics has taken the series. If there is a map to look at though for Team Heretics taking the series, maybe it's Trayson? I don't know, you've been pretty hype on Trayson.
I mean, I've been hype on Trayson, beating down Broken Blade, like, you know, Trayson.
I mean, BB kind of took like the, you know, like the Chud role at first time. You know, he was just playing tank every game, getting beaten in lane every game, but the rest of the team was essentially winning when he was getting beat down.
That's
so
right.
Maybe Trayson can channel, this is kind of the copy I'm having, he can channel the bin energy. Trayson channel the bin energy.
True.
You know? Because like what we saw was that G2 were able to beat pretty much every team apart from the one team that had a strong enough top laner that made them so uncomfortable that they couldn't play the rest of the game.
That's a very good point. I mean, no one really knew much about that team called Gen G or B&K Fearex. Like, they were kind of whatever, but when they ran into BLG, you're right, it's the top laner that made a difference. So let's see if Trayson can knock down the weaker team in seeding. As G2 first pick is going to be Nautilus, and Akali taken off the board, rather, bans, as I misspoke. Rumble also taken off the board, so...
Funny to see that Akali is getting banned, but it's not even SK they're playing against.
No, that's right.
But Sarin had a really good game on Akali. And I'm kind of like, I like a lot of what Team Heretics has cooking, but I haven't quite seen everything work in the same. It's giving me Shifters vibes. I guess it's also double Korean, but it's like, I feel like their individual pieces are good, but it's not really matching the way that you'd want it to.
Yeah.
And it feels like one player has a good game, but then the opposite side has a bad game, and they're kind of always like a little bit inconsistent. So we'll see G2 just looks to go for the Azir. Pretty classic here.
Classic.
Really good champ for Caps as well. He's shown both great team fighting, both great split push, and just like a safe scaling pick. I mean, you can't really
you can't blame it, can you? But on the other side, Seren, take the Anivia, take Control Mage into it.
I think Anivia is hard. I'm pretty sure. I would imagine that an Anivia matchup is very good because Azir has so long range, and you really want to play Anivia more into like a lower range immobile champion like the Rise. It's going to be the Karma taken away here. So Karma's had incredibly high prio. It's been banned in nearly every single game. And G2 actually banned out the Nautilus, which is the classic like answer into the Karma.
Right.
So we'll see what G2 has cooking. I would assume maybe something just like the Nami. You get the sustain and you have an Enchanter as well. And it's going to be the Ezreal Karma. A really, really strong early lane here. A lot of poke and a pretty clear early game plan from Team Heretics.
I would just say Ash Seraphine is up and available, by the way. A quick side note that Hans Summer and
that's another option for sure. Yeah.
You know, I feel like they very much popularized it in the region. Obviously, the East was playing it.
Yeah.
You know, a month ago, so before. There you go. As a stumble, like there it is. Ash Seraphine, Hans Summer and Labrov. I kind of feel like they're the best in the region at it.
Melmadada for Seren here.
Yes.
That champion is very overpowered in my opinion. I don't know, like maybe I'm just stupid, but every time I play against it, like it feels so OP and obnoxious. But then it doesn't get played that much in pro, and then like I always have this feeling of like I'm delusional if a champion I think is really OP doesn't get played in pro. Because then it's like, if it was OP, probably
it's like, I'd call it the Teemo effect, right? Like garbage in pro, but in solo queue, like if you're good enough at the champion, you just run the map, no?
Teemo is not good in solo queue though.
You don't think? Sorry, bro. I'm sorry that I'm not.
No,
I'm sorry I'm not challenger like Jack Spectre. Holy crap.
Maybe gold, yeah, I don't know, like.
Oh my
I don't know,
God.
like also like Hades on Teemo, that's like 2013, bro.
Bro,
Like,
Broxer plays that in Master. It's got to be good, no?
yeah, but and people probably like, probably int him, bro. Like when he picks the Teemo jungle, nobody wants that.
Okay, well.
He just sits in the jungle farming all day.
But he's such a positive guy.
He's a positive guy.
I mean, I'm going to apologize. I don't know, Broxer, if I got your rank wrong, bro. You probably
No, he's challenger, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. I called him Master. That's an insult, isn't it?
That is an insult.
That's a big
that
insult.
would be a big insult.
A Renekton ban. Okay, Ambessa incoming, yeah? Ambessa ban? Nope. Jack, I see Ambessa because Renekton's gone. Maybe for G2.
I like Ambessa for both sides here. The only thing is both sides really need some front line since you have that Enchanter locked in. But I think with Ambessa being a flex, it allows you to then lock in the Ambessa and then lock in the front line for either top or jungle.
Yep.
I also would like Dr. Mundo for G2. We saw it last game, and I just think, I mean, Scuman on Mundo is always the sight to behold, but it's actually banned. You're right. Well, good ban. And they picked the Ambessa, like we said.
Ban, goodbye. Ambessa flex. I do like your point about that, though. On the other side, Volibear's a good angle here. You know?
Volibear?
Bro,
I mean, that would be pretty crazy, yeah?
Shen, by the way, even though we had some changes, I mean, this is still like...
Wow, BB. He just pulls out the Shen.
Still
pretty interesting. He still wants to play the tank tops, but he doesn't want to play the Sion, the Kasatas. Even though Sion and Kasata are up, he just says, I don't want those. I want the Ninja. And then they go Xin Sao as well. A lot of early game pressure here for G2. They have a winning bot lane with a scaling mid, and then a really strong early skirmisher jungler as well. So they should be probably trying to invade and try to play around this bot lane strong side for sure, with BB just chilling up in the top lane. And we'll see what Tracing locks in. I like the Jax. I like the Jax. A lot of auto attackers on the side of G2. I don't like the Sejuani, but if they go Sejuani, it's Sejuani. I mean, maybe I
guess Sejuani and Ambessa.
I just haven't seen Sejuani in so long. I feel like Sejuani is like, I mean, maybe it's good. I mean, Sejuani and Ambessa is a good combo,
To be fair,
right?
Sheo Game 3, who was it last week? Was it versus SK, where we got the Game 3 Sheo, Sheo Sejuani that looked really, really good.
Yeah.
And I think it was a big part as to how they got bot ahead. So it's obviously a Sheo comfort pick. It's obviously from the BDS days as well. I feel like he was always a facilitating jungler. So I see comfort for Team Heretics, but I see comfort for G2 on the return of their international. Ash Seraphine, Caps on Azir, Skumon to run the early game, one of the best duelists in the game when he absolutely clapped the likes of Korea. Comfort for G2. Let's see if they're going to sandbag.
Yeah, I mean, I like G2's draft a lot. It feels very similar to what they would play at first stand. They were one of the biggest Enchanter really abusers, played a lot of Nami, Seraphine, Karma, and even Lulu. And I think Labrov has looked really, really good on these range supports. It seems to be quite comfortable for him. The question is really, can Sheo try to facilitate this early game and make ganks happen, while Skumon will probably be playing more this full clear style, and then look to just play for Drakes and play a more classic standard game like we've seen Skumon do so many times before.
G2 revolved around those Drakes is quite normal to say, but even more so. So if Heretics can shut that down, maybe there is some hope here. Remember, Heretics are technically the higher seed from Versus until we got into playoffs, and then G2 won the whole thing and then got to the finals of first stand. But before then, Heretics were the better team technically. So right now, G2 are kind of the underdogs if you just look at regular season.
Yeah, regular season, pound for pound, as they say.
Yep.
We'll see if Team Heretics can transfer. It is also a new Team Heretics, though. They did do a roster change, the only one with Wei. So maybe Stend was their magic.
Maybe Stend was the difference maker. You're right.
But it's double Korean bot lane, so we'll see. I mean, the thing is, G2 is used to beating double Korean bot lanes. You know what I'm saying? Like,
True.
So this is comfort zone for G2.
You mean like at this tournament here on the left?
Yeah.
This
is comfort zone for G2,
hang on.
you know?
What is that? What is that there? Man, second best region in the world. That's us, by the way. Hello, Jolly Man. It's second best region in the world. Mother and daughter combo. What bot? Mother and daughter, Ash Seraphine.
Bro, you gotta stop reading the comments, bro.
No,
I don't know what they're putting there.
Bro,
Mother and daughter, it doesn't even make sense. No, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I don't know.
No,
is there
the
hidden
lore? No, there's no lore.
That's
there.
like when I talk about the lore of Lilia, you know, like Nico and Hecarim. I thought were the parents at some point, but we, you know, never got approved.
I don't think that's the
that
lore
was
there.
That was fandom. People never approved it.
Yeah,
right, never approved it. But you know, there's nothing to prove otherwise, is there?
But I'm pretty sure like Seraphine is like Hextech, while Ash is Freljord.
Hextech's not a region, is it?
Well, no, but she grew up. Well, she's Piltover, I guess. She's Piltover because her speaker thing is Hextech.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean she's from Hextech.
No, she's from Piltover.
She could have bought it on Amazon or something and just.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's from Piltover.
Okay.
And Freljord is far away. It's like in the north. Yeah, it's like Norway.
It would. Okay, so Freljord is Norway.
Yeah.
And then what? Piltover's like what?
Piltover is like the US.
Oh, okay.
It's like divided.
Okay, fair enough.
Because it's all in Piltover.
This is making it easy for me to understand lore. As chase down Han Summer onto ice, there's a heal. Labrov getting a stun up, very nice. G2's bottom lane. Not sure if they hit level 2 first, but they are at least winning these 2v2 trades. Small CS lead. Take what you will from the 2 CS difference for now. But G2 in their comfort zone here, as Ice and Wei are a little bit lower.
Yeah. Sheo here just full clearing down to bot. Skumon doing the same. We'll see if either side can contest for the crab. Seren with the push, I think that should allow Team Heretics to get the bot crab, but maybe due to the bot lane state. Although Sheo was quite a bit faster, actually. I didn't realize he would be this much faster than Skumon, so maybe he's going to be able to pick up the crab. And Skumon seems to have realized it as he's just spacing.
He's pinging top. He's just going to get top grab.
But I think Sheo might look for both here if he has the time to do so.
Go on, Shadow Dash from Broken Blade is good.
Good spacing as well.
Yeah. I mean, thank you to production. We just got a bit of an update that this year BB on Shen is 3-0, and now versus Trayson. He's almost going to get another solo kill to boot. 1 win in LEC Finals, 2 in first stand, and Trayson sent packing here with a CS lead building up in top.
Yeah, really good early game from BB. And this feels really bad for Trayson. Oh, Sheo though, wrapped around.
And this is a route down on Labrov. I think Labrov is just going to die here. Ice is playing with a bit of magic with low mana, but with Sheo in the way, the flash out, the permafrost close. Labrov is going to die. First blood against G2's bottom lane, and Sheo keeps it good.
Really, really clever wraparound. So we saw that Sheo took the crab, but then he walked all the way around to avoid any of the vision, but we are right back to the fighting here as G2 flashes.
Flash, wind becomes lightning, the tag, but Trayson a bit too far away. No audacious charge, and getting Summoner out of Trayson versus the first blood in bottom lane. Still a slight win for Heretics.
Yeah, BB uses the flash, forces the flash from Trayson as well, and he does have a huge CS lead, which is like especially big when you think about how big that wave is.
Oh, that's a giant wave, yeah.
Skumon wants to try to clear out a camp here due to the fact that Sheo ganked, but Sheo skips the Krugs. He knows that Skumon's looking for it. Both have smite. It's going to be a smite fight.
Obviously done their homework on first stand. The Raptor's going to reset. Sheo's still in the way, but Skumon going for the next trade. Permafrost slows him down. And now that the passive's out, as well as the aftershock,
Round 2, they really both want this Raptor.
Both the Smite wait, and oi, Sheo wins, which means he could be better than Canyon. You never know, right?
Literally.
We've had Leader better than Faker today, and now we're going to go to full Mark and just compare everyone against G2.
Yeah.
Everyone that beats G2.
I like that. I like that.
Okay, good.
Because then it's not that G2 is bad, or that it's just that our region is so good.
No, yeah, our region is that good that Heretics were the hidden weapon that maybe we send to MSI.
Yeah, maybe.
We don't know. Hey, crazier things have happened, I think.
Have they?
I don't know. No, probably not. I think that's a crazy thing. But hey, Heretics already. They're off with a bang here. He's sitting on a ward for now, so Broken Blade's trying to buy his time because the bounce back from that giant wave you mentioned, Jack, is going towards Trayson. Trying to utilize that, but Broken Blade ain't stepping up.
Yeah, BB just waiting for Sheo to base there, and then he's going to get right back into trading. Pretty good gold lead for BB thus far. He does have the level 6 now as well. So if G2 wants to fight around mid or bot, they can try to utilize that for a numbers advantage. Drake being the objective that both teams are looking for here. Pretty slow early game.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what you expect from both of these team comps.
Slow's okay.
Slow's okay.
We don't need to rush, do we?
Steady. Yeah.
I mean, we haven't seen G2 for, how many weeks since first stand-in? Like 2.5, right?
I don't know. You know, when people talk about weeks, it kind of reminds me of like my parents. I don't know if this is a thing. This is like a Norwegian thing, but my parents always ask me like, when is this happening? And they work by weeks, not by dates. You know, like this. Is this happening in week 5 or week 12 out of the 52-week year?
But your parents don't say week 12, do they?
Yeah, but they say it in Norwegian.
But yeah, I know that's not English. That's not my question.
Yeah.
They say week 12.
Yeah.
Like as human beings, they're not talking about.
No, it's like week 12 of the year. Like instead of saying
week
it's in
12 of the year.
In May, they're like, yeah, it's in week 12.
Is that a Norwegian thing?
I think it's a Norwegian thing, maybe. Yeah.
I've never heard that's crazy because my parents
really
go like Monday week, or they go like Tuesday week, which just means that
Tuesday week.
Yeah, it means like, let's say there's a Tuesday on this week.
Yeah.
But you got to go next week.
Well,
so
what did you say next week Tuesday?
No, because they say Tuesday week. I don't know. That's an Australian thing.
Yeah, I guess it's an Australian thing.
But I don't think it's as bad as week 12. That's,
no, I think it's so
weird.
confusing. And then I'm like, what date is that? And they're like looking at me funny.
So you got to count. You got to go through the calendar and go, well, this is
well, they're also like, but it's not like they're counting. They're just always aware of like what week it is.
Right.
Of the year.
I mean, that
it's
is
like how you're aware of what month it is, you know?
Yeah, but they're people who are not as influenced by technology. You know, we've become a bit brain dead since technology's come in. So that's probably like that was a normal thing at the time. I don't know how.
I think we can still track weeks. It's not that crazy.
No, but week 12. If I said no context, by the way, guys, we're going off kilter because it's a 600 gold lead for Heretics. Nothing's happening until this Drake gets thought about or started. If we're going off months of the year or weeks of the year, there's no way right now I say to you, Jack, I'm going to be on holiday from week 24 of the year.
I would struggle a bit to figure that one out.
You're thinking end of May? Like, yeah, that's crazy. Shout out to Jack's parents, wherever you are. In Norway, I think.
Yeah, they're lovely.
Okay. Great place. Very nice place.
Very nice place, yeah.
Spent honeymoon there.
Yeah.
Tromsø was banging, yeah. That was great. That was very good.
I still haven't seen the Northern Lights. I need to do that.
You're Norwegian. Dude, I've seen them before you, and you're
That's
Norwegian.
crazy, yeah, I need to see them for sure.
Yeah. What's been happening in the game while we've been gone? Have you seen anything?
Pretty much just farming.
Yeah, that's great.
Trades happening across the board. I think both teams now are looking to maybe think about this Dragon.
Yeah.
As G2 are trying to get control around mid here, and Team Redix doing the same. Level 6 for Wei, no level 6 for Labrov just yet. This needs a few more minions. But one thing that you have to worry about, as kind of I think Seraphine and Ashe are the main people this game. When you want to use that ultimate, if Seren has that reflect, it's just so damn annoying.
True.
So it's really up to Labrov to wait for that W to be used, and then he can throw out the ulti, because otherwise it's going to come right back at him. And that ability is complete, like, that is stupid. That ability is stupid.
Rebuttal?
Yes, I hate it so much. Like, it should be an ultimate.
It should, yeah.
It's just, it feels so unfair. Like, I remember back in my day, like, people used to complain about Yasuo win wall, you know? Like, that was the craziest thing ever. Mel W is like 10 times better because it takes it and it sends it back.
Right. And doesn't have AP scaling as well. It's converted to magical damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's insane.
By the way, max level, 23-second cooldown. First level, 35 seconds. So
make it 200.
It's 200. Shad's going to start dragging.
You can use it once per game, maybe.
Yeah, that would be fair, actually. You only have one chance to use it. That would feel good. I mean, those are just new champions, Jack. Look at this one up top. Has about a dash every ability. You know?
That's true, but that's cool. That's like Kalista.
Why is that cool?
Because it's fun. Have you played Ambessa? She's so much fun.
Of course I have, yeah.
Yeah, she's so much fun.
She is fun. Good steal, by the way, from Skumon in the meanwhile. Just going to back off, and he's still down in gold. Shao got the earlier kill, but it enables him to go for grubs.
Yeah, Shao got the Drake here. Some trading happening on bot. Oh, Ice missed ulti on a rooted target. Well,
jacket.
Skumon picks up the grubs here.
Yeah.
And good early game from Team Heretics thus far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they got the Drake. I think that's a pretty nice win for them. Pretty equal all across the board. Trayson was down in CS before, but now it's pretty much completely equalized. Shao is looking for a top gank here, but I think with this ward, probably nothing is going to happen.
Shed damage.
And the thing is, Shao knows he can't walk further up, because probably they know it's warded.
True.
So then it's like, he's just going to recall. It's all goody.
Okay. Nothing on the bottom side of the map. I mean, he'll just go for his clear again. Dragon's up in 3 minutes 40, but first Dragon against G2 is a nice way to start for Heretics. We are chilling. People came out to see G2's debut. The G2 fans are still standing. Guys, I'd take a seat. You know, we've got another 3.5 minutes. We're going to take a seat.
Yeah.
So you guys should too.
I mean, slow and steady wins the race, as they say.
Well, do you think G2 outscale this comp? Like, that's always a basic question because it's always very dependent on setup, but like, is that the right word?
This one is a bit tough because I feel like Mel scaling is always a bit hard to say because I feel like if the fight is really fast and Mel can't get the ultimate off, she's really useless.
Yeah.
But if she's able to stack that up, if she gets a good reflect, then she can be really OP. Okay. But I would definitely favor Caps a lot more. And then I think Skumon should be more useful than Shao as well.
Okay.
And then Ashe Seraphine I think should be more useful.
Arrow. Oi, through the miss. Arctic Assault from Shao was really nice. A gold, or rather Solar Slam that came through from Seren. Just lined down G2 from the chase. Heretics have River for now, but there's nothing in River. Caps is just farming away. Caps doesn't care about what's going on.
I would say G2 outscale, yeah.
Yeah, you reckon?
Yeah, from thinking about it more, the one thing I think is Trayson can start winning side, and Trayson can be more useful in fights than BB.
True.
And Astral can be more useful in fights than Hansama, but I just think Seraphine later on, she has so much AoE with the healing and shielding, and then Caps as well should be doing a lot more damage than Seren.
Timing running in, Caps gets snared. He was ready to just shove. As he's got a Nash's and feeling pretty powerful over the wall. Shao gonna meet with a bit of misery from Skumon. The duel begins. Seren can't compete, and the flash over. Caps now has a 2v1 right where he wants him. It's setting up with the ulti, but Seren does no damage. He had no stacks, just all in for the wall flash away. But Seren just pressed Q, and Caps ran into the perfect spot for him.
I've seen enough. Seren is better than Chovy. You've seen it here. Oh my goodness. Caps just got completely outplayed by Seren.
Yeah.
He wants to shuffle Shao, but Shao has the flash and Seren has the damage. And it's another kill going over for Team Heretics.
What a day. Let's watch it again. And Seren was like 100 HP, maybe less.
Yeah, he flashes out. Caps wants to flash after him. And then Caps thinks to himself, okay, Seren has used all his spells. I'm completely fine to dash in. But Seren has them back up. And Shao flashes the ultimate. And with that, Caps ends up falling.
Seren Brilliance helping out with a slight execute, however small it may be. Seren getting that first kill. 400 gold lead with the Blackfire Torch. He's looking pretty in line with Caps, and Team Heretics looking in line with 1,500 gold lead over G2. With the Dragon coming up, that could probably be theirs. Set up the Dragon stacking in this game, and you talked about scaling, but obviously we know that a mid-game Ezreal with 2 items feels pretty impactful, and the way Heretics are going, I feel like a lot of these skirmishes are going to be pretty good for them if things keep running this way.
Yeah, I also think scaling is like, it's always hard to quantify because there's so many factors in how a fight plays out. And usually for me, when it comes to scaling, I try to think of like how easy is it for one comp to win versus the other. Because if, like, you can't expect both team comps to play perfectly. And usually the difference is the level of execution from one comp. Like you can have one comp, like for example, this game, I think Team Heretics, they easily win fights if Trayson gets a crazy public execution, or if Shao gets a crazy ultimate. As now, Team Heretics wants to walk up.
A little bit earlier than expected. Smite comes down, Skumon gets scuttled for the river right before Dragon. 15 seconds and it spawns. Ice getting some poke down is nice, but Heretics now losing a little bit of HP as they approach the river. It's Ice mainly here, who suffered a bit with no way to heal back up. But now, the Seren tries to poke out, and every time he gets a Radiant Volley down, feels pretty nice here. The Skumon in front of the Dragon as it starts, but will not be starting it just yet.
Pretty nice hand-holding here by support jungle of G2. They were able to push in both mid and bot and hold on to quite a bit of the space. LeBron though gets cancelled, really wanted to base for wards to get that refresh. Wei already having the Mikhails, mostly for that Ash Arrow and for the Encore. But I already have Cleanse on Ice and Rebuttal on Saren, so I'm a bit surprised that he decided to rush Mikhails, but I think it's also just for himself, because we've seen like these squishy enchanters up against the Ashe Seraphine, and they just get targeted and die every fight. As now Sheo starts the Drake, but G2, they want to contest.
Solar Snare dodged away from Audacious Charge, now used by Skewmon. Caps has an angle here on the left side of your screen with the Shreema Shuffle up and available. G2 using that advantage, get the Dragon, one apiece. G2 on the board in a nice way, and even though it's a gold lead for Heretics, this early game is still not going that bad as Ice has just hit out and can't someone get some damage down, looking for push in mid. I think we chill until we think about Rift Herald here.
Yeah, I think we're entering another bit of a lull state here as Hansama gets the mid blade. And Drake versus Drake for both teams. It's going to be the Mountain Soul. Pretty high value for both teams.
I don't know why I came into this series thinking that G2 were just going to be like this explosive, you know, face-melting team.
And you kind of have this like expectation of, by the fact that they did really good at first stand, they're going to stomp the worst teams.
Yeah.
But oftentimes League doesn't really work like that.
That's true.
Because especially like depending on what you draft, like this game, there's not really much volatility in much of the lanes. Like you could have maybe done something bot, maybe BB could have gotten a bigger lead, but it's not like really a whole lot on either side, so I think Caps might die again.
Mine.
They're waiting for him. Is he gonna step up? Let's see, Caps, this is like instincts test.
Hang on.
Oh, he puts the soldier
there. Oh, he gets hit though. And Public Execution knows him down. He's gonna get a Shenol. The shove back onto Show is good. Caps survives, but the Shenol is cancelled. Caps trying to just run back as he autos in the interim. Trayson runs in, but under turret he can't go any further. Skewmon kind of saved the players. Audacious Charge thinks about going in once again, but they can't finish the job. Broken Blade Shield probably had a big impact here as he's running away from Seren, trying not to get snared up. He gets slowed, but the passive stacks aren't enough to get the execute as Broken Blade runs out.
Really good savior effort there from G2. Caps played it well as well, put up the wall, bought a lot of time, and with the Shenhold, as you said, Jake, was able to survive, even forced Trace and Flash as well. You could see how he was very aware of the potential cheese with how he placed the soldiers and the fact that he put up the wall so fast. So a good play from Team Heretics. I like the attempt. I think also always trying to target Caps is usually a good strategy, especially when G2 is running this sort of tank top and it's really hard to target BB. But it does mean that a lot of tempo was wasted. They used 2 ultimates as well, so it's going to be the Rift Herald going over to G2.
Okay, well maybe it might open things up in the mid lane a little bit for G2 as Caps is... He's fine up in top. Cameraman just likes Caps. We all like Caps.
We all like Caps.
We all like Caps.
Yeah.
Caps is the region. Caps runs the region. I mean, to be fair though, at first stand it was Skewmon and Lebrov that were running the region. Let's get that clear. Like,
but the hype teaser with Caps being the final boss game was so good.
Oh, and when Caps...
Even though Caps has like such a cute face, so he can't really be the final boss, but somehow we make it work.
But you saw in the teaser, I mean, like, he got a little bit serious. We're not used to Caps getting that serious. We're used to Caps smiling and waving.
That's true.
That's what we know from the GOAT.
But even when he smiles, or even when he's like serious, there's like the grin, you know? It's
Yeah. And the head nod. There's always a nice little head nod. I feel like that's what, you know, and we're going to go deep here, but Caps and Faker have that in common. They're just so humble. And they are both humble kids.
I feel like they both just love the game.
They do, yeah. And sometimes you got to think as Seren, boy, how Caps can stay
Caps
so
has
calm.
so much damage. I was very surprised. Like, he has Alternator and Nashers.
Yep.
He's still able to really chunk down Seren there.
But isn't that why Azir is so good? Like, Azir, I feel like even before 3 items...
I mean, okay, I'm just going to list some qualities of Azir, and you can tell me if this champion sounds normal to you.
Okay, go.
Has longest range in the game.
Really? Oh, I guess,
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, some of the longest range. Okay, maybe not exactly longest range.
Xerath
like
would be
Seraph has more, yeah, okay. Some of the longest range in the game. Some of the highest mobility in the game.
Yep.
An incredible playmaking ultimate.
Yeah.
Some of the highest DPS in the game.
Yeah.
An incredibly strong laning phase.
Okay.
And what am I missing? Like an escape tool? Like
what's his weakness? Sorry.
I don't know. That he's hard to play. I mean, like he doesn't really have that much of a weakness.
Yeah. Is that actually it? You think that's it?
Yeah. Well, what else? What would you say Azir's weakness is?
Too much sand.
Too much sand?
Yeah, too much sand, bro. If I lived with that much sand, imagine going home. You're forever getting it out of your pants, out of your socks, everything. Like that'd be my bane.
I think maybe matchups, I think. Like in solo queue, I think some of the matchups can be difficult.
Yeah.
But I feel like in competitive, you usually always breeze through the matchups. And some people, I guess, have gotten destroyed by Orianna.
But also, and then you get to 6 and you're like, well, now Orianna doesn't have as much mobility as I do with game-changing ult.
True.
Just camp as here.
Just camp is here.
And it works. I mean, this game, Caps wasn't really camped. He was...
Well, he is getting camped now, maybe. Shadows there.
I guess the other way around. Shifting sands. There's the Azir ulti. Wait, no, he jumps in. Instead, Shen ulti. Flash away. Shadow Dash doesn't connect, but Seren's still dead. Now, Jack, you talked about mobility. There's the game-changing ult. Arrow dodged away from, but that was towards Shadow. He was too far out anyway. There's the range. Skumon matches up. The dive, a success. Caps gets the kill. And where is the weakness, you ask, as G2 get 2?
Azir has it all. Caps knew that the gank was coming. BB was on call. They join up, they take them down, and we were excited for Team Heretics, but this is starting to feel like a G2 classic. They might even just start the Nash here. They want this game to end quick regardless of how the early game went.
Because it's been a slow one. 20-minute Baron on peak. True Shot Barrage does some damage, but teleport up. Skumon maybe happy to take the engage as he gets the heal off, and you can see Skumon's just going to keep on going.
Get Nash. I mean, this for me, exactly this, is what separates like an insane team from like a meddling team.
Oh yeah.
They just got 2 kills, but I'm 99% sure they just won the game. No, you know what? I'm gonna go full Betty. They just won the game.
Okay. All right, watch the replay as to how G2 apparently just won the game.
I mean, Sheo has a really good idea of the gank here, but I love the fact that Caps just flashes, doesn't use the ultimate, but by the fact that he flashes forward, BB teleports to that same position that he flashed to, and then he has the ultimate for Sheo, which allows them to bring him down as well. And a lot of teams here, they would just say, okay, we got 2 kills, but we're kind of chunked. This is scary now. So they would back off. But G2, they know their limits really well. Skumon knows that he can heal off of the Nasher, and now the true test of this team. It's not just about getting the Nash.
No.
We saw last game, you could have Elder, Nash, Soul. It's not enough. If you don't have the skill to end the game, you're not going to be able to end the game. Now we'll see, I hope, a masterclass from G2.
Okay.
They're going to play 2 lanes with this Baron Nasher. BB is buffing up mid. The rest of G2's bot, they have the Herald as well. The idea for like a complete successful Baron Nasher here is if they can get an inhibitor. If they can get an inhibitor, it's an insane Nash. If they get tier 2s on every lane, it's a really good Nash. If they die randomly, then it's a bad Nash.
Okay, well, we've got the criteria now, and Herald is looking for a second charge. Arrow misses here, but Herald still, regardless, going to open up bot. No, smited down. Just in the nick of time for Team Heretics. Their defense also important. Sheo whiffs the ulti. Han Summer gets belled out anyway. There's the encore, and Sheo pulled back in, not taking up yet. Ulti from Skumon the dive. A success. Heretics now in deep water as the double root comes in. The range there. Skumon goes part 2, maybe a little bit deep as the shutdown's given over. Public execution. Trayson does a good job of getting another. Caps under his own turret, trying to survive. There's the stand united. Caps can't kill Trayson, but Broken Blade saves Caps' life. That's one thing here. As the chase to the top laner who went in deep is going to continue. Han Summer. Wait, is Han Summer going to die? Your question to be answered. Running in. Han's close, and he's dead. Okay. Jack, what do we make of G2 now as the Baron is all but kaput? And as Seren looks to take down Broken Blade, he's going to step up. He shadow dashes.
Oh my God.
It's Shendings. Okie dokie. Pet2, we would like to talk to you. Next interview is going to be with the Shen 1 trick.
No way.
Shendings. It's Broken Blade. Don't you know? He's back from first stand, Jack. He's back from first stand, and he's got a bone to pick.
Oh my God, Broken Blade. It starts with Trayson doing a montage, but then Broken Blade finishes it, landing every taunt. Oh my God, what is happening? I mean, okay, G2 chose the third option. They chose to die. But let's just watch the replay of the Broken Blade because that's all we care about. He misses the first taunt, but it doesn't matter. He's able to take him down. And then, I mean, it's a lot of hype of Broken Blade. But also Team Heretics, they did go melee range on the melee character.
Yeah, they did,
you know?
they did.
So they kind of set him up for success. I'm pretty sure, Ice uses his E here, misses the Q, then goes melee range as well.
Oh my God.
Like, oh, and then he flashes. Okay,
dude.
you know what? What the hell was that? Why did both the carries go melee range, bro? They both went melee, bro.
So strong.
So strong, agreed. I mean, he is strong, but you're right. They did go melee into a Shen. Broken Blade now has Bandle pipes after the fight, so We've got the classic Shen build. They're going to ult him. Will he die this time? I think he does, right? Guys, they got him. They did use the Mel ult as well, but at least Broken Blade died.
Yeah, big shutdown for Team Heretics, but it's not going to result in really any objectives, so it's not too big of a deal for G2. So G2, they were able to get all the tier 2s on the bot side of the map. So overall, the Nash, I'd say, pretty successful, although they did kind of die and got kind of messy. It's not really the picturesque image of a perfection team, but maybe G2 is never going to be that.
But maybe imperfection is perfection at its core, you know?
That's true.
Like, there's no such thing as perfection.
Like, even when EU was at its best, we were never consistent.
That's right, but who wants consistency?
I mean, I would kind of like it. It would be nice to just consistently be the best.
Yeah, but everyone else, who wants consistency? Like, the thing is, in life, nothing is perfect.
That's true.
And it is in those imperfections that you find perfection, Jack. I'm a little bit older than you. I've become wiser. I've had a child. You know, I know that. And everyone out there who's a little bit older, in unk status like SK, they know. They understand that in life, you find those things that challenge your views. And G2 right now, this is maybe perfectly imperfect.
You might be right, Jake.
6-7, by the way, on the scoreboard.
Oh, okay, bro. Are you kidding?
Dude, I don't know what it means. At 35 seconds till Dragon, I am. Team Heretics are on Soul Point if they get this. Do you think they win a fight? Caps has 3 items. Maybe they don't
I
win
think
a fight.
G2 definitely should win in any sort of team fight due to how far ahead Caps is, how far ahead BB is. But it's definitely closer than it was before. I think if Tracing can land a good ulti, if Hansama can get collapsed on, Hansama still having no flash, means that if Tracing can land that public execution, he does fall down pretty fast. As Lebrov, Lebrov is walking up, he might be in trouble.
Right, well, you got to root down and clips down as well. Lebrov close to getting out of range, and Hansama now stand united on his head. G2 want to play this fight. Broken Blade looking to go in, but a Soulless Snare keeps him in place. Good flails here by Shao, and he's the one frontlining, so not much damage. Output into the carries of Team Heretics, and a bit burn from G2, as this Dragon now seems a bit too hard.
Yeah, G2, they want to still try to face check, even though Lebrov burned all his sums, and no Channel. Team Heretics starting the Drake. G2 want to try to contest.
Good true shot barrage. They need time to heal up. Hansama and Lebrov in critical danger. Trayson looking for a public execution, and his angle must be precise. G2 walk into River at 5k. They're still getting poked out, and Team Heretics doing a great job of defusing the fight. Broken Blade almost dead to Trayson as well. Wait for the execution that comes from Trayson. G2 say, no, we will not wait. We will leave because we will lose. Heretics in this game moved to Soul Point.
I mean, Team Heretics, they simply played the control better. They were the ones who had full control of the Drake, and every single time G2 tried to face check, they got completely chunked. BB losing the 1v1 to Trace in, Lebrov getting chunked in the initial face check. It made it really hard for G2 to actually regroup and try to get back control. And Team Heretics, credits to them, they're able to pick up the 3rd Dragon, getting one step closer to that Soul, and maybe that's going to be what's able to win them this game.
I mean, I'm surprised. You're down almost 5,000 gold and you defuse the fight, which looked quite simple, by the way, from Heretics. Like, quite precise, so power to them. Baron's still the question mark, though. G2 have River, and every time that vision gets snuffed out, Team Heretics gets scared. This Baron maybe started up with an Azir, with an Ashe, who are off vision currently. Pings are going down. They want to pull off the play. Heretics are like, we've got to get Lebrov, but he's out of dodge, moves in with Hansama. And Heretics now once again to the guessing game around Baron.
Yeah, Shale wants to clear out this mid-wave control so that Ice can push in this wave. They can try to reclaim this Nash vision. Trayson moved up as well. Then they just get some vision back, and now Team Heretics are going to go back to catching waves, so they're going to lose this Nash vision probably pretty much immediately, but at least gives them a little bit of room to breathe. And maybe they were able to put down a few sneaky wards. They have the one over the wall, as you can see right here, but it's not going to really spot them starting in the Nash.
No.
Like, you really would have wanted like a ward somewhere like here. Not the best drawing as the camera's kind of moving.
That's
my
okay.
bad, but essentially you want to try to put wards where you think the enemy will not sweep.
True. Like there, maybe. You see top, do some drawing, Jack.
Yeah, like here, here,
no,
here.
but look up in the tri-brush.
No, but you want to spot if they start the Nash.
But that's nice to know if they're entering or looking for a pick, no?
But you already have that word in the tri-bush.
Okay, well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, you know. That's what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
I mean, that word is fine, but it's like a kind of a classic place to...
So it's kind of much of a muchness.
It's not really a hidden word. It's like Like every bush is kind of obvious you could have a ward in there because like people ward bushes.
So you're saying don't ward in the bushes?
Yeah, if you want to have sneaky vision on Nash, you put wards where normally people wouldn't, you know? Like instead of putting it right on the Nash, you put it to the side near a wall, for example.
But don't you think more obvious wards are good sometimes because they think you're not going to do the obvious places, like double?
No, people usually sweep the obvious places.
Okay.
I mean, you could do the double, but then it's like, at that point,
the non-obvious places.
Yeah.
You know? But then it's a wasted lens. Do you think about this as like a pro player and an AD?
I remember my support would sometimes, like, as you get higher and higher play, for sure Lebrov is saying, like, check for sneaky wards, you know?
Okay. Is Trayson in trouble? I think he's okay. Shadow Dash used and down. Remember, that's a Boundary Pipe's third, so even though the damage is coming through from Broken Blade, I guess it's not coming through as much as it possibly could, but this is the build as Broken Blade pushes him out, and G2 is setting up for the Dragon that's coming in 2 minutes. Baron's still not thought about. Vision was controlled, but there's some nice reciprocal vision that's come through from Team Heretics in the meantime.
Also, Serpent's Fang for Trayson. Quite interesting here. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. He's up against the Seraphine and the Shen.
Yeah.
So a lot of shielding that he can reduce.
True. Well, Adams, we've got Seeker's Arm Guard from Caps as well, by the way, so the ability to just send it.
Seekers and Guardian Angel on Skewmon, so a lot of time buying for both of them.
Do you like Eternal Hunger on Ezreal?
I do like it.
Omnivamp is not something we normally talk about with current Ezreal builds, or at least in the past.
I mean, the thing with Eternal Hunger, what it gives you, or Endless Hunger, I think it's called.
Yep, sorry, yeah, that's the one.
It gives you like not infinite. It gives you stacking ability haste based on how much AD you have.
Sure.
So at 3 items, it gives the same as Spear Shojin, but then at 4 items, it gives like 5 more. And then at 5 items, it gives like another 5 more.
Sure.
So it feels really good for the scaling aspect. And the fact that it just gives more AD than Shojin just makes it do a lot more damage.
Okay. And the Omnivamp is part of it as well, right? Like, that's a nice addition.
Yeah, but it's like 5%, so it's like kind of small. But it's like nice, you know?
It's nice, yeah.
It's like it feels good to hit the minions, because then you get HP back.
True. I mean, Ice is in a good position in this game. 1,000 gold lead where everyone else is failing, and failing in the sense that there is a gold lead between mid that is quite glorious for Caps. Broken Blade holding his own against Trayson.
Well, I'm not sure what Ice is building now, though. He has a Tunneler, which makes me think he might be going Spear of Shojin, but I don't think going both is good. I think that's too much CDR.
You reckon, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's not good. I think it should be like GA or BT. That would make the most sense. But we'll see what he builds towards. It could be Edge of Night as well, but that would be also weird.
That would be a little bit weird, yeah. Good damage from Trace in this game. Thank you very much to our production team. That's, I feel like he's been running into a Shen, so it's obviously going to be inflated running into a tank, but also, Trayson has had some pretty nice ults so far. You talked about, I was going to call it Shield Reaver. You talk about his Serpent's Fang, but also with the BF Sword, he's building up.
Starting the Nash.
Why not? Over the wall, good Ezreal positioning again, but look at where Han Summer is on the map right now. He's gotten Dragon, so he's going to be slow to the show unless he lands an arrow.
Well, the Team Heretics are so split off here.
Oh, it's doing damage. Arrow flies through, doesn't find a target. Broken Blade on one angle. Team Heretics, 4-man stack, flash away from Seren's Knight. Now front to back with the Encore. Rolls in. Meanwhile, Skewmon sends out his little circle, and Heretics is sent backwards. Baron is paused, but there are 3 ultis from G2, 3 from the side of Heretics that have been used.
And G2 were the one to pick off the Drake here. That's why Team Heretics felt forced to start this Nash. But now with all of them basing, maybe G2...
Oh my god, the vision in the back as well, Jack. It is a masterclass as Heretics now have to burn the teleport, but Baron's going to be gone. Shao, can he steal it? No, he can't even get into the pit. And if you sleep against G2, it's going to be permanent. While Broken Blade, as he runs away to level 20, Shen might be able to turn the fight. Looking for him now. The damage, is it enough? He flashes over the wall. A lot has been used. Heretics get nothing for the Baron.
Oh, I feel so bad for Team Heretics. They wanted to start the Nasher, but they weren't able to have the damage, and then immediately G2 just rushes it, and they get it.
Onto Saren. Oi, flash away, excuse me. Tracing the arrow, still connects. The dive under Shao, he gets taunted, and he gets pulled. Caps will take down the pig from Team Heretics, and G2's Baron has only just begun.
G2 Siege, 2.5 minutes left on this Nasher. I think G2 are going to look to fully end the game. No front line for Team Heretics. Sarah needs to find a good route.
Well, that's one of them, at least on the Broken Blade. The mini wave thinning out a little bit, but the Cannon Minion's doing a good job. G2 run into the turret, and Inhibitor turret will be exposed and dropping. Good true shot barrage, but the problem is Lebrov is alive, waiting for his heal, while Inhibitor is only going to be the siege for G2 for now. They back off. use their Baron recalls, and 8,000 gold, while it hasn't been a clean game, it's still been G2's game to win.
Yeah, they're not able to quite end the game just yet, but they still got quite a bit of Baron Nashor left. They're going to look to siege mid and bot here, probably putting BB on mid once again and sending the rest of the 4-man bot like they did before. And then if they can just get both that mid and bot inhibitor broken up, it's pretty much GG, even if they don't actually get the Nexus. It's just so difficult to play when you have 2 super minions coming in. Ooh, arrow.
Okay, sees blue buff, sees Heretics, but it won't find a target. Skimon will just take what he can from the opposing jungle for the meantime, and Heretics getting out blue is nice, but Wolves Gromp will be gone, and that gold lead will continue to grow here with Baron, having about a minute 10 left remaining for G2 to siege.
Yeah, we'll see if G2 can break the inhibitors. I think Team Heretics really needs to find an engage, because otherwise Lebrov, with all his sustain, with the poke coming in from Caps, they can just continue sieging those towers. So it's really on Sheo and Trace in here to find something good before that siege begins. They're looking for BB, but I don't think BB will walk up.
He's going to walk up, and he's going to walk back. Shadow Dash, ulti. Do you have enough damage? Public execution.
Slowly.
Do you have enough damage? He's going to ulti out. Wait, he's disappearing. He's a magician. Houdini jumps to Skewmond, and Broken Blade's going to back off, and that's it. But they open up bot. They open up the bot in the play.
Yeah, they got the inhibitor. That's what they came for. Still one more wave of Baron Nashor that they can play on. BB cancels the base. This is the wave that they want to get the mid in a bot.
That's the one.
And if they do, it's looking dire for Team Heretics. They're not here. They don't have the ultimates.
Sheo Engel thoughts. He's got no ulti.
He needs to try something.
What does he do without ulti?
I don't think he can do anything.
He's going to stand there and wait. Think about it a little bit longer. Backing away Broken Blade is okay.
Okay, BB based. But now with triple inhibs down, G2 can just play for the soul. Team Heretics won't be able to really leave their base for the foreseeable future. It's just like a pretty easy win at this point. As Hansama finds Wei flashes.
A beautiful arrow again. Wei is going to be on-called with the extended range. Hansama will take down the Heretic support. And now 5 versus 4 to see if they can do anything. Maybe it just will be a dragon angle for G2. Slow and steady.
With all the minions, they can look to end. It is 5 versus 4. Not a whole lot of wave player on Team Heretics. They have the Mel and the Astral, but you can see Saren is struggling to take that top wave. Bot wave, I mean. As now Caps might be in trouble, though.
Found, dodged.
The dash.
Trayson, now that he's committed with Sheo, the rest of G2 walk through mid-wave. And the Nexus turret's under siege. I mean, this has just been such a slow game. But outside of a couple of plays, Heretics haven't really had much to say. And now G2 with their siege coming in from top, mid, and bot at the same time. It is all holds bar for Heretics to find a play. They've got on the couch, but with the Stand United and the Zhonyas, he's in safe, out of harm's way. Nexus exposed. Heretics need to make their fight, but even though G2 are getting low, the Nexus is falling. And in their first game back from first stand, G2 will find their first win of LEC 2026 Spring.
And G2, they showed their superiority in the macro and in the mid game. It was a slow early game, but you could tell that G2 was the better team throughout with just how they built the gold lead, no matter what Team Heretics did.
Broken Blade, give us a sign. What's going on in his head with Finn?
Yeah, I'm standing here with the Magician Broken Blade after dominating Shen performance. And is the meta just now to draft as many global champions as you can?
Yeah, I mean, we played against BLG, drafting 4 global or 3 global champs. We really found they found the meta. We copied it. It's great to be able to help your teammates with your ulti. You know, I wish I would have ulted a bit more this game, but it was still a cool game to play.
It was a great game, and as we see now, the meta will develop into more global champions. So now O'Donnell will break down why Carthus top will be the new meta champion pick. Thank you so much.
That wasn't the Carthus. Carthus is not a ninja.
No. Why
not? We didn't prepare this, Odo. You're going to tell us about Carthus?
I mean, yeah, you know.
Yeah? What do I know?
So, Carthus was played at some point in Season 4, and if there was someone who knew how to play it, that would not be me. Because I was the worst. So here's my experience one time with Carthus top, just because we went down that rabbit hole, you know. There was one time when the lane swaps were there, and my team said, hey, you should maybe play some Carthus and stuff like this. And I played it, and I missed 26 Qs in a row, even on minions or champions. And after that, I said, I will not play this champion anymore.
That's a cool story, bro.
Yeah, let's talk about the present, Grandpa, shall we? The Euronics play of the day. It was actually actually broken blades. Shen, bot lane, that 1v3, guys, holy, that was clean.
It was a nail-biter. We were all watching backstage, and it was super exciting. We thought maybe there's ways in which he can outplay, but we genuinely thought at this point, once the unblockable portion had disappeared, we thought we wouldn't have the cooldowns. But then my man, he's able to navigate this way beautifully.
There were about 3 times where I thought surely he is dead, but man, even with the build, because he has no MR, but what's happening with this build is that he just gets to cycle his cooldown so well, and that's what we saw in the clip, because most of the time you don't get to see this sort of impact from the Shen. You know, he's a demon, he's very strong in, you know, the first 15 to 25 minute mark, and BB built this champion very well to accentuate those strengths to the max, because what happens is that when you have Titanic Hydra, you get to cycle your auto attacks faster. What happens when you have Dusk and Dawn? You get to proc 2 of those auto attacks at the same time. And it's not even so much about the damage part of it, it's more so that you get to cycle them quicker, so that the cooldown starts ticking down a little bit quicker. So when you get to proc all 3 of the Spirit Blade procs with 1 auto attack, that's where we saw the tankiness come through, because he just had so many shields and so many cooldowns, and even later in the game we saw it fall off a cliff in terms of utility and tankiness, but it just power spiked him so incredibly hard in those 15 to 25 minute mark.
I see. I'm still wondering, like, it looks like a really useful champion. We saw it a bit at first stand. BB is actually the only one playing it lately. 100% win rate, though, on
I think he's 4-0.
And now he's 4-0.
4-0, yeah, with this one, but it's still a niche champion. I don't see a lot of teams or players play this.
It seems to be his answer into Ambessa, but it was also just the reason why I think we wanted to showcase that play was because it was kind of the most action we had in the entire game.
Oh boy.
I mean, I knew that we joke about becoming the 2nd best region in the world, but I didn't realize that we had become the LCK.
That's the thing.
We had simply just kind of not interacted with each other. It was a very macro-based game, and then G2 just kind of punished mistakes and then won.
So here's the slow methodical. So here's what happened, because we saw, you know, that's the roller coaster of gold that we see there. It was strategically made that G2 just waited to take the first out of the game and Nasher 30 seconds apart, because that's how we are. We're full LCK style.
Right.
We think about our macro and we take it very, very seriously. Because they took first tower, they took Nash, and then they built, you know, this mountain of a Goldie that we see, and then it stayed steady until, you know, another set of Dragons, another set of Nashers. And it all kicks off here, because when you have enchanters in the meta and there's such a lack of playmaking, because both comps are extremely reactive, but the Shen ulti just gets to counter that reactivity. And we see it here. The play happens, they get a tower, and then later on they even go both sides and they just get 5k gold lead in this Nasher play.
But in very G2 fashion. They almost threw it here.
Yes, they did. They dive a tower that they really didn't need to dive. Skewmon, like at this point, the play's already won. They can take their time, but Skewmon sees an opportunity. The root connects, the stun connects, and he's saying, you know what, I can make this play, and then it almost goes awry. Now, admittedly, they do still ultimately end this game very cleanly, but I mean, it's G2, right? We can't quite take the best team in the world title, but you know, ultimately it was a very controlled game, and I think Ergonomic summarized it nicely in the sense that globals make the game hard to play. Globals make the game very, very hard, and the more we see, I'm hoping we get to see more globals. I mean, Talia did get nerfed, so she's kind of been pushed out of the meta a little bit, but Galio at first stand was such a big pick that many players domestically don't like to prioritize.
So that's why I want to see more of the Twisted Fate or the Galio, because globals slow the game down so much. I think it's one of the first times in a long time where I see top laners still laning against each other and being level 14. Usually, you know, you get to stop having fun around level 8 when a tower goes down and someone swaps into your lane. And the presence of Shen and these sort of reactive globals or defensive globals rather just slow the game down. Or if you see TF, maybe top laners don't have fun, because I want to see them to be very, very sad.
You're so bitter because you couldn't have
It's so funny because I was thinking to myself, like,
years of pain.
I feel like if we're going to beat Bin, we need top lane to start playing Fiora, Jax, Camille.
No, let's play some Shen.
Like here's the comp that I'd like to see, okay? We get a Nocturne, we get a Galio, we get Camille. Think about it. Bring back Galio, Camille. Like the old school cool, your AD carry doesn't get to have fun combo. Wasn't that good back in your day?
Food for thought.
No, it wasn't, because I was never on the Camille side. Everyone would just put me in the cage and just...
Camille.
Yeah, so I played Camille.
I opened a box.
Yes, exactly. The box of trauma.
Is that toss to break?
Oh my God, yeah, toss to break. Maybe I'll tell you next time. I'll tell you next time.
We'll talk about this one next time.
Yeah, Camille, I was really good on Camille. Trust me.
Shut up. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I think she's dead, okay?
Yeah,
She's... Oh. Can you tank? I can tank. It's too late, too late. All you.
I can kill as well. It does as well.
I don't know, but
Yeah, it's gonna show.
He's gonna step up. He shouted out. Oh my god. It's Shendings. Okie dokie. Petsu, we would like to talk to you.
Next interview is going to be with the Chef One Drink.
No way. It's Shendings. It's Broken Blade.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm the crushing. My body wanna talk. What was that?
Whoops.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
I think like the rivalry between like the top two teams, KC, G2 and like Koi is like pretty like nice for the league. I think like all of these teams are like pretty strong. I also think like there's like other teams who can like maybe shake up like these top three, like Jax, Navi or Vitality for example. But I think like what makes us like that strong and different is like just like our consistency and always like really like peaking at playoffs usually. And I think like we have like a pretty like good like cardio, if I can say, like because the split is like gonna be very long, and I'm pretty sure that we can like keep up with the pace of like how the split will go. And I think that we also like are really creative both outside of the game in the drafts and inside.
It's always been KC, MKOI, G2 over the last years, and I think for us, why we can always come out on top is our experience that we have in the roster. We have clutch players. I think in high pressure moments we always deliver more than the enemy when it really matters. So I think that's what keeps us apart.
Thank you very much. That is an interesting sticker. I cannot. Oh, it's an MKOI sticker. We're on the wrong day. Wait, no, we're technically on the wrong series. I'll see you in a second. No, I'm not coming into the stage. That was a lie as well. Welcome back to the LEC, wherever the camera is, flying in somewhere through the sky. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the audience. If you haven't welcomed yourself, now I have. We've crossed off lists. We've crossed off things. I lost my, what's it called?
Train of thought?
Yeah, at the start of this game. You know why? Because the last game was a little bit slow, but G2, I don't know.
It kind of slow, but it also ended in the way that you expected.
Yeah.
So it was, I liked certain things we saw from Team Heretics. I think they had a good early game plan. I think the draft was pretty interesting. I just think the execution and the macro department was where you really saw the difference.
True.
And I think that's not too surprising, right? When it comes to really big skill discrepancies in teams, it's usually in the mid game, in the macro, where that can really start to express itself, especially when the lanes aren't very volatile like we saw last game. I think if I was Team Heretics and I were to go back to the drawing board, I would try to have more like hard winning lanes, because I think unless you put G2 behind, I think if the game is equal at 20 minutes, it's really hard to win. We saw G2 how comfortable they feel. All they need is one pick, convert that into a Nash, convert that into a few towers. Suddenly it's a 5k gold lead and you're on the back foot.
And even with the throw of the Baron, you're right, it was like that one Baron play, those two picks, and that was the game-breaking play. You know, that fan had me convinced. For some reason, I thought MKOI won later today. Obviously, Jack and I finishing with G2 and Heretics for you. Before Dagner and Kangas roll on with Na'Vi and Vitality. Why is he giving MKOI stickers out? They're on Monday.
Well, he can just be an MKOI fan. I don't know.
Maybe he's also he's not here on Monday, so he's going to spread it out. All right, I'll hold on to this.
There's no crowd on Monday, so.
True. Well, maybe that guy will rock up again. Anyway, welcome to first pick for Team Heretics on the red side here. G2 did actually choose blue side, so they're going to stay right where they are. Oriana's off the board with Ryze. That's natural. Team Heretics get that Varus away.
Yeah, Varus, I really like it because it plays into the exact same strategy that we talked about earlier, which is to have really hard winning lanes. You're able to have, most likely, a pretty hard winning bot lane now, especially if you look for that support counter pick later on, which should allow then Ice and Wei to show more of their presence in this game, because they were pretty quiet last game. They didn't really do much. It's a good Sivir answer though by Hansama. It just allows you to clear waves. You have the spell shield for the Varus poke, and it's not really going to be winning for the Sivir, but it's a very good neutralizer.
But you get Alistar here as well, right? Usually that's the go-to, because Alistar running into Sivir is always the best option, or one of the better options. Considering that we do have the Karma poke down, we do have Seraphine off the board.
Nico is like champion that speaks to me. Bard as well is another one. And I think if you're Team Heretics here, you could go for either the Alistar, because it's really good into the Sivir, because you can always not worry about the spell shield. But I think you should just go for the Nico, because that way you for sure have a winning lane. And you can just poke down the Sivir, even if her spell shield value is still pretty high. But we'll see what they decide to go for. There's two different just kind of philosophies there, but I think when you've already locked in the Varus, you should just double down on winning lane rather than going for the more scaling option.
It's a good train of thought here is Heretics taking their time. It's going to be the thought process about jungle. You know what I am excited for? I'm excited to see Lebrov Bard again. I mean, that was so good at first stand. As Victor instead, no jungler. This is a blind mid Victor for Seren.
Bit of a random Victor lock-in, I feel like. We haven't really seen too high of a priority on this champion.
Yeah.
We did see it last series, but it was like last pick. Not really exactly a high prio, but here they just lock it 1-2. Maybe they want to keep the V champs, because they give Varus, Victor.
Oh.
And now...
What's the other V?
Vi is another one.
Yep.
Well, they're doing Alistar, so... I don't like this draft from Team Heretics anymore, because now you have... V. Well, no Vs, and also no Ws in the bot lane either.
Oh, damn,
because it's going to be tough winning lane now, due to the fact that you're playing Alistar level 1, really, really weak. I think Sivir and Bard will be able to just push you in. And then the thing with Sivir is that once she gets pushed, she can easily poke you down with the Ricochet. It's just really annoying.
You go Silas here, thoughts? Good Silas angle or too early?
I think you could go Silas, but I'm not sure how. I think the matchup is quite a bit worse than the Akali matchup. So Caps just goes for the Akali. We already saw this matchup play out. Leader in the post-game interview said he thinks the matchup is really good for Akali. Akali gets pushed at all stages of the game, which I think is pretty crazy because it looked pretty tough for Akali pre-6. But I guess every matchup pre-6 is pretty rough for Akali, but then after 6, it looked pretty free. So I definitely get his thought process a little bit. And it's also into the Alistar, which Alistar is pretty short range and also pretty slow. So it's easy for Akali to react to his combo and maneuver around it.
And I guess as well, just to touch on that, like what is level 6, like 5 minutes into the game, and then yeah, it's not much of the early game, especially now with the minion wave spawning earlier. So yeah, I feel like we're going to get another look at that, especially on Caps' angle. Yeah. Which could be quite scary for Seren. As we go to our next bans, it's Nah taken off the board, maybe for a tank top lane for Broken Blade. So far with the Sivir and Akali, something to enable the dive, something to stop the range poke coming out. What do you think?
I mean, there's a lot of options, but if we think about last series, what we concluded was that Leader was better than Faker.
Okay, yeah, we did right. Yeah, that was the truth, yeah.
It's about if Seren is better than Chovy. Right?
We're waiting for that answer, aren't we?
So there's a lot of similarities here that we really need to go through as we head into draft here. Top laner's taken out by G2. I would assume that G2 will just run it back with another tank top. Really, a Shen would go great here for G2.
Oh, really?
Buff of the Akali, but that's taken out. And I was thinking Abessa would be a second good option, but that's also taken out.
So what do you got?
I think you probably just go something like the Cassandra or the Sion. That's what I would assume BB goes for. You just kind of want some frontline because you have the Bard already, you have the Akali that wants to go in, and you want something that can create a little bit more space for them and just tank stuff for them so that when they go in, it's a little bit easier. And if you only have the Bard as like your face check tool, it's really, really difficult. And knowing Skewmond, he doesn't really want to play a tank. I think he'd rather play something like a Bruiser, like the Wukong. That could definitely be an option for him, as we'll see. I think locking in jungle here would make the most sense. Right. And we'll see what Skewmond decides to go for. Pantheon is out, Vi is out, Mundo is out. So I think Wukong is an option that makes sense. Nocturne is another one. I'm a bit of a Nocturne hater, but Nocturne Akali is a pretty nice combo. But it's just a very like all-in type of team comp if you lock in that Nocturne.
Surely not. I mean, Gwen option, but usually into tanks, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're going Gwen here.
I mean, Broken Blade likes to cook.
Olaf.
Broken Blade likes to cook, but this could be a flex.
This is I think Olaf jungle, most likely. It could be a flex, but I think Olaf top is pretty niche, while Olaf jungle is a little bit more standard.
Yeah.
It is pretty interesting. I guess it ignores a lot of what Varus and Victor and Alistar all do, right? Because you don't have to worry about that Varus ult, the Victor slows, and the Alistar combo. So you can just run straight in. But it's a champ, you know, we haven't seen a whole lot of. There's no way they're blind picking Garen.
It's going to be like Cassandra, isn't it?
Yeah, they're not blind picking Garen.
Okay, what a shame. All right. Well, I do feel like with Cassandra top, maybe the Olaf has just disappeared, like that 1%, 2% chance.
It could go top, but I think, yeah, I think if I was G2 now, I would look for something like the Gwen into the Cassandra. I like that quite a bit, or something like the Camille. Just, I mean, Camille is maybe a little bit too hard into the Cassandra. As we'll see what...
okay, Shaco Lee Sin. First one of LEC Spring.
Okay, a lot of cooking here. And with the Lee Sin, that means BB goes for the Poppy.
Oh, dear.
A lot of cool picks here. So Lee Sin, he looks it into the Olaf. I believe this is like a really old like matchup, like kind of counter. The idea is that Lee Sin, he goes in on the Olaf, but he can always go out. So Olaf really wants... Olaf very similar to Zahen right now, in that he really wants like a long fight where he's just hitting, auto. So a champions that can kite him and go in and out like Lee Sin is really, really good. But then G2, they see the fact that they have so many dashes with the Cassandra, with the Lee Sin, and the Alistar. They go for the Poppy. Has huge value this game. Allows both the carries of G2 to have a really nice time, but the Poppy can also go in with the Akali and the Olaf to disrupt. And it's another nice tank for the rest of the G2 lineup. So I really like the cooking that both sides tried to come up with here, and I'm really excited to see how this G2 draft plays out.
But I know you're also worried about the bottom lane for Heretics, because you talked about the lane priority that comes with the Varus that they weren't going to get with something that could add in. You wanted to see something like the Nico, but we got the Alistar instead. So early levels for bot, kind of crucial to see how they get through G2's reign. While on the other side of the map, as you already stated, it's going to be interesting to watch this Olaf versus Lee Sin. It does feel like 2021 Worlds. I'm trying to think. There's
I
been
think it
many
was
matters.
maybe 2018 Worlds when Broxa made finals. He was playing Lee Sin, and I think other people were playing Olaf.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. That was 8 years ago now.
Yeah.
But regardless, our first Olaf this year in Tier 1, from what production are telling me.
And it's the first Olaf since 2022 from Skewmon.
Huge news today.
So if we go back to this bot lane point a little bit.
Sure.
So the thing is, the Varus now is going on hit, which I quite like. The fact that he's up against the Olaf and the Poppy means he's going to do a lot more DPS, and you can go a bit more of a defensive build, which makes it harder for Akali. I think as well, since they locked in the Alistar, you're not really going to be stomping lane. You're more just playing it as like kind of a standard on-hit champ, but
Good dodge from Ice. Electrocute comes in. Ice could have been in a lot more trouble with that Cosmic Binding connecting. And a fun game already begins here with Ice going to half HP. Ghost popped from the Varus, so G2 with a natural lead, as you weren't kidding about the level 1.
Yeah, it's a very tough level 1 with the Alistar, and G2, they know it, especially with the fact that it's a Ghost on Ice. No combat summoner on him. What's most important though was that Labrov didn't get that level 1 stun. If he did, if Ice failed to dodge it, probably would have been a flash burnt as well.
Oh yeah.
But just with the Electrocute and the Bard auto attacks, it's enough to win the trades.
It's fair when people say the bot lane is dictated by supports, like 99% of the matchup, right?
Yeah.
Like, is an AD carry you're just a passenger or what?
No.
Not always?
Yeah, it's like 30%. It's like you're a... Oh, I know actually. It's like you're in a driving, you know, like driving tutor.
Yep.
They have control of like, they can choose to brake.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
But that's like how it is. Like, you could brake if something goes really wrong, but you're really relying on the support, yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you're going to crash, you're probably going to crash, but it's how hard you crash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Well, so far, support winning out from Labrov as you'd expect. Team Heretics, their bot lane gets to level 2, and now we'll see with the wave pushing in what actually happens, but Ice has got a lot of minions to connect, or collect rather, and Hansama just going to pick up what he can of this first plating, as the minions should do the rest of the work.
And Caps is getting the push on mid, so I suppose Leader was right. Akali does just kind of chill. Saren is also going with the Airy and the Scorch, I would presume. Like Nuke had last game. It's looking like it might be a little bit of a slow early game once again.
But I will say, even though Leader was right in the sense that Akali can coast a bit, the trades are still horrible. The trades are still so Victor favored.
The trades are definitely winning for Victor, but if Akali gets the CS lead and she gets push, then who cares if she loses a little bit of HP?
Right. Cher's down bot now, Scuttle Crab available, but nothing available in the bot lane as the wave's already pushed out. And Cher taking this.
I mean, Skewmon was so fast that he had time to do the full clear, base, buy 2 longswords, and then go to Crab.
Actually, very true.
While Sheo just is now basing. So huge tempo lead for Skewmon here, and he's looking to path around top. He knows the ward is there.
Traysen's at half HP.
If Traysen walks up for these minions.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, dear. Well, Flash and maybe a warp. Broken Blade thinking. There we go.
Yeah,
Not dead if he burns a Flash early.
It's a Flash for Skewmon. Typically, we always see Olaf run the Ghost. It has been a long time since we've seen the Olaf, but it usually always was run with the Ghost, kind of similar to like a Hecarim.
Wait, Sonic Wave not connecting. Did that just take the cannon?
Yeah,
did Seren lose his cannon to a jungle gank? Sheo just taxed him, I think. Pulverize, trample. Oh, the Cosmic Binding's fantastic. Wei gets out with a Pulverize or a headbutt rather towards minion. He flashes, heals, and now Ice. The next in trouble. With lethal tempo, Hansama matching the flash, and then Labrov too. Ice is dead. Wei only saved by the range of the binding, but Hansama on the board.
And G2's bot lane, they strike back. Wei went a little bit too deep, and it's Ice that pays the price. Pretty classic support ints, and ADC dies.
Oh, that's right. You know it best as the minion wave crashes in. Labrov gets the plating by himself, and Wei just has to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's watch the replay. I mean, Wei goes on to Labrov, and Ice trades back a little bit, but they just don't really have the damage. The minions are hitting them. Wei is forced to flash out, and Ice realizes he's in trouble, so he flashes out as well, but he doesn't have the barrier, he doesn't have the spells. It's just a little bit, like, disjointed, and I think this especially feels bad, because, like, you change stand to make your bot lane better. The idea was to bring in another Korean, no language barrier. As I say, Ice is now dead once again.
Oh, he is indeed. And remember, he burned the summoners before. A Ragnarok gank. And Skewmon also on the board. Ice 0 and 2. And what were you saying about Stend?
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster for Team Heretics here. As they changed stand with the hopes of Ice, I think enabling Ice to really be the proper carry of this team. So to see them start the game off so heavily from behind in the bot lane is really, really tough. And I think we've yet to see really the bot lane that was envisioned with Ice and Wei. It is a tough competition though, like they're going up against Hansama Labrov, no slouches of course.
And it's hard because again, individually you look at the stats on your screen, like Ice didn't have a bad week one. In fact, it seems like Heretics are really, they're coasting on the fact that like last year's for Sonic Wave, like last split rather, they rely on Ice's Show, just gets in, gets out. Pausing to see if Show does anything, but he doesn't have the Dragon's Rage available. Half the way to level 6 and maybe a little bit more. Skumon looking for the Scuttle to hit that level 6. Caps also has kill threat now as he starts moving over, and G2 definitely hold bottom ribbon in their favor as Wave finds an engage. It's nice, but Labrov's not enough. Sonic Wave not going to be taken. There it is. Okay, Show says, hell, we just got to do it. He's going to run in, get the kill, but meanwhile, Ragnarok time. Double kill already. The chatter was right. It seems like a Skumon big penta-kill game angle. He's already picked up 600 gold. Skumon is running the rift.
Oh my god, G2 have full control. 3-0 for Skumon. They just ran them down. I mean, Ice is 1-3. He's down so much farm, so much gold. You can see that G2 played this pretty cleverly here. They're just kind of waiting. They make sure that Hansama and Labrov are not both getting comboed at the same time. And then they run down Wei. Even though Sheo's able to pick up Labrov, Ice ends up paying the price. And Ice is level 4 to the level 6 Olaf.
1-3.
Did we just miss a solo kill or what just happened? No, we didn't.
No, we
didn't. Broken Blade ulted something. Oh, I think he ulted Trace in a way. Ah, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough. But yeah, Ice is so far behind. He's down a full level. Oh, this is tragic. This is painful. This, it's going to be a tough game for Ice for sure. Yeah.
And remember, again, you know, he went on hit, so he's got to be involved. I mean, that's the one downside, right? Like, you're not playing this poke virus that can space as well, I should say, is Ice 1-3 in this starting game versus a BF Sword and a slingshot on Hansama already. Wei looking for a play, but he's just going to Hex Flash towards the rest of the lane. Yeah, you know what? Skumon might make a repeat gank before this flashes up. Who knows?
Trying to auto-attack this game as Varus is going to be an absolute nightmare when you're behind like this. So they're really going to need... I'm not even sure what they're going to need. I mean, Sheo can try to find an insect. That feels crazy to say. I feel like I haven't said that in so long.
I mean, it's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah. Been a while.
But you can't really insect Hansama. He has the spell shield.
That's going to break. No.
And you can insect Labrov, but it's the Bard, you know? It doesn't feel great.
No.
So it's not really huge targets for the Lee Sin. I mean, Lee Sin is nice into Akali because you can reveal her with that Q. Pretty good damage by Caps here.
Back in, question mark. Skumon gets where he is again. A wall not present for Ice, but he's still slowed down. And the setup with On the Hunt is good. Chains Corruption good as well. But look, under turret they save. Ragnarok popped again, but Ice just got his flash up to burn it straight away.
Skumon's just a monster. It looked like such a good play from Team Heretics. When I saw they got the combo on Hansama, they got the Chains of Corruption. And then suddenly Ice and Wei's HP bar just disappears when the Olaf gets involved. And that's G2 getting the first dragon, forcing Ice out again, making him lose even more minions. As Sheo is here to pick up the scraps, get a pink ward, not much else.
First dragon, 2k gold lead, 9 minutes into the game. The G2 fans came out to see where G2 were at after coming back from first stand. Game one became a little bit tricky, but the second game is starting off way better as Skumon doesn't have the ult. He's caught out, Chaos Storm down kick, and a Sonic Wave. Show with a shutdown, and G2 in a little bit of trouble. Labrov now has a flash as well, as Caps looks for the angle underneath turret. Show greedy, but a turret shot not going to finish him off. Caps thinking about going in, but Wei is in the way. So Caps will not take that second R, and Sheo with a big play around mid.
Really, really nice play by Saren there. Sits over the wall, finds the route onto Skumon. Skumon went a little bit too deep. They weren't really respecting them. Skumon should have taken the safe pathing, but instead he walks through mid, and Saren's around the wall. And Saren also immediately flashes as Labrov puts the stun down, which means that Caps can't follow with the E. So even though Caps could look to get a kill here, return onto Sheo, he knows if he goes in, he's going to end up dying as well. Doesn't end up going for it. That's just 2 free kills for Team Heretics and finally some life in them for this game.
Gold lead for Sheo after the 3-kill start from Skumond as well. And his grubs are going to be started up quite easily. Note that Sheo should be backing for his first item here as well. Stride breaker for Skumond is the difference, and I'm curious to see if Sheo can carry this game because we already talked about how hard it was looking.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. Definitely helps that he got quite a bit of gold there. It does feel bad, though, that due to the fact that he was so delayed on tempo, he has to drop the grub. So both early game objectives going over to to G2, I mean. As Caps now might be in a bit of trouble. Wei TPs.
Boy, good damage, though, with the Hextech Gunblade. Wei, he finds Pulverize, spots out Caps. Caps is doing great damage, as I said before, onto Seren. Team Heretics group up as 3. Lebrov defending vision here as he sits on a ward, but Sonic Wave's going to find him. Magical Journey through. Sheo looking for the invade onto Raptors, while Skumond's coming to defend.
Yeah, Wei is over the wall, but Hansama's moving first.
He's out, safeguard. Sheo is not going to risk it here, especially if Skumond gets onto you with Stride Breaker. You are not escaping.
Yeah. Sheo, I like the proactivity that he's looking for plays, looking to try to make things happen, but it's hard when your bot lane is this far behind. You can see G2 bot lane is constantly moving, looking to cover. Top lane is losing push as well. Mid lane is also getting a little pushed in. So I don't think Sheo will really be able to go for any sort of invade. It really has to be ganks or counter ganks where he can make his impact known.
Sure. He's just looking for plating. He's got a shuriken flip here. Plays a little bit risky, but...
Has the TP, probably just going to base and TP back, I would assume.
Now the biggest question is, can Sheo recover the one part of the map that still needs a bit of attention, which is Ice and Wei? The early game has been rough. 1 and 3. Ice is still sitting there, looking for a way to his Blade of the Ruined King. Cap's teleport, though, shows me that maybe there's going to be an attempt at the solo kill flash. Ponatera, 5-point strike. The shuriken flip, but Sheo saves him. Both mid laners get there. A ward quest at the same time, and a roll quest, rather. But Caps can't find anything after the flash.
Really good cover by Sheo there. I think since he landed the E, he had the ultimate. Seren would have died if Sheo was not there, but due to the fact that Sheo was there with the kick, Caps knows he can't go in. He would have kicked under tower and would die. It's a really nice cover. Means that Caps burned his flash, burned his TP, without really getting much of anything. As you talked about, Jake, the bot lane is really dire. You have no item completed on Wei, no item completed on Ice, versus double completed items. So it's really, really difficult to have any sort of fight around bot lane, but Skumond now.
You win the 1v1, not a true 1v1. Sonic Wave dodged this time around.
You can kind of see the play pattern that Lee Sin wants to go for, though. He just dashes in, does some damage, backs off. And that way, it's kind of like Olaf just gets annoyed, but he can't really retaliate. And if you can do that enough, that's when Olaf really starts to suffer. But with the fact that the lanes aren't going in his favor, it's hard for Lee Sin to really push the advantage much. So Sheo's just going to back off to his own jungle, get the Krugs, and base.
Just noticed that Caps is almost up 30 CS.
Yeah, he's been farming really well this game and playing really disciplined. Like, the fact that he didn't go for the 1-for-1 when Sheo killed Lebrov, the fact that he didn't go for that play when he saw Sheo as well, he's really, I feel like, come into this game with kind of a clear game plan of how this matchup should go and just farming up really, really well. Maybe he learned a thing or two from Chovy.
And maybe he did, you know. Who knows? Chovy learned from him, you know. It's the other way around. Cap's the one who started it. It's also the plating he picked up, but versus a kill, Seren picked up a kill and assist earlier in the game, so again, that's why it's so impressive. As Dragon's going to spawn, it is a later stacking Dragon game, all things considered. As with this one, Team Heretics need to stop it from scaling up for G2 as Ice is just sent backwards. Tempered Fate, we haven't seen it used yet from Lebrov.
Also, something really cool that Hansama does consistently that I really, really agree with is Stormracer. I think this item is so OP.
Yeah.
He buys it on Ashe, on Sivir, on Saya, whatever champion he can get it on.
Why do you think it's so good?
It just gives so much movement speed. It gives 50% movement speed for 1.5 seconds. It's so noticeable. It gives good damage as well. The only thing that's really bad about it is the build path, but if you get BF Sword, it's just such an OP item, and it just feels fantastic. And I think if you have good mechanics, good movement, it makes it so much easier to position well in fights, and you can be so much more OP. And we'll see if Hansama, like, when we watch him in fights this game, if you see him and the movement is crazy, it's because the Stormracer, bro. Like, this gives so much move speed.
That's a tech then, okay.
I think it's so nice.
Dragon with the Team Heretics, by the way, a little sneak as G2 now look for the play afterwards. Sheo is caught out, Undertow connects, and we go to Ragnarok once again, but Wei is the new target. Sonic Wave is going to be taken, at least in a second, but Sheo has run dry. Chains of Corruption come through. Skewmon close to getting caught out, flashes away, and Labrov went in with his jungler, but the members of Team Heretics were just greater.
I mean, G2, Caps is roaming top here, looking for a top play, but
he's got an ulti. Does he have enough damage onto Trayson? Shuriken Flip is there. There's the flash ulti. Trayson takes Caps into his lair. Caps gets out. Ulti saves his life. But Trayson kind of outplayed that a bit.
I mean, I think Trayson overcooked a bit because I'm pretty sure Caps didn't have enough damage to actually kill him.
But it looked cool.
It did look quite cool, but that was a really strange sequence of events because Caps was roaming wait, what? He's just diving him?
Flash, Ice gets up. Ice flashed away from the wall. Do you think he had solo kill threat? I guess with Sundered Sky, maybe.
Maybe. Bro, that's crazy.
That is
I guess Poppy could just
flash.
kill. Yeah, maybe. Okay,
no, maybe.
So what's weird here is that Caps, instead of roaming to the blue buff, okay, we stop seeing the minimap, but he goes topside instead of joining his team. And then Hansama is also not there, because Caps should have joined before Saren. Saren was the one who catched the wave under tower.
Yeah.
So some weird miscommunication there. That means that both, or that Labrov ends up dying. Skewmon forced to burn the flash. But at least they're able to pick up the Herald, but you see some, a little bit like inconsistencies, a little bit iffies here.
I mean, you have to remember, Heretics were 4th seed in Versus, and G2 were 7th seed. So obviously Heretics are showing as the favorites their expertise, their skill, and their coordination, Jack.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
What about Ice and Wei in bot lane?
I mean, right now they're just lulling a bit.
Okay.
Okay. Blade of the Wrong King picked up.
Yep.
Ice has got Tarbies now. Saren's up against the wall. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things going on. Hammer Shock down. Broken Blade's going to take the Chaos Storm, rather Arcane Storm. Why did we change the name?
Was it? It wasn't changed?
It was. It's Arcane Storm now. It used to be Chaos Storm.
Well, I guess it's because it's from Arcane.
I mean, it appeared in the Season 2. We remade Victor and we changed his ability. There's enough League of Legends abilities that cross over with each other that I think we need to stop mucking about with the names, right? Public execution, perfect execution, get me every time.
I remember but the thing that's funny about public execution and perfect execution is it's the same word, but it's so different meaning.
Yeah, true. Saren deep. Broken Blade flashed with the Keeper's Verdict. Saren walked into that one, but to be fair, G2 were waiting. They snap, shut their jaws over the mid laner of Heretics, and now the go button signals as Herald spawns.
G2 find a big pick. They're going to be able to put down the Herald. But Team Heretics answer back in mid lane. Trace in. Lands the Q2. Oh, gets him over the wall.
All out over the wall. Caps in trouble.
Fails the flash. Caps fails the flash. Gets completely outplayed by Trayson.
I don't know if, Saren is better than Chovy, but I think Trayson might be.
Yeah. That was disgusting what Trayson just did to him right there. As Caps had such a good game as well. Really high CS. But when it matters most, he falters.
He does.
Sounds like someone else.
He's like the last airbender, he vanished. We're going to wait 100 years for him to show up again. That's the spring split.
I was thinking Chovy, but because like he's fighting so well, and then
I mean, you quoted the line from the last airbender, so I just had to follow up.
Yeah. Well, we see the replay. Oh, we get a little Brovy here. Hits the Q3, gets him up against the wall, gets the auto in. Yeah, it's really nice.
Oh, dear Lord. It's a big wall. That's a fat wall.
Yeah.
I'd be laughing too. That is a hard wall to flash. Like, that's...
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing was, to be honest, that was just impressive because on the play. Like,
that was cool,
when I was watching it, I didn't think Caps could die, but the fact that he was able to move him that far with the Q3 and then the flash was really nice.
I mean, Trayson, I feel like a broken record. I called him out last week versus SK. Trayson felt like, and on the Cassante again, the best player of Team Heretics, and I think once more, you're going to have to rely on him in some of these upcoming fights. G2 with the gold lead still, but Heretics stopped that Dragon stacking. 20 seconds till we find out Dragon number 3, and so far, so good for Heretics, mitigating some of the early play from Skewmon. He might have a lead in the jungle, but let's not forget that, like, Heretics still... I think the game could be a lot worse, Jack. I think it should probably be a lot worse after what happened in bot.
For sure. I think Team Heretics have bounced back really well. Saren and Trayson, both pretty much equal, as now both teams looking to contest Drake here. Caps is not here. He has the TP, but it doesn't look like he wants to use it. So G2 are 4 versus 5 for the time being, and Team Heretics have started the Drake.
Well, there's a TP finally coming through. Cap's going to find the angle at 4K. Heretics in a good position here, but Chair with Sonic Wave needs to get that execute on the Dragon. They turn. Lebron's been found out, flashes over the wall. Heretics start to fight good, but Broken Blade gets the target against wall. Show popped into the air, Tempered Fate on 3, while Dragon goes down. Skewmon runs into the whole team. G2 are corrupting this play with a Viking running through the whole of Heretics. Way lucky to be alive with Undertone Boomerang. It's one more shot to kill the cow. Skewmon will pick it up and miss, but the Dragon going over to G2 makes the play good for them.
I mean, Skewmon is an absolute monster in the back line here, doing so much work for G2. They get the Dragon, they get the mid tower. Oh wait, okay, G2, they're doing it again. A 20-minute Nasher, they want to make this a quick 2-0. Team Heretics, they have no idea what's even going on. So it's going to be Nasher going over to the G2 as we watch the replay here. It starts off with the TP behind from Caps. Team Heretics, they converge onto LeBron, they get his flash, but then BB finds a fantastic stun on Sheo, and I love that Caps plays this really slowly here so that he doesn't get chunked down too low, and then Hansama and Skewmon can just run down their backline with all the move speed that they have, and they're unfortunately not able to take down Wei, but at this point, you got pretty much everything else that matters.
I mean, we said it in draft, but the Poppy pick, like, when you have a draft that has a Lee Sin, a Cassante, and an Alistar as main points of engaged Jack, you get worried when Poppy's in the fight, you know?
True. I mean, it's a fantastic Poppy game. I think BB as well, going this more aggressive build, is showcasing the highlights of Bruiser Poppy.
Oh.
So now Saren might be in trouble.
Yes, indeed. Broken Blade is fast. TP out.
Oh my god.
He knew. Broken Blade ain't no warning there, but he knew that guy's going to try and DP out.
Nah, that's so impressive. With no vision, just predicts it. Wow. What a play from BB.
Look at him. He doesn't even smirk or anything. That guy's got, like, he's thinking about what's for dinner.
Yeah. And now G2, they're going to look to play this 4v5 with the Nasher. Skewmon already pushing in top. Really good macro. The fact that they're not over-indexing on bot since they already got the tier 2 there. They really want to play for the tier 2s in mid and top first. So now BB is going to take over mid one wave. Then Caps is going to rotate up. And it's going to be like BB is going to eventually end up on top, and then Caps is going to end up on mid. Okay. Or they can choose to play a little 3-1 or 1-3. Okay, you know what? Okay. 3-1-1.
Those are all ones, but I get your point, yeah.
Yeah, but the lines were, okay, 3,
yeah,
1. They can play like that.
Call that number. G2. Yeah. They're losing the minion wave in top. At least Trayson's able to defend. But Caps doing fine on his own. Shadow's the one defending in bot side, while Broken Blade is one pushing through mid. However, Heretics, again, I'll say it, doing a good job of defending if they can make sure that the losses are mitigated to only this top tier turret, which for now, I think the siege is pretty hard for G2 to pull off. Unless they go towards mid and use their numbers, in which case, siege pretty good for G2.
I mean, they can just play the whole map here. They have very little engage on the side of Team Heretics. It's really just a Lee Sin finding in some sort of crazy insect. Wei doesn't have flash, and BB is just going in.
Ice is in trouble. There's the Poppy ult into the air. Ice slowed down by the hammer shock, and LeBron coming in, top lane, a tank and support Bard almost do it by themselves while Caps in a bit of trouble. Sonic Wave going to be taken. No. Oh. Yes. Okay, Shuriken flip. Great response. There's that interaction as Trayson finds the target, but LeBron a bit too fast. Will get his way out.
Yeah, and with that G2, they're just kind of being annoying in every lane that they can to allow themselves to get as much plates. They're able to get the mid-tier 2 and the top tier 2 and some plates on the bot lane. And with that, a 7,000 gold lead, and it feels like a rinse and repeat of game 1.
I mean, this game, though, feels a little bit more, I was going to say dominant, but early game, Heretics held out until they didn't. What you said in game 1, though, was like, there's that one play that opens up Baron, and then the game feels kind of lost. And even though the goal doesn't expand that much from there, I mean, G2...
It expanded, it's a 7K.
I mean, they got 4K off the Baron, but you know what I mean? Like, game 1, it didn't expand much from there, but it felt like the nail. It felt like the first nail in the many nails of coffin.
Yeah.
Many coffins. You know what I mean? Nails and coffins.
Nails and coffins.
Yeah, that's... You can correct me.
Plates and towers.
Plates and towers, nails and coffins, same deal. G2, obviously, we're going to come back. If they're playing like this, we're going to glaze them a bit. Even though it hasn't been super clean, it's still been good enough where...
I think they're very clearly showing that they're the better team.
Yeah, they're rinsing them a little bit, you know. Dishes are done, soap's off, and here, Trayson, he's caught out versus 4. Stride breaker flashed away, Shuriken flip, he's going to all out, but he's dead. Just a little bit squishy for G2 to take down as 15 seconds, Dragon number 3 on the board.
Yeah, G2 have full control. They're going to pick up the Dragon, and probably this game would go to the next Nasher, and then G2 will play for that, and then look to end the game with that if I were to make a little prediction.
So, Jack, while we're waiting for that,
yep.
What do you think about the Silver Road as no Tempered Fate? Seren's going to get out with a proto belt.
The silver road, like not the golden road, but the silver.
They come first in the region, second at internationals. Ice as he gets
every international?
Every international this year.
I would like them to come first in an international.
I mean, yeah, but then it's not the silver road, is it? Well, maybe it would be.
I think I'd rather have that than the silver road.
Okay.
Like if I were to choose the silver road or Worlds win.
Oh, bro. I mean, of course, we'd all pick Worlds win. We'd pick MSI win.
I'd pick MSI win, yeah.
Of course. But if they can't, if they get the finals...
Okay, if they can't, then the silver road sounds pretty good.
That's cool, man.
That would be kind of cool, like if we invented that.
We should.
Like, I feel like we kind of did that. I mean, we didn't do it.
Don't say the year.
We didn't do it in 2019.
No, we didn't, no. Say we like I'm from here.
Oh, I thought you meant like you're on the team.
Technically, my dad was born in Germany, so technically I'm German, though. You know? So I'm
I don't
European.
know, bro.
I don't know how it works. I'm technically European. I mean, I'm Ukrainian as well, so I am European.
I don't know.
You're just not confirming because you're like...
I mean, I can't, like, don't you have, like, Australian citizenship?
Yeah.
I don't think you can be European
I have
if
an
you're
Australian
Australian
passport.
citizenship.
But is it about my passport? Is that how it works?
I mean, everybody will have a different definition, no? But, like...
Okay, well...
I think if, like, you grew up in Australia...
Yeah, I did.
Then you're Australian, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my daughter was just born in Berlin. What is she?
I guess she's German.
Yeah, but she might be German, but then at the age 3 or 2 when she starts talking, she's going to say, how's it going? So what's that? Is she German? We don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Put in your votes now in the chat, in the poll production. Send that to Dagda and Kangas afterwards. We'll get that answered on air for you. The important questions while G2 just slap away with their wallets.
Yeah, G2 just taking the Nash here. It's a bit of an... wait, this was an awkward Nash start, I just realized. Like, whole of G2's in base, and Skumon and BB to start hitting it. I think that kind of goes to show how far ahead they are, that they can't just do that. But Team Heretics, they kind of need like a Hail Mary play here. Try to find some sort of crazy insect, find some sort of crazy angle. Because otherwise G2 will just leverage back control, choke them out, or Skumon will just run them down.
Undertow on 2, and against the wall. What target's going to be Tempered Fate run away from, but Team Heretics are split. Trayson trying to split up the fight even further, but CC immune because Ragnarok's buffed, and Trayson had to go squishy to get over there. And G2 will take him down to make it an uneven numbers game once again. We're cresting upon 10,000 gold as Baron should be free. And Jack is just another nail, isn't it?
G2 found the pick that mattered. They're going to converge onto Nasher. They're going to use that to end the game. And they're going to show us some clean macro.
Why not? Why? We deserve it as replay time and Heretics just stepped up too far to mid.
Yeah, really difficult for Team Heretics to really do much of anything. You see they're trying to group up on mid. Sheo has a nice flank onto Caps, but a really good Sonius from Caps means that he won't go down. And then Trayson was forced to ulti, but then by the time he already ults, he's so squishy and no man's land. And now, up against the Nash, down an inhibitor. Team Heretics, they need a miracle.
They need more than that, brother.
Yeah.
If Heretics win this game...
You want to make, like, bets? Team Heretics wins this game?
I think I trust G2.
You trust G2?
Yeah, but I'm not shaving my head or anything. I mean, this...
Oh. You want to shave your head if G2 loses?
I don't want to shave my head, no.
Want to get tattooed, maybe?
Dude, my daughter will look at me like I'm a criminal or something. Like, there's no way.
You could get a tattoo, I am European, if G2 loses.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, if G2 lose, I'll get a tattoo. Why shave?
Really?
Say, in a small part, flash away.
Let's go, Team Heretics!
Han Summer in trouble? No. I mean, I told you, I promised. Tempered Fate. That's one man. Now suddenly for G2, are they in trouble? No, because they're starting this onslaught. And as nervous as I became, Shero had to get out of there real quick after Lebrov showed up as Broken Blade going for the dive. Under the turret, the damage matters not. The static field down to slow down the play. But again, G2 have opened up yet another angle in the base as Team Heretics on their last legs in this game. Jack, I think it is definitely looking like a G2 win.
Yeah, I don't think you're becoming European anytime soon, Jake.
Okay.
They're taking down the Nexus towers. G2 are making it look easy. They're just going to let the Baron minions do the work. Really good flash from Lebrov. The one engaged. Skumon goes in.
And the flash over eyes now onto Sheo. This Olaf game has looked pretty clean, but G2, it has been a leisure for them in game number 2. And their return to European League of Legends has been pretty swell. How are they looking up in first stand finals? Well, G2 just ended it in under an hour.
I mean, G2, you clearly saw from start to finish, they were the better team. I think really their mid-game and their macro was the difference maker, both today and in general in G2's wins. There's still some, funs and kinks that the team needs to work through. And you can see that Caps, there were some misplays from G2. It was not perfection.
Do you think they're mucking around as you play the series Broken Blade Skew Model?
I don't think they're mucking around. I just think you could tell that this wasn't prime time G2.
But does it need to be? Start of the split versus Heretics.
Clearly not. They just 2-0'd them.
Mentioned their opponents and played as well as they needed to. I mean, G2 have quoted on record saying before, like, they're testing things out in the regular season. They're kind of just warming up, and that's all they have to do. They've come in at week 2. And if they look like our best team, I mean, I think hands-wise, yes. I think macro-wise, you use that word a lot in that cast, Jack.
Yeah.
Because from mid-game onwards, I'd say yes. Good job, Roman, in the game. Yeah. Okay, well, they're back. I guess they're all right, aren't they, Jack? We're going to leave you for today. Enough shenanigans for now. It's Finn with Hans Sama. He's going to ask him, how easy was that? That was chill, no?
Bonjour tout le monde. I'm standing by here together with Hans Sama after a dominating Sivir performance with a 2v2 kill to boot. How easy was that, Hans Sama?
Oh, we did a 2v2 kill, right?
No,
I forgot.
With the Sivir bard,
yeah. Oh, yeah, true.
Okay, forgot.
I mean, yeah, well, actually was more happy about the game 1 because, like in 2v2 laning, I think it's would say the matchup should be at their advantage, but I think game 1, even though we died, we had the whole pressure.
Yeah.
So we are quite happy about the laning phase, me and Abrov today.
That's beautiful. I mean, you can tell. And I want to ask you a little bit about a ritual you did in Rogue when we played together. Because when I asked you, how are you so good in lane when we played together in Rogue, you always said, yes, before every game, I visualize me destroying the enemy laner brutally. Do you still do that?
Yeah, I still do that. It's it's a ritual for me to get stronger in lane. I've done it for a while, just like be ready mentally before you go into the bot lane, to feel fully like super alpha to beat them, Always been like that.
And is this something you're preaching to your teammates as well? Are you telling Labrov, okay, Labrov, you're gonna destroy enemy support now. Now close your eyes and just visualize it.
I try to give him confidence whenever I can. To beat them up, basically. I like to give that confidence to Labrov, and for sure I can see he's like super aggressive sometimes. Sometimes he's like he's making some great plays, and yeah, props to him. He's playing very well.
Props to him. But that's what you like, right? You like your sports to be aggressive. You don't want them to be behind you.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think all the time in the bot lane department, you can always there's so much things that you can control. It depends on the effort, how much effort you want to put in to become better, and yeah.
I mean, we can tell you're putting in a lot of effort, seeing how your results have been so excellent lately. Now, we are going to be tossing to a little bit of a break, but when we will be back, we will have Navi versus Vitality. Stay tuned.
Hell, we just got to do it. He's going to run in, get the kill, but meanwhile, Ragnarok time. Double kill already.
Is it me too, okay? There we go, one more turret, okay? Just take me this. Not fighting, maybe solo go. I'm next to you, no flash. Nice.
Oh my god, that's survived by the way. Nice job. Okay, this is GG.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy keeps sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
this could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
Welcome back to the LEC for the last series we're going to have today, as you see with a beautiful flag. It's going to be Vitality taking on Navi, but before we get into this, we have Skewmond with us to talk about a lot of things actually, but how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, like bit of a slow start, but happy with the win.
Slow start? I mean, yeah, slow games. I gotta say, like something we've been talking about is the fact that you brought back a bit of the LCK with you guys. Do you agree?
I guess, I mean, yeah, like we're just playing slow, playing like on Drakes and looking to scale as much as we can. I guess, yeah, it's true.
All right. You were telling us that you had a bit of a break, coming back from first 10, week off, and then you started scrims recently. How has it been getting back to it?
I mean, looks like EU is like really strong, I guess. I think like the teams are like playing pretty good. I do believe we're like kind of rusty in today as well. So I'm looking forward to see like how much we can like improve throughout the split. And yeah, I mean, I think that we're gonna have like a good challenge back in EU. I think like from like scrims already, I think people are like playing pretty decent.
I mean, that's very exciting to hear. We talked a little bit about it as well, but I'd love for you to repeat what you explained to me, like a week off. It feels like that shouldn't have a big impact, but you're saying that actually has a pretty significant one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it really like comes down to like actually just relearning what we've like learned, I guess, during the first 10, for example. And I think just really making sure you're not like rusty mechanically and just
like actually like knowing how and visualize how you're gonna play like certain matchups. And since like after a week off and like playing a bit of solo queue, it's really different from like playing scrims on stage. So that's where like you kind of need a bit of time to get back into it.
Yeah, I have to imagine you're going from a very intense daily schedule into then a long period before your each series. So I imagine that impacts it as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's why like I'm not really worried that much. Obviously, like I'm happy with the win. Like it will for sure count in the long run. But yeah, like the split is going to be really, really long. So it's going to be important for us to like just keep up the pace and like see it as a marathon, right?
Any notes on Broken Blade? He's the Kia player of the series today, from the Poppy game to the insane Shen plays we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, he played really good. Again, like the Shen, I think he's like really insane on it. And yeah, like I think his game was like almost like flawless.
All right, awesome. Something that I wanted to talk to you about quickly is you have a fan in the LCK, in the likes of Keria.
Yeah.
How is it having a double world champion? Yeah. Say that he wants to have your jersey. I don't even think we've seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm really glad. It really means a lot to me to have like such like a big player, probably like the best supporter in like history, arguably, saying this to me. I mean, yeah, I mean, like I'm just like really honored to have someone like him say this. And yeah, I mean, I would like send a message to him. Hopefully, we can meet in MSI and exchange our jerseys.
Amazing.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. Focusing a bit more on the LEC here, as we said, it's going to be Vitality versus Navi. Navi being the first place team. Have you watched their games last week?
Yeah, so like all the LEC games.
Yeah.
And yeah, talking about Navi, I think like they look like pretty strong. They did like lose both like one game like in their series. I just think that if they're like playing their own game and like playing discipline, which like and playing through jungle a lot, I think they're like a pretty strong team.
Last split, we felt as though they were a very dragon-focused team. Like, statistically, there was evidence to support that when we watched them. It felt like all of their focus and their drafts were about controlling dragons. But it felt like when playoffs came around, that style couldn't really get them any further. Do you feel that this split, that they have brought a different approach, or do you feel they're still quite similar?
I mean, for sure, it's going to be still like a bit similar, right? I think like in the span time of like few weeks, I don't think the team will like really change. But I think that like their key success is like when they play around jungle, in my opinion, and they can actually like get a lead and like just, and then the jungler helps their lanes. So I think that, as I mentioned before, I think like if they're like disciplined on that regard and they can like stack the drakes, I think they will be a good team here. Something that we've been talking about when it comes to both teams is the rookie potential on his team and the two young players that they have. You have Rilech on one side, Nako on the other. As someone who was in Rilech's shoes 3 years ago, actually, what do you think about his evolution and what made him better from the first steps he took in the LEC into the stout Aatrox performances that you've seen? I've actually played against him like in 2024, I think for only one split, and I think like he really changed as a player. I think Leverton is like way more like consistent and like more versatile on the way he plays. I think before he was like really like kind of like farm focused and like just looking to get a lead on his own. But I think right now he has a pretty good view on like how to manage like to disrupt the lanes, and I think it's like he's pretty promising. Yeah.
I see. Do you think his Aatrox is better than yours? Or do you think your Aatrox?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
wow.
I mean, for sure. Like I also lost on it in the finals against BLG. Don't want to talk about it.
No,
but,
no.
But yeah, I mean, I think he just has like way more games, and like I think probably like go better knowledge than me. Yeah.
And go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, you have experience against a couple players in this room, because we remember back before you joined the LEC, it was BDSA versus Vitality's academy team as well, and that's what you played against Nako in the finals. So how do you weigh up Nako now playing in both LEC and similarly in a start to his career like you did?
That's funny to wish this. I mean, yeah, I mean, same as like Rilech as well, in a way. I think that they both like improved so much. I think like last year he was like okay player, but I think like in Summer Split already last year he was like showing some good stuff. And I think like the last split in LEC versus, he showed like that he is like a really consistent and like really mechanical player. And I think that he's probably like one of the best top players in the region for sure. And doing this in like in a span time of like only 1 year is like pretty impressive, honestly. So I'm looking forward to see like how they will keep improving.
We see Nako here. Of course, I think it's last week on Jax, not to reignite some bad memories on Jax, BLG and everything, but how do you rate the impact of a very, very good top laner? Do you think it can make a difference right now if you're really goated at that role?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, like, for example, talking about that game on the Jax I was watching, he had like a pretty good lead. I think it was like, I'm not sure if you could have like done more to impact the map, for example. But yeah, like if you want to talk about the best, right? Like for example, Bean, right? Like I think that their main strength is like actually knowing their timings where they can like actually roam and like have a timing on the team, looking for like TP flanks, this kind of stuff. And I think that it's kind of what you need for a top laner. Obviously, I'm not a top laner, I cannot really speak for them. But from like my point of view, when I watch like these guys like really impact the map, it's like they really think about their tempo, knowing when they're like strong on side, and taking a lead to go into the team.
So I'm curious, if let's say you're Relech in this position, because you can speak for junglers, does top lane become a focus for you, or are you very draft dependent?
I think it's for sure draft dependent. I think it depends on like the matchups. Obviously, like if we go into like those carry tops, like we've seen like some Vayne tops, for example.
Oh yeah.
Or like maybe I don't know, like what he could play, like Varus. I don't know what, like whatever. I think it's really important to make sure that your top lane has some good conditions, because if he starts going playing from behind, I think it's going to be a really rough game. So obviously, if he's going to play Cassante, I don't think you really need to spend that much time on top lane. But I think that if the stars align and he has a good matchup, for sure, I think you can definitely look at top lane when you're playing jungle.
Fair.
Now, in this matchup in today, actually, we only had one-sided games and one-sided series. So is that going to be different? Because I see Vitality on one side, Navi on the other. I'm expecting 3 games here.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of chaos when we think back to Vitality last week and even Navi. I mean, Skimon talked about how inconsistent they are, and we've seen highs and lows for both teams. It ultimately depends how much growth they've made in a week, and we don't have to wait long to find out.
Absolutely, as the 2 teams are stepping up on stage here today. It's going to be one hell of a battle between these 10 players. Skimon, you're going to stay with us, of course, for the draft, and we're going to do all this together at the desk. What do you think it's going to come down to between these 2 teams?
Like I think, like for sure, like for Navi, I think like eyes on jungle, right? I think it's really important for them to have like a good condition for Relech. I think for Vitality, it really like depends. I think they're like more versatile in my opinion. I think that they have like a lot of carry potential with Skarzi. Sometimes he tends to like play a bit too aggressive.
Yeah.
And Naknako as well on the other hand. So I think, I'm not sure, but for sure I think it's going to be a really intense match.
Last split, when we saw Navi versus Koi, the way Koi shut them down was basically by removing carries from Relech. Like game 1, they like first pick Zahen, they ban away his carry junglers, and they try to force him onto things like Xin Zhao and other things that it didn't seem like he had that same carry performance. Do you think that's still an effective strategy against Navi?
I mean, it can definitely be like an approach here. I think that he can probably play like other champs, but for sure, like removing his comfort picks can be a good strategy. But I think that if you focus too much on this, on like, obviously right now it's a best of 3, but if you go into the best of 5 having this approach, it might be hard to like actually have room for bans.
Right.
But I think for best of 3, it can be a good strategy.
Fair. Well, coming into this matchup, best of 3, right now we saw Ashe Seraphine continue to be prio. Karma, I mean, we've seen that since first stand, just be like the support pick.
Yep.
And then Orianna still seems to sit at the top. Are there any other bans that you're thinking maybe just need to come through here in just game 1s?
I mean, like usually, yeah, as you mentioned, like those like Enchanter supports are like looking kind of strong since first end. A lot of like prio we saw like with the Lulus, Karma, Seraphine. I think that the mids are like always like usually that strong. For example, here I don't see like a Rise ban, so let's see if they are going to trade it. I think this champ looks like a bit OP, I'm not gonna lie. And besides this, I think like, yeah, the Nautilus to block the Enchanter makes sense. And yeah.
What does a Scion ban suggest to you?
Probably like, I mean, it could be like for some like immobile carries, right? Like some Varus. I mean, Varus got banned right now, so maybe not anymore. Or like for Jace top, I would say.
Oh, because they're looking right now at an Ashe Seraphine, right? That just feels like the easy go-to. But generally, if you're leaving Ashe Seraphine up, I mean, we saw you guys answer with Nautilus MF at first stand, so sometimes teams are prepared to leave that stuff up because they have prepared counter picks. Do you think that it's worth just giving, with Ezreal gone, with the Karma gone, with Nautilus gone, with Varus gone, this seems like a bit of a weird first pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think we did the same, no? Like first game, and we traded those champs. I mean, like as I mentioned, like with the rise of like all the mid priors, like for example here, I would expect them to probably like trade Rise for Azir. That's the only reason I see. And yeah, I mean, I think Azir got buffed recently, so like the champ kinda got more power. And if you don't really have the tools to block the Azir teamfights, I think you can like kinda outrange the Ashe Seraphine. So like for me, it kinda makes sense to go for this approach.
Now that's a surprise, locking in the aura that early, no? Do you keep it? Is that a flex?
Yeah?
Could be, yeah.
Okay.
You
For
can
sure.
flex it both between top and mid. Could also possibly be part of the reason why the Sion ban, maybe if they wanted to bring the Aurora top, Sion can just be a little bit annoying. Corki Nami is I mean, I've seen you guys play it, many teams have played it. Do you think it's actually, I mean, do you feel confident to speak about how you feel about this bot matchup?
Probably not, but I think that, regarding the meta itself, I think it all depends of like your team, right? We've seen like a lot of people trade these two like matchups. I think it's fair. I think like both combos make sense. Now it all comes down to like who builds the better disrupt comp, I guess, with like some Jarvans, some Vi, some Pantheons. So
yeah, so like help the viewers understand at home, because so you're in this draft. Let's say that you're Na'Vi, for example. How are you or a jungler thinking about this now? What sort of things are you thinking about asking for, and what are you thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, like looking at it right now, I think like, for example, like a champ like Jarvan would be like for sure like perfect pick. I would expect it to be banned because they are playing immobiles. If not, you could have like this approach of like maybe you can outrange with Azir and maybe look for like a peel champ like Zinzao. It makes sense as well to like deny it from like an enemy team with Seraphine. So like probably looking for like either disrupt, engage champs, or like front to back.
So you're just giving options to your coaches right now about like, so I would like a Jarvan seems pretty good. I'm thinking about a Xin maybe. So you see a Wukong ban and you're gonna be like, okay, well, now I'm in theory gonna get one of those two.
Yeah.
And so now you're also, does the back and forth, do you thinking about what you need to ban out?
Yes.
Or is that someone else's job?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, for example, in this case, I think they're like picking on fourth, right? So the jungle will have to pick. So like making sure that you have like good condition to like actually blind your champion is probably the best thing you can do. And I mean, yeah, like whoever last pick is probably like gonna be fine. Unless something is like really OP, then you will have to match ban. But yeah, you just have to make sure like your blind is like stable.
So the Vi ban suggests that they're very much thinking about that Jarvan first pick, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well, we're going to see if Vitality choose to ban away the Jarvan or not. Mundo. So I'm guessing right now, would you ban Panth? Are you scared about Panth if you're picking Jarvan first pick, or is it the Xin?
I mean, I think that looking at like, I mean, both are like, you can make a good argument. In my opinion, when you have like Corki Azir, you are like, you can have like room for like dodging the Pantheon route.
Right.
So I think like looking to ban Xin and picking Jarvan would make sense. Just to make sure like to kind of block the front to back comp that are trying to build on the left.
Okay. They disagree with you.
Okay, fair enough.
But I mean, this is exactly what you were talking about earlier, right? Which is it's often a team preference thing.
Yes.
It could very much just be Sam D saying, I don't want to play against Panth, right? And I'm sure you've experienced that before, where it's not just you making these decisions. You've got teammates next to you that sit there and say, I think Xin is fine. I don't want to deal with Panth, right?
Yeah, for sure. So let's see. Maybe they take away the Jarvan, I would assume. Is it in ban it? It's not the greatest Jarvan game, I must say, against Azir Corki.
Right.
Okay, Zinzao. Makes sense.
So
Stable.
very much what we expect. And then, and now we're expecting the Jarvan to come through from Na'Vi. But is that a Reletch champion? Would you associate him with J4?
Not necessarily, but I for sure like seeing that he can play. He's not like the hardest champ to play in my opinion.
Because Ambessa is also his kind of style. And if you want backline threat, in my mind, that's also a direction that he could go to. But I just think it doesn't synergize with the comp that they've kind of built, because it feels like they want to leverage their range, right?
Exactly, yeah. I think so too. Sivana?
How likely? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Jarvan makes sense.
No fun allowed.
Oh, Rumble is open actually.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I didn't pay attention.
I mean, that's fine. It happens all the time.
I'm a bit surprised.
So Vitality, rounding out, I mean, with the Sion already banned, like, Ornn I know is a BB kind of preference. Yeah. We've also seen Cassante played into it. Cassante's open. Yeah. I feel like those two are kind of the safest.
For sure, yeah.
But they could also just put Aurora top into the Rumble as well.
That is completely true, yeah. If they want to be fancy, they can pick like something like maybe Ari, I guess, into the Azir. But I do believe like if you pick a tank like Cassante, I think that draft looks very good.
Right.
Okay, no.
Okay, so what do you think of the drafts?
I think that like left comp is probably like the easiest to like play. It's kind of front to back type of champs. I think on the right they really need to make sure like Azir is like has a stable lane and look to disrupt bot as much as they can. I honestly think it will come down to like who is like the ahead on this bot lane matchup and who will be able to snowball from there.
Fair enough. All on the bot lane.
Yeah. Who do you think takes the game on then?
I'm not sure honestly. Like, I think it can really go both ways. I can see both teams like winning. As I mentioned, I think like it's going to be really interesting to see like the early game for the two junglers and see like what kind of pathing they will go for, and see like who will be actually able to disrupt, or maybe just a full kill game, I guess.
Awesome. Well, let's see what happens in game. Thank you for joining us today, Skimon. Now let's send it over to Dagda and Kangas for game one.
Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you very much, Skumon, for the fantastic insight into that draft. A lot of folks on the bot lane, Dagda. As any time you see Ashe Seraphine, immediately your eyes are going to go to how much priority are they going to have over that lane?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you should just be able to push in and look for those level 3s. But when you look back to Na'Vi in their last series, they were well ready for it. You actually saw Relax changing that pathing, getting that lead, and making sure that he was able to come out on top in that last series against SK in game 1. So have to see if he can have a similar story here or if he's ready for that invade like he was last time.
Either way, it's Vitality versus Na'Vi, an exciting matchup all across the board. A lot of rising stars on both of these rosters. You look at players like Knock on the side of Vitality, players like Relech on the side of Na'Vi, and we're seeing this kind of influx of new talent, and now they get a clash against each other here in week 2 of Spring.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who kind of comes out on top, because I think for Vitality, they've kind of nearly taken the space in my head of where I was looking at Na'Vi to be. I was kind of looking at Na'Vi as that like dark horse, just resting outside of those top 3, coming out of the initial few weeks back in LEC Versus. But it feels like now Vitality are very comfortably slotted into that kind of 4th place spot of how much can they contest with those top 3 teams.
And I feel like both of these teams are kind of trying to make that argument early on here in Spring of which one is going to step up to the MCOYs or the KCs.
Commenting your own name.
As some trading happens on the bot side, and it, of course, is the Ashe and the Seraphine coming in here. Is that his name? It's Jake, right? It's not Derek's.
I think it's the emote.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Do you have an emote for yourself?
I think I do, but
do you know what it is? Sounds like you're not confident in that.
I think it's Dagda XD or XD Dagda or something. I'm not a big emote guy. I'm a lurker.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one, though, still. It's Humanoid also getting chunked out here from Poby in the mid lane, and Relech pathing from bot side to top side, starting on the Wolves, and we have an opposite side from Linsis, who's going to be going towards the bottom camps.
Yeah, so we can see that Relech kind of took a different route here, just on his jungle path to try and keep himself safe, right? Ended up working from the Wolves back in towards the blue, and that was because a ward was placed down to spot him out on this early clear. So already you have a lot of information for Linsis as Humanoid.
Poby getting aggressive right now as Humanoid has to flash back to the safety of the turret. Summoner spell advantage for Poby.
And that's a huge play for Poby as well, because when we think back to the way things have gone for Poby, it hasn't been the best of times. Leader solo killing him when he still had flash, and honestly, I wanted to see a step up from this guy, but already in this game, getting Humanoid's flash in what is not exactly an easy matchup is fantastic for the Na'Vi mid lane.
Yeah, Poby did not have a strong start to Spring Split so far, but already here getting the better of Humanoid, so maybe showing that Na'Vi can turn things around, because despite the fact that Na'Vi have 2 series wins, Poby was not a big part of the early game success for the teams. He was showing up late game, but if they can solve Poby's early game and he can have more performances like this so far, it's going to be much better for Na'Vi.
And we even heard from Skumon as well. It's like the big win for Na'Vi is about kind of having a safe laning phase for Poby, but Na'Vi might be safe bot.
Yeah, big root onto Samdi, has to Valkyrie the safety and heal from Paris. No flash used, and it's a trade of heal with Flashy, who, by the way, actually, Linsis is hanging around here, so we'll get back to that. He's spotted right now, going to drop a ward down and not go for the dive, but there was the potential for it. Paris would have known.
Yeah, nice from Samdi to go all the way back to the bush to just be like, all right, I don't want to interrupt or be interrupted on this play, so just make sure I can get the reset off. Does mean already, though, this bot lane very explosive, and Vitality going to be happy that, you know, they're burning these burning summoner spells and getting this pusher.
Yeah, I mean, Samdi's going to be very far behind right now. This cannon wave will go in. Paris is going to try and hold it as long as he can. And somebody will at least get the cannon, so it's only 1 minion lost overall, but Karzi can now go for a reset and pick up even more. It's just a tier for Samdi, so not even a lot of combat stats. And also, production let us know that this is Fleshy's first Seraphine game. First career Seraphine. It's already going pretty swimmingly.
Yeah, this is what happens when you end up in this Enchanter meta. Like, look, as a support player, I don't enjoy it. I want to just go in and take fights, and then I'm like, oh no, I gotta heal and shield.
Yeah.
So
hey,
much
you're
less
talking to a
entertaining.
Pantheon player, man.
Oh, fair, yeah.
I feel that very much. But yeah, Fleshy, he's known more for those kind of like hook champions, engaged champions, but you gotta play to the meta. And we're having a lot of firsts in LEC these first 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, his Bard has looked exceptional, so definitely has been good not only on some of the Enchanter or range supports, but even now picking up the Seraphine. Like, this has been an excellent start, and I think that's been one of the big focuses for us, has been how well Carzzy and Fleshy have been doing. It's been on things like the Caitlyn and the Bard, but they've been exceptional and a major win point or win condition for Vitality. And especially when you've already got Linces, who's off to a decent clear, kind of putting pressure onto this bottom lane now, with clearing back down to this bottom side. I think that's where, for Vitality, they can continue to keep this pressure up on the bottom lane.
Yeah, when Carzzy is online, Vitality will look much stronger. It's no longer just going to be the Knock Knocko show. They also have strength elsewhere as well. Which, speaking of Knock Knocko, he's just been kind of silent on the top side, gets hit by the Equalizer, and will just hop away. No ganking coming in from Relech. But he is up in CS. He's able to push these waves in with the range advantage. And I kind of came into this series talking about the Knock Knocko versus the Relech conversation, because these are kind of those two newer players that have really been getting a lot of hype behind them here in the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Knock Knocko, it has just been, okay, is this now just the de facto best top laner in Europe, which is incredible for a man who only just came in off the back of, I mean, laying back in the ERL system in his chair, but now stepping up massively. And Relech, moving down towards this bottom side, realizes that the Zinzao's there, so he's going to back off, but also has been exceptional for Na'Vi in getting early control, adapting his pathing to what's happening in the game. I think that's where I've been most impressed, is just how well he has adjusted his jungle pathing throughout the games to make sure he can come out with the lead.
And even this split so far, it's not just the top laners that Relech is playing in the jungle that he's looking impressive on. He's also playing the more traditional junglers and having fantastic performances. Na'Vi are currently in the lead right now with 2 series wins. As Poby takes another good trade against Humanoid. Linces is nearby between World Pop. Flash from Poby to keep himself safe. And Linces is not able to impact that.
We're actually trying to steal away the blue buff, though, because Linces end up getting the scuttle, but will be spotted.
Linces is level 6, so level advantage. Relech needs backup if he wants to actually get this. Goes for the smite, and it is Linces that gets it. Now Relech has to get away. Linces trying to lock him down with the help of Knock Knocko, and that's going to be a flash from Relech. First blood to Linces.
Oh, bottom lane, though. We got
Carzzy
more.
going all in onto Paris right now, and they get a double kill to Carzzy. 3 to Vitality.
This game just blew open for Vitality. The top lane gets the kill on the jungler, and now the 2 kills in bottom lane as well. It's a disaster for Na'Vi. And I can understand what Relech was trying to go for. He was like, okay, I'm losing out on Scuttle Crab. I didn't go for the 530 tech. Let me try and invade on this blue buff. But you just don't have a fast enough clear in the Jarvan to try and take that away. But on the bottom side, we get the replay. Great phosphorus bomb on the 2. Oh. And you just don't have enough. Carzzy even flashing over some of that damage there.
Yeah.
Really well played.
Carzzy hits level 6, throws out the arrow, and I believe the splash damage from the arrow hit both of them right there. So really well played from Fleshy and Carzzy. They were already ahead in just the push department in the CS department. Now get another wave in, get the double kill to Carzzy, comes back to lane with a BF sword and change.
And one of the big criticisms we have of Na'Vi coming out of LEC Versus was just how do they try and function when behind? It felt like the team wasn't very good at trying to play from a deficit, especially since a lot of the game revolved around these stacking dragons. So now we'll have to see if Na'Vi can kind of adjust. Like, how can Relech start to make plays? Because you've now got flashes burnt on an immobile AD carry. If I'm Relech, I'm looking at a Cataclysm to the bottom side, but he has to clear top side first.
And I'm not seeing like an immediate, obvious, like massive scaling advantage, but I still think the Vitality scales very well into this game. So if they're able to win the early game too, like the Seraphine is just going to make your front line unkillable. The Aurora is going to be able to one-shot people in the back line. And weirdly enough, it's actually kind of Poby holding it down.
Yeah.
This is not what we saw last week when it comes to Na'Vi's gameplay.
Especially against Humanoid, who was kind of taking a step up once he joined the Vitality roster when it came to like individual lane performances and what he could achieve in the team fights as well. So I think if Poby can kind of hold his own like this, great. Unfortunately, he did have to burn that flash as Linces made that transitional gank mid, but playing safe still and not giving much more across.
And right now it's dragon time. It's going to be a slightly delayed first dragon take here, but still Vitality, they have the push right now with at least Carzzy and Fleshy in the area first. Samdi and Paris are going to walk back. And we see Relech on the top half of the map, so not going to be contested.
Well, Knock Knocko was contested. I'm basically sitting in front of the Grubs going, all right, what are you going to do, lads? Are you going to try and take it?
Yeah.
Now, it will be Relech able, with that movement from main turret, to start up the Grubs, but still you can see Vitality very aware of how Relech can access the map and how he can try and cross map.
And you ask most analysts, they would agree the dragon stacking is the bigger threat than the early Grubs. So even if Vitality do eventually give it, they delayed Relech slightly. and they're still taking a pretty good trade here. It's going to be the Chemtech Dragon coming up next in 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So Relech can clear this one. He doesn't have any camps on the top half, so you imagine he'll either look for a gank or reset or bot side. He doesn't have that many options.
Yeah, I think he has to reset. Like, Sundered Sky already picked up for Linces, so you're down a reset for Relech, and his bot camps are there. Maybe he's a little shy on that first line of pickup, but it does mean that Linces has like a tempo advantage that he can try and play around this bottom side. That's a big miss.
Arrow does not land, but the encore flash by SamD. Now tidal wave on a Karzi, they turn it around. Shut down, picked up by SamD. Now V on the board.
Massive play from SamD. The miss on the ultimate from Karzi and managing to dodge that ult from Fleshy.
No,
that should
the Between Worlds from Humanoid, though. No flash on Poby from the earlier look of Linces, and Humanoid is just going to run him down. The weirding for the damage, but Poby can get out. Aurora doesn't have the items to get that kill yet.
SamD just Valkyrie his way out of any sort of mischief on this bottom side. But either way, I mean, Na'Vi, I expected them to need Relech to come down here to try and help out, but instead, just making plays by themselves. Now that Relech has gone for that reset, though, we'll have to see if he can make his way down to this bottom side and maybe punish Cars even further.
Yeah, he's a little behind on the reset from Linces, but as of right now, they both have the same amount of items. Let's get another look at the replay of that 2v2 bot lane.
So, Karzi just a swing and a miss, but really good reactions from SamD, flashing away, and SamD doing so much damage on this Corki in the early stages. Karzi and Fleshy trying to push the advantage, just don't have it.
And Karzi also gets punished for not having his flash from the earlier play. Like, he gets the double kill, that was really hype, but because he doesn't have the flash, he can't dodge that tidal wave. So now SamD right back in it, still a gold lead for Karzi. But SamD showing that Corki damage is still real, even before he picks up that first item. Wave continues to push in for Karzi and Fleshy.
A good one from Paris, though, onto the Raptors, which is going to spot out where Linces is. So giving it a little bit of info towards Relech, just exactly what the opposition's up towards, and should spot that he's trying to look for the invade. So Relech going to protect his own bot side jungle here.
And we'll see Linces throwing out the wind becomes lightning as now Poby gets hit by the audacious charge. Throws that Emperor's Divide defensively, knocking Linces back. Will now be down an ult and probably look for a reset as he channels back.
I'm surprised Poby ended up positioning like that, because you could see that the Zinzo had left Raptors in towards River. Then has to burn the ultimate now. Won't mean too much, you should have it up for the rest of these objectives, but definitely makes any sort of like counterplay a little bit less intuitive for Na'Vi as they go on.
Yeah, he has, actually, as we had a smite from Relech stealing away the Scuttle Crab, and now just ult on the Fleshy. Relech getting a steal and a kill, will trade his life for it, as Linces will answer right on back. Karzi also sniping Paris with the arrow, forces flash out of Nami. Na'Vi get back to the safety of the turret, but in comes Humanoid, goes for the turret dive, weirding for the kill, and gets out of there alive. Vitality find a 2-for-1.
Great collapse from Vitality onto the bottom side. That's just what we're talking about, right? Poby gets pushed out mid, gives Humanoid that moment to come down towards that bottom side. And even though it looked like Na'Vi, who started off the play, were in good spots, it ends up being dire straits for them.
And I'm honestly surprised Relech even went for that, like, blast cone steal, because that's almost a one-way trip with the positioning here.
Yeah, but it's just Fleshy who takes a step too far forward, so Relech thinks he has the moment, but then realizes, well, I've flagged and dragged into Tribe Rush and then Flash, so I've got nothing left. But also Linces end up double stacking his Q to get the third stack onto Paris, so it's really nice timing as they went for it. So it gives that moment for Humanoid to come through. He manages to set up the play, and it's a great time for Vitality on the bottom side.
Really, really well played. I mean, it's a little awkward at first with Fleshy being that far forward, but they, you know, make lemonade out of lemons. They're able to answer the kill and get another one for themselves. And now that's more gold into Linces' pocket, as well as Humanoid picking his first one up, because he wasn't able to get much onto Poby in the 1v1. He was trying, but he hadn't found that yet. Now he has a lead.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be happy out, right? And as you say, I think Poby did a decent job in the early stages of kind of controlling that lane and not giving too much, even burning that flash in the first couple of levels. But now you're starting to worry about, well, how much damage is going to come out towards SamD? What else can we try and achieve here? Because Dragon isn't just under 30 seconds, and I think that's where the focus is. If you're Na'Vi, at least you're hitting some of those big item spikes like the Triforce and the Imperial Mandate, which is massive for SamD and Paris. So maybe you can try and use that as you get to the next fight.
I'm highlighting, though, we have the first Rocket Belt. I'm on full Rocket Belt watch. Every mid laner wants to build this item right now. It is the item of the hour, as that's at least one. Will Poby get one? Yeah.
I've heard, now the timing is apparently incredibly tough. You can Rocket Belt out of Jarvanot. I have yet to see it done successfully, and that may be wrong. But
you can
what I've heard is it is
the veil,
possible. Yes.
You can also Between Worlds. I think he's got options, but that would be cool. All right, I'll be watching for that as well. If I miss it, Rob, I'm expecting you to call it out.
Okay. I got it.
I don't know why I called you Rob there.
It's okay.
Dagda. People
There's
probably got
a lot of names I've been called in this broadcast. That's one of the nicer ones. It's okay.
They didn't carry you here, man. It's a 1v1 for Major, flashing in on a Knock-Knocko. Flash response, and the Gnar gets out of there. Dragons are set up, though, here, as both teams are now posturing around here.
Yeah, you got the Azir that's pushing on the bottom side that can now start to move across, which is why Vitality kind of have to give up space. But look at where Relech is positioned. He's basically calling out, hey, if this Aurora moves, we can immediately turn onto her, but he might have to give up the space.
He doesn't have a lot of damage behind him right now, although in comes Samdi, in comes Paris, and now Linces realizes he's kind of all alone, throws out the Crescent Guard early, so no Xin Zhao ultimate if they want to contest the Dragon. That means he'll probably just go back to clear, and I imagine Relech just earned Na'Vi that Dragon.
Yeah, great positioning by Relech there, just hiding out in the bush, waiting to see if anyone face-checked him, and knew that I've got Azir in River, and we've got first push thanks to Samdi and Paris, and this is what I was talking about with the one-item spike, that Triforce Imperial Mandate. It's so difficult to contest a Corki Nami on that wave when they've got these two items in tandem. But here we go.
Oh, another ult from Humanoid. But now Relech is nearby. Goes for the Cataclysm early. That's flash out of Humanoid, not the Rocket Belt. It was on cooldown. But we're going to keep watching for it.
We'll see if it ends up happening. But
yeah, Summoner Spell burned, though. That's big.
Yeah. It does give Linces time, though, on the top side to end up taking the Rift Herald, and that was kind of the trade that Na'Vi were hoping for. The TP back into the bottom side for Poby as well means they should be able to get at least some plates, but Fleshy in a good position to cover.
Yeah, that was fantastic positioning from Fleshy. I was worried for Humanoid at first, but then having a Seraphine in your pocket means that probably no dive, and while they were hovering there, yeah, you take away the Krugs, but that is Herald secured by Linces, as he will now still be on top side. Yeah, Manger's got to walk all the way back now. Linces can just take these Krugs and probably drop the Herald. You don't even have to. They might just get this turret.
Yeah, you've got the Jarvan and the Nami trying to come and support him on that top side. Doesn't quite get that equalizer, the right angle.
Equalizer, yeah. Okay, it's fine. He's able to walk up because he's got his support. It's these supports just leaving the lane and saying, I'm going to help out the solo laners survive.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do, you know? You got to run around.
Is that what I'm supposed to do? I thought I was supposed to flash in and die. And then, that's usually how the
it's what we're supposed to do, not what we do, you know?
Always room for growth. Yeah. That's what I'm hearing. The Samdi is right now alone in the mid lane, but has his support behind him now. There we go. Mainter still has his turret alive, but Knock-Knocko is peppering it down, throws down the ultimate. It's gonna full wombo combo! And it's a 1-for-1 trade. Turret putting in a lot of heavy lifting there for Na'Vi.
I mean, it was 2 CS by the end of it as well, but you know what? Star points for Knock-Knocko on the kill. Either way, that turret will fall, I imagine, on that next play up top side.
It's about sending a message, Dagda. It's like, yeah, it might have been a 1-for-1, but I took 3 turret shots, so who really wins out there?
Either way, Linces, though, now a Rift Herald in mid lane should get a decent amount of damage. You can see immediately Relech trying to move across the mid lane.
And gonna drift it on in, crashes into the turret, and that is a turret taken. First turret, quite late here, 17:30 in, but Vitality get an extra injection of gold.
Yeah, Humanoid caught the transition, though.
Yeah, finds Humanoid right there. Poby, big damage, finds a shuffle as well between worlds. He's trying to get the angle, he does get out of there. Now the team comes in. Tag in Linces, Cataclysm to safety as Knock-Knocko continues to chase down. Relech falls, the charm lands onto 2, and Vitality squeeze the pincers, double kill onto the jungler, and find a huge plan to Na'Vi.
And Knock-Knocko isn't afraid of terror shots. He takes 2, fishing for Paris.
I think Paris might be able to get out of this one. Ooh, he's able to dodge a wall, but Knock-Knocko just loses the Mega Gnar. So has to back off, but what a counterplay from Vitality.
I mean, great play from Vitality. It looked like Humanoid was caught, but barely gets out thanks to that ultimate. I thought Poby had basically set up enough damage, couldn't quite get the lockdown into that little area though, and then able to escape. The arrow was huge as well for knocking Relech down, and then also with the knocking him backwards again then with the Xin Zhao ultimate. He gets caught, the charm onto 2, Knock-Knocko into the wall. It is beautiful from Vitality.
Incredible use of these ultimates from both sides, honestly. It seemed like Na'Vi might be able to get out of there, but no, Knock-Knocko's TP is able to turn the entire play on its head, and now it's 9-3 in the kill count, 6.3k gold lead for Vitality.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned for Na'Vi in this one. Like, I think you kind of missed your windows as to where you were at your strength. Like, I really like Rumble, Corki, Nami. Ooh. Nami, run away, run away.
Yep, try and get out of there.
But, and also Jarvan off these, like, 1-item spikes. But I feel like as this starts to go on, like, the Xin Zhao scales so well thanks to the Seraphine. Same with the Ashe, same with honestly the Nara as well. And you can see just how when you're trying to set up for these front-to-back fights, which Na'Vi want to try and go for, you're getting so much value from the Seraphine in that as well. So I think it just becomes a little bit difficult for Na'Vi. 50 seconds until this next Dragon, though. We'll have to see if Vitality can continue to turn up the heat.
Yeah, they have the item advantages for that Dragon. Na'Vi might be able to get a few resets off. I see somebody going for a reset right now, but LEC should not be able to get that. I imagine a second item, whereas Linces already has his. Cardzi has 2 items. We don't have the Muramana completed yet for Samdi, although honestly one team fight probably will stack up and hit it during the fight, but still, that's the advantages I'm looking for as Poby goes for a 1v1, and there's the Rocket Belt from Humanoid. Now between worlds, finds the initial outplay, but then not gonna go for more. Poby does do a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, I mean, nice job from Humanoid though, to escape, but now with 13 seconds until the objective, you don't really have either of those ultimates available. Poby significantly healthier though, trying to see if he can stop that reset from Humanoid, but he's pieced out.
And Dragon's spawning very soon here. It just hit the Rift, but neither team's immediately going to go for it. Nako has a massive shove for Vitality on the bottom half of the map, as Mainter will run all the way down there to answer that.
Yeah, we're seeing Na'Vi kind of continuously go for these cross maps. So instead, we're sitting up in the top lane, see if they can just take the tower instead. So it will be a second Dragon for Vitality. Na'Vi just hoping they can put enough resources into Poby now.
They didn't have a big enough wave. They do have the grubs from earlier, and now another cannon coming in. Humanoid will just back off. So, okay, it will be a turret trade for the Dragon. Na'Vi saying we don't have the wallets to contest this. Let's try and get more gold into the pocket of the Azir.
Yeah, I think the fact that you constantly have push on mid from Samdi and Paris kind of opens up for these plays, because it means that there's no real counter response from Vitality to try and, you know, make a play on towards the tier 2 on bottom side. So at least for Na'Vi now, they've kind of held on. Like, the gold is still 5k, but I think for Vitality now, it's about, okay, how do we try and transition this into using Nako's pressure in side lane to enable mid lane pushes, to enable vision, and just trying to limit map position for Na'Vi now.
Nako is the majority of the lead. It's 5k across the field, but 2 of that is on just the Gnar, who finished the Wits End as the Merc Tread, so either solo laner he's against, he's feeling really solid right now. The only downside is the other biggest gold differential is Fleshy, as the Nako is actually in a 1v2 currently. Poby going for the shuffle, flashed by the Gnar, going for the Mega. He's got so much magic resist, he's 1v2ing the solo laners of Na'Vi. Roasted down, but the team helping him out. He survives. Vitality will look for more on the Poby as Humanoid misses some of the abilities, but Linces is there for the backup. 2 kills to Vitality.
Nako, take a bow. That was sick. Outplaying both of the Na'Vi players in that one and setting up as Vitality came down to just get everything, even TP's top. Yeah, the cherry on top.
This guy is making quite a reputation for himself in the LEC. Nako, remember the name. His kid's going places.
I think everyone just wants to see that place be an international tournament. Like, all they want is to see him face off against the best in the world. And Samdi, they need to take a return trip to base.
That is Aurora with, I believe, only 2 items. It's Nako in a 1v3, holding the line solo. Now Humanoid links up with him. Baron has started for Vitality. Na'Vi are just trying to find an avenue in, but Samdi's so low. Mainter will TP. LEC maybe finds an avenue in as the Encore goes a little wide. Cataclysm will get closer, but he just gets popped like a balloon. LEC is out of there, and Vitality claimed the Baron.
I appreciate the thought process for LEC. You know, Seraphine goes wide, Narrow hits nothing, and I'm like, maybe this is our chance, and he immediately regretted it. But here, Nako, Poby comes over, flashes the Emperor's Divide, and immediately goes back in. I was like, okay, but gets the whack into the wall up to follow up, and Vitality were already on the way down, so they don't even get the kill off the back end of it.
The double stun into the wall, the double stun from the wall, that, like, this guy.
And even there, Linces getting in front of the shuffle as well to deny his ear from escaping. It all went so well for Vitality. And again, this is what you want to see from Vitality. Like, it feels like this roster has everything. They've got like bravado and charisma, but on the Rift as well, they're willing to play hyper aggressive and make the outplay, which is why so many people are falling in love with this team.
We can't even share half their comps. It gets so crazy.
Yeah, it's Or half of Karzi's tweets, to be honest.
As NockNocko again is the focus. He doesn't have the Mega Gnar anymore. It's about to time out, and in comes Relech. The arrow for backup goes a little wide. He hops over Relech's head and is still winning the trade. Now Paris comes in, has a tidal wave, sidestep, shut down to Paris. They get their guy, but they had to invest a lot of time into that play.
Yeah, and it still nearly went disastrously. But either way, Vitality going to get this bottom lane tier 2. They take the mid, and may start to take some of the plates on these inhibitor turrets as well.
That's going to be a turret bot side. They push in a cannon wave with the Baron buff mid. This is a very big Red Bull Baron power play and a very early Baron power play. We're only 24 minutes into this game, hitting 25 here soon. And it feels like Vitality are putting the final touches on this game. They don't even have like a Dragon Soul coming up. This is Soul Point in a minute, because Na'Vi, to their credit, were able to get one of those earlier dragons. But outside of that, Vitality have just controlled virtually the entire game.
Yeah, at least Relech did steal away those topside camps, basically calling a bluff, saying, hey, I can maybe look for the reset and help protect the base, but maybe Vitality don't overextend, expect me to do that. So he gets some camps, but either way, this is still very heavily Vitality's game. And I think now they just continue to stack dragons. 40 seconds until that next one. You get 3 items on towards Ashe. She's in a fantastic spot. Your Linces is huge. Like everything is good. And even the diadem is now completed for Fleshy. Like this is that like combo that everyone was hyper excited about coming into the new season for supports, because the healing or the damage from the Echoes of Helia procs the diadem, and they kind of just synergize so well.
Now, Dags, I don't know if I want to necessarily. Yeah, I'm going to bring it up. I already started talking about it. Remember what happened last time? Na'Vi were in a position where a caster claimed that the other team couldn't possibly lose the game.
No, whatever happened?
I distinctly remember I was casting that one. Na'Vi won that game. They've made miracles happen before, but this is looking, dare I say it, done and dusted, as Na'Vi are trying to defend their inhibitor turrets. And they do hold the line. That one's still alive for now.
Yeah, I think the good news is it's not Betty who said it, though. And that's where the real caster curse is.
I can't cast a curse anymore. Yeah. Vedius notoriously, because he doesn't believe in them.
Yeah, which then makes it real. Yeah. I don't think that tower mid is going to survive very long, though. I think this is a push mid, and it's kind of just over. So, like, the dragon is up, but all the Vitality are essentially doing is trying to force these waves as far into the enemy side of the map as possible, so you just can't really contest. And you're looking there, like, Lince is just clearing it out himself.
Vitality, again, this is a big lead, but it's still relatively early in the game. They don't need to force a crazy play. They can play the slower game and just stack up these dragons. If Na'Vi want to contest them, I'm sure Vitality are happy to fight, but the only way Vitality can lose this is somebody either gets, like, kicked out of position or they over-aggressive play when they have no right.
Yeah, I think it's basically on Na'Vi to hope that Poby can get so massive that he just kind of takes over the game. And you kind of need another item and a half before you get there as Poby. And that's why we're seeing a lot of the times it's trading on the map to get Poby a sideway play or get Poby the tower gold as well. But it's just not going to be enough, I think, at this stage. Like, they're just too big.
Man, I'm just getting flashbacks every time we say how strong Vitality are right now. But this team also is one of those ones, both of these teams want to put their name in that conversation. We know that LEC, it's like G2 at the top, MKOI, KC contesting, but who's going to be that next team to step up? As SamD steps up, immediately cleanses. Valkyrie's into the Ashe Arrow, quick reaction time from Karzi, so now no summoner spell from SamD, but he's alive, he's good.
Yeah, he may have regretted that one, I think. Yeah, I mean, 2 summoner spells when you're the one who Valkyried in is less than ideal.
Oh yeah, the flash also did. Okay, yeah, no, you know what? I'm going to say definitely not worth it.
Yeah. So Vitality now continue to push in mid. You've got NockNocko set up in side lane, and they're willing to just play off these 2 lanes. Paris trying to get the reset in. Humanoid's not letting
the veil between worlds. Big damage on the Paris, forces the flash out of the Nami as well. So now both flash on the bot laners down for Na'Vi, as they will try and again clear this wave, but this one you have to imagine will take the turret, as an auto from Karzi will claim that one. Exposed inhibitor as in goes Relech, big engage, plus the rumble over the top, and Poby with the shuffle! They got Karzi, but Poby goes down. Linces with the kill as NockNocko goes mega, takes out SamD. Vitality have killed the carries, as it's only Mainter with no ultimate available, and Relech with the GA to his name. Vitality, they'll trade their bot laner up as a 1-for-2 and just destroy the base of Na'Vi.
It was a heroic effort from Na'Vi, but this just isn't your story. Vitality continue to put that pressure. They will get another tower, another inhibitor, And Na'Vi need another miracle if they're hoping for anything here.
LEC still has GA. No Cataclysm anymore, no Flash anymore, but if he wants to just throw his body in, maybe. Okay, we're going to get a replay instead as it looks like Vitality are backing off.
I mean, it's a great call. Like, the engage from LEC to immediately flash away, sets up for the Rumble ultimate, and Carzy just almost completely gone. Poby helps to finish him off, but then Poby's just gone so far, and we're already saying, like, Poby kind of needs to be that damage, and even though Na'Vi separates, it's just not enough.
If this game was like a 1K differential more in favor of Na'Vi, and we have like a Seeker's arm guard on Poby, that's the difference maker right there. Or if this game's 5 minutes later and they go for that play, that's the difference maker. But unfortunately, Poby goes down. Big damage comes in from Na'Vi still regardless, but Vitality have, again, a big gold lead and set up at the Baron.
How do you try and contest this as Na'Vi? Like, you're face checking into every horror imaginable, like both the AD carrying the support with long-range engages, even just face checking into Linces feels like a death sentence.
Every horror imaginable, it sounds terrifying.
Yeah.
Like every villain of a scary movie wrapped up into one right now.
Yeah.
That's Vitality.
And specifically Corella Deville as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's more cruel than scary, but now Arrow lands here onto LEC, and everybody following it up. He'll use the Cataclysm, goes into the GA. Nako loses about half his health bar, but LEC is well picked as Vitality land that arrow. Carzy finds the angle and sets up the play. No jungler means no contest at the Baron.
Yeah, there's little that Na'Vi can do. This is just going to be taken, and
no contest for a smite steal, but maybe they walk up as 4. I mean, we do see Na'Vi in the neighborhood, and they have the equalizer for Mainter. Nako's on the flank, but he does not have Mega. Na'Vi walking forward. Lince is still in the pit. Carzy getting damage in as the Baron is secured. Humanoid has a flank as Poby goes in for a big shuffle on the 3. Stranded Mainter, but Humanoid blocks Sabdi's approach, and Vitality answer the play. Hold their ground. Double kill to Nako. Mainter will try and limp away as a TP comes into the mid lane, or rather into the base of Vitality, or Na'Vi from the mid lane, or either way, Vitality find the ace. They get the Baron. Massive game 1 statement from Vitality as Humanoid looks to take down the Nexus. LEC has respawned, but the rest of Vitality are here, and that's a GG. Game 1 to Vitality.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collected for Vitality in this game 1. They've kind of made it look easy, just never really giving much, making sure that they were winning out on that bottom side. Excellent stuff, but we're going to toss it over to a quick break, and we'll be back for game number 2.
Brother, let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Fight to the future. your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. I'm sick and distracted, but I'm back with a match, yeah, I'm a boss, yeah, with nothing to lose. I'm sinking my teeth in, and I won't let you go when I'm having fun till we set fire to the fuse. I'm moving like a shadow. You're walking in my dead zone. Breathing slow. Ooh, love the hunt, love the high. Watching life fade from your eyes.
Okay, not TP.
No flash, Zaro, no flash.
Yeah, looks good, looks good. Look. Yeah, holy shit, well played flashing.
Nice. I will knock on
That's pretty good. Finish.
He's coming.
He's fine, we got it. Nice. I'm dead. But you can win.
I'm looking
Yeah, you win. Look bot wave after. Maybe someone TP.
I ran him down. Go away. Okay, kill maybe.
Hi, and welcome back after a dominating win by Vitality and a fantastic game by Nako. Now, we sat down with Skewmon right before the game, and he said a quote that was, "Wow, I didn't realize Rumble was open 4-5," and I think that resonates with a lot of people because we have learned that Rumble is a very strong champion and a very strong lane bully. Nako's answer into that Rumble was Dinar, and usually this is a tough matchup for Dinar. Rumble will kind of dominate your early game until you get 1 or 2 items, and that's when you start winning. So we're gonna break down exactly how Nako navigated the early game and exactly where it went wrong for Mainter. So, I have a clip behind me. I have the entire laning phase of the Rumble versus Gnar, and I'm gonna play it out. And I'm gonna set a few goals for the Rumble. Now, Rumble, he's strong early game, but level 1 is not his strong point. So, what do you want to do as the Rumble versus Gnar? You wanna preserve your HP. You wanna make sure you're healthy, so when it's time to fight, you actually have the health to do so. And you want to, of course, make sure to last hit the minions. And Mainter does this quite well. He's holding his spells, he's making sure he's getting all the waves here, and the time to fight is going to be after this wave crashes on this bounce. This is usually where it turns quite sour for Gnar, as Rumble can just walk out with his shield, with his flame spitter, and make Gnar dance while he's trying to dodge harpoons, and is meanwhile eating that flame spitter damage. So this is the moment to strike for Mainter. The wave is coming back into Gnar, he's full HP almost, Gnar is kind of full HP, so this is really where you want to trade. But Mainter makes this mistake of E-ing this minion behind him, so now when he's walking up, he's walking a little bit too close to the Gnar, and he's also only having 1 harpoon in the back. And this is going to turn into a very odd lane state. A small mistake like that from Mainter is now going to make sure that Nako can fully have a safe laning phase versus the Rumble. Because we're going to roll the clip out a little bit more, and you're going to realize that the wave gets stuck in front of the tower. And now when you play Rumble and the wave is here, you don't really have a lot of options. Your only real option is to just try there and start to land your harpoons onto this Gnar to kind of poke him down and eat the poke. But as we see here, Mainter never really gets this wave crash. He's standing in the bush, he doesn't really know what to do, and he's kind of waiting for an opportunity to strike against Nako. But you see now, Nako starts building a really big wave here, and is actually going to be able to push it all out and make sure he bases on a Phage and the Boots of Swiftness, or Boots of Speed is the correct name actually. And when he has those items, he can actually start dancing around the Rumble harpoons a lot easier, and then kill him with spacing and that crucial free hit passive. Now I'm gonna walk you guys to the desk, and we're gonna keep breaking down how Nako had such a crazy Gnar performance, because I don't know what happened in that bot lane 2v2. In every single team fight, it felt like those mega Gnars were just landing on all the people in Navi.
Well, leading up to that, it felt very difficult, because as you broke it down extremely well, Finn, Navi was very reliant on this Rumble getting ahead, because when you looked at the whole top side, you have the Javan and the Rumble together. It really feels like that was the main pressure point, and we saw already from very early in the game where everything went bad. The Village Invade came in, they messed it up because the Gnar was already stronger than he should have been past that point, when in reality it should have been the timer for Navi to strike. So it just felt like everything just collapsed in the early game for Navi.
Yeah, and we said it with Skumon earlier. It's such an easy to execute composition on the side of Vitality that you don't have a lot of comeback potential for Navi in those mid-game fights. Depending on the way Vitality was approaching them, you have so many tools that you can always turn things in your advantage.
I mean, it is easy to execute. Sure, you have the Ashe Seraphine combo that's just so prevalent right now, but it's also a little bit tricky because, I mean, the Aurora actually lost that early laning phase this year. This Gnar should be pushed in. If these things happen, it will be Navi with the pressure, but it was that individual strength of the Vitality players that kind of pulled them through to that end goal. Like the 2v2 kills from bot lane, the failed invades by Relich, it all kind of added up to this just unplayable team fights and just like Nako looking like Faker.
Yeah, I mean, we see it times and times again. He is the chief of walking up to situations that look bad and just pressing S and looking at you, and he's just sitting there looking at you miss your skill shots, and he's just daring you to fight. He's daring you to go into that skirmish with him because he's just so confident. Once he gets those leads, he becomes unstoppable, and that's also been the main strength when it comes to Vitality. It's kind of like this crazy creativity where all the players feel like they can break the rules, they can do whatever they want, and that's also the main point that we wanted Navi to see improvements on.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like playing as Vitality is like they're gonna walk up, look at you, do whatever they want. They're gonna say, what are you gonna do about it? Huh? What are you gonna do about it? Look at this gold graph. We don't see these clean gold graphs usually in our league, and especially not from Vitality. This was a super clean game, 3 out of 4 dragons secured, and just domination across the board. I don't know what happened, what they ate this morning, what kind of salt was in their eggs. I don't know what it was, but they were just completely unleashed in this game 1.
Well, I want to know how Navi can come back, though, because they had shaky games last week, but still were managing to pull them till the end. Now, I feel like it only came down to a lot of individual mistakes that are not characteristic of these players.
Well, yeah, I mean, are they not really? Because when I think of Navi, I think
they can come back collectively usually. That's what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
And they rely on jungle, which is something that they couldn't do this time around.
Exactly. So when I look at what happened this game, I felt like Navi was going for a slightly different approach, where they were saying, let's empower our top lane, let's empower our mid lane, let's make them a little bit stronger. You know, you have the Corki Nami. There's pretty much everyone who has agency in the game, but they just got gapped in the laning phase. They made the game not about Relich, which has always been their strong point. In the past, we used to see Relich playing, Aatrox playing, all the funky stuff in the jungle, where he gets to invade, he gets to people to drag onto him so that he gains the leads. But this game, it felt that it was more about the individual lanes, and the individual lanes just ended up collapsing without even jungle intervention.
But that's the thing. That's what they want. Their coach last week was saying that they want to get away from this one-dimensional team reliant on Relich. So they're trying new things. How do they make them work now?
I mean, look, if you are doing something really well, and what is winning your games, you should not move away with it. You can't have that kind of hubris.
I mean,
just because you're doing something well doesn't mean you should completely move away from it. You have to finesse it, Odamne. Just like
you should, because it's one of those things where, okay, we've sung the praises for Navi time and time again. We said that when it comes to the Drakes and their setups, they're probably the best in the league and they do everything well. But when you want your team to improve, when you want your team to find different strengths, you usually go into this route where you take 1 step backwards before you take 2 steps forward. So maybe these are some of those growing pains. You know, I can go in the stupid narrative of like, you know, they're trying to improve and all of this stuff. But it's real. It's real, because this was maybe one of those cases where, hey, you know, it's early in the season. We wanna empower our players a little bit. Cope. That's what you heathens who don't coach, who don't do anything. That's what you call it. You call it cope. You just want to be a player. You want to play your Irelia. You want to do all of that. So I don't want to hear that from anymore. I don't want to hear from you anymore, because you're gonna take his side, and I want to go to the casters.
Okay,
what the casters, the smart people in the room, have to say about game 2.
Let's just say we're in game, lads. Like, what are we doing?
You know what I have to say is Odoamne, he might have the coach card that he can pull out, but Finn, he's got the cool jacket. You couldn't tell it, but he's got a dog on the back of that jacket. Which is Finn, next time he's in an argument with you, just turn around and show your jacket.
Well, you also have one, so now I can't argue with you. I feel like I've been, outmatched. I was in a game of chess I didn't know I was in.
Yeah, it's 4D chess.
Yeah.
It's like chess, but also you get points for having a cool jacket.
Like drafts. I was like, I'm not ready for this at all.
You know chess boxing? This is like that, but it's like chess runway. So you have to like show off your jacket on the.
That does make sense.
Yeah. We're inventing new competitions here right now. As competition right now is Vitality favored here. They're up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series versus Na'Vi. And that was a pretty dominating game number 1, Dag. There were not many moments where it felt like Vitality were not in control.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that was, one, Carzzy and Fleshy getting a lot of control over the bottom lane with that Ashe Seraphine. But also then, Lince is doing a great job of just matching Relech. Like, that was probably the quietest game I've seen from Relech, especially on a Jarvan. And I think a lot of that was because Lince was able to kind of dictate where he could operate on the map, even preventing some of those invades Relech wanted to go for.
Yeah, well, but hey, Na'Vi have another opportunity to turn things around. They're not out of this yet. They ban out the Nautilus, Bard, and Pantheon, so focused on Fleshy's champ pool as well as some of Linces's. Meanwhile, Vitality banning out Orianna, and the Rise, and now the Karma as the final ban here. So let's see what Na'Vi wants to prioritize for their first pick.
Yeah. I'm actually not certain. Maybe something like the Pantheon or something like that. Pantheon's gone, but Jungle Vi, sorry, could be the other option. But
okay, yeah.
Just to try and set up for that strong jungle pick, and again, give Relech a bit of early control there. But I'm
if you go for like the Vi, it can set you up for maybe a Talia combo. It can set you up for a lot of things. But no, the Lulu instead. So to me, this signals like something like a Yanara compared with it. You know, somebody that will really benefit from a Lulu's protection and attack speed steroid.
Yeah, and it means that oftentimes you kind of see like a Nephelios as an answer or something like that there for Carzzy. We'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan. Either way, though,
Nephelios.
I mean, especially if, yeah, true. And if you're looking at the jungle match, I think Vi is just good into it, you know, right? You just lock her down and have all that follow-up to come through. So I think already you could see those options come through, but we're going to see the Nico try and match that support play.
A little more lane dominance here. When I see Nico, I immediately think like you get hit by one Tangle Barbs, you could just die. It can be very tough to position against that, as well as the team fighting later on with big Pop Blossoms. And Ahri on top could be a lethal pairing. This would signal to me just a lot of upfront burst damage. So anybody out of position can immediately get picked, as they haven't locked it in yet, and it looks like they're actually going to pivot. So Wukong instead.
So my thought was, it's like, oh, you take the Ahri, because either you've got the Vi or the Wukong that you can kind of pair alongside it. I think Ahri very strong in like enabling those sort of junglers, but instead maybe giving that opportunity across probably to take it away and match with the Vi. But I think Wukong can do relatively well into the Vi, because of course you've got your own kind of deep engage that you can go for, but also kind of play for that disengage as well with the Wukong.
Also, typically, I think of Wukong as something that can answer a lot of Relech's champ pool when he plays the funkier stuff, like the Aatrox, the Ambessa. Like, Wukong's like, cool, you're coming into melee range of me? Sweet. I'm just going to throw up Cyclone and let my team kill you. So maybe a potential there for him just saying, like, Relech is not going to be able to play a lot of the stuff that he's made a reputation for himself on, and they're not even going to lock in for Relech. It's the Yanara, which we expected, and then Sion for Mainter.
Okay, so basically saying, look, Mainter, you tried the Rumble, didn't work out so hot, let's put you back onto the tank duty and see if you're going to be okay against Nako. But it does mean now, do you try and lock in your AD carry for Carzzy, or do you try and get a good matchup into that top lane for Nako? I think that's basically what Na'Vi are trying to trade this for now, is saying, hey, we've got options for Relech in, you know, the Aatrox and the Ambessa that you were talking about, but let's try and secure a strong top lane matchup for Mainter. We're taking Sion and now ban away that top lane pool.
Yeah, and it's Ezreal with the Nico. So Nico, again, loves to get out of lane. The Ezreal's going to be very safe in the 1v2. Presumably, I mean, I guess you still can. Sometimes you're out of position. Carzzy is known to, you know, play aggressive, even on the safe picks. But theoretically, this will also open up Fleshy to help out Linces in that jungle. As, yep, it's the Aatrox ban. Expecting, I would guess, maybe just Ambessa as well on top of that. I still like the Wukong into those types of picks, though, just because, you know, if they're coming into melee range of you, that's kind of where you want to be anyway. You can save your Warrior Trickster to get out at that point.
Yeah, I'm curious if actually, I was going to say Na'Vi end up banning away things like the Ambessa, because there's even just the scaling for the Sion and stuff, but maybe that's their plan, is like go for that Ambessa first rotation here for Relech, and just going to say, yeah, look, we will go for that dive, we'll kind of commit to that, but still be relatively fine. But I do think with the Sion Yanara, a front to back is probably more where I'd like to see them go for, rather than going for the Ambessa, which is more kind of dive focus.
Either way, I think saving Humanoid's counterpick, because you know, you're 9 times out of 10, it's going to be Sion tops. It can play in jungle if they want to get really funky with it, but expecting that to be onto main turn. So that means that Humanoid will also get a counter pick versus whatever Poby wants, and they're taking away some of Poby's champ pool with that Syndra ban.
Yeah, it says to me that Vitality are trying to set up for an Ahri for Humanoid here. curious then, like, what that last rotation is going to be for Poby, because if you feel super comfortable, I think you could go for the Silas. I think you've got a lot of good options to take away ultimates if that Ari's taken, and it's a decent matchup there. So we'll have to see if Poby feels comfortable on it. But either way, first pick here for Vitality.
Silas taking a Nico ult sounds terrifying.
Yeah.
Whew. All right. Well, Vitality, again, we're fully expecting this to be a top lane pick for Nako. I've linked this on the Wukong already, but they could throw a wild card at us, I suppose, if they want to take away a power pick in the mid lane, since they feel like they already banned away enough with that Syndra itself. But nope, it's going to be the Gwen locked in for Nako.
Yeah, and this was kind of what we were talking about, right? Getting something for Nako that can bully the Sion, scale well. Gwen fits that bill fantastically. And then also opens up options for Humanoid here as well, where he can go for that AD mid if he wants to. But I'd be surprised. I think he'll go for something a bit more basic, because what's the plan here for Poby?
The first one they hovered was Silas, and I got a little excited, then I realized they were just rotating through all of them. So we'll hold our excitement depending on what is actually locked in. It's Victor, so more standard team fighting.
Yeah, and I think this makes sense. It's kind of what we're talking about, right? Go for the front to back here, make sure you're fine. Then another person that can play through that front to back, and strong in those early skirmishes as well, where Wukong wants to kind of wait for that level 6, so maybe gives Relech a little bit more control in the early game.
Yeah.
But I am curious now what the answer is going to be for Humanoid, because he's could match kind of that long range with something like the Zoe if he really wants to. And then you've got Ezreal and the Zoe that you can look for some of these poke plays, and it's something that is in his wheelhouse. We'll have to see if...
How about Aurelion Sol?
Okay, I mean, it's something that he played last year.
I got a little reaction from the audience, let's go.
I mean, something that he was able to bring out. Haven't seen it, I believe, this year so far. Maybe I could be wrong with that, but certainly he is well versed on the pick. Gives you an opportunity to just farm up. It doesn't mean that Vitality's like mid-jungle, kind of weak before that level 6. So I think that will give a lot of pressure towards Na'Vi, especially if you got this Lulu to work with this Ahen for control in River in the early stages. So I think this is where we should see Relech have a lot more opportunities to showcase what he's made of in this second game.
This feels like we're going to get into some late-game team fight territory here, Dagda. I mean, when I look at Victor Sion, I'm not expecting either of those solo laners either to have a lot of action in this game until they hit their item power spikes, until they hit their levels and their stack breakpoints. And same can be said for something like an Aurelion Sol that will just keep stacking up the Stardust. And that means that we could be in for some crazy 5v5 moments between Vitality and Na'Vi. Vitality, again, are up 1-0 in the series. A win here means that they continue on a strong start to their spring split, but Na'Vi are undefeated so far. They've dropped a game in their series, but they have not lost a series yet, being 2-0 currently. They're going to have to win back-to-back games if they want to keep that streak going. So, game number 2, ready to load into the Rift.
Yeah, definitely an interesting composition from Vitality. I'm curious to see how it does play out, because it does very much seem like it relies on hitting that kind of mid-game point where you've got access to ultimates and maybe you can just blow someone up. But for Na'Vi, I mean, a very stock standard, play through Relech, see if we can play for early skirmishes, and hope that that then carries us into some strong team fights later.
Also, I just got to say, we just saw the on the bottom of the screen right there, the Kit Kat break. Did you notice how many Kit Kats are on stage? Did you also hear about the shipment that was jacked on the way?
Yeah.
Just connecting dots here. There's a lot of Kit Kats in the studio lately. Do we have anything?
We're not allowed to talk about it.
No? Okay. I'm just visiting, man.
Did no one tell you before you got here?
No, I didn't realize that
don't
this was
talk about
happening.
that.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Well, we'll just pretend that didn't happen live on broadcast here as ASOL in 2026, even Twitch chat is reacting to it. Not a champion that you see that often, so anytime it comes up, you immediately want to start talking about it. It scales like a monster as you just keep getting your passive Stardust stacks up and get all your abilities bigger, doing more damage, but can struggle early as Poby gets level 2 and heavily trades onto Humanoid, showing just that.
I mean, this is where the strength of the Victor comes in, right? The Q range, the E range, it makes it very difficult for the Aurelion Sol in the early stages, because ASOL kind of wants to stand there in the early point and just Q you, get that triple stack off, and then try and step away. But against a Victor, especially once he gets access to the full kit, it's very difficult to go for that. So
Victor likes it when you stand still.
Exactly. So that's why I was kind of surprised to see the Aurelion Sol, to be honest. Like, it'll be great later, but every time he's like going with his E, like the flying, it can be interrupted by Victor Road. So I'm curious how this ends up playing out in the later portion.
Also, it's going in a line. So if you enable the
yeah.
laser correctly, you're able to hit both of that. Let's get APA on the line over in the LCS. You know, I haven't talked with him about the Asol Victor matchup in a while, so I'm a little rusty on it, but I'm sure he could give us some insight, being a notable Asol player himself. Top lane is about the story of last game here. Nako had a fantastic performance in that first game to the point where he was just crushing in the 1v2 as Gnar into the double AP solo laners, and already he's got the early shove here on the side, expecting big things from him in this game as well.
Yeah, it does feel like we've kind of just entered into a ritual now where every game 2 for Vitality we have to have a Nako grab, because he's been slaughtering people, and I think it's been incredibly impressive. We'll have to see again with this counter matchup how well Mainter can hold on, because there's no doubt in my mind that Nako is going to end up getting control up here.
Maybe a potential Scuttle Crab contest, but nope, Fleshy's here, so is Carzzy. I love this from bot lanes. When they get a shove and they're able to walk up and help their jungler get the Scuttle Crab uncontested, Lensis will jump over the wall and actually look for any camps, but there's none to be taken.
It does mean Sam D got a reset in there though, so can he now contest this wave enough that it prevents Carzzy and Fleshy from able to reset? I think they should be able to push in and get a reset for themselves anyway, but Relech just sends himself to the top side, picks up his own Scuttle Crab. It'll be more about this next crab now, how important it is.
The one around 6 minutes is always the more explosive one, based on last split. If you look globally, a lot of action happens around there. We saw the reset from Poby as well, teleports into lane with a Dark Seal on the Amp Dome. Humanoid only picking up the Amp Dome before his first TP, so a slight just purchase advantage for Poby in the 1v1 as Samd and Paris get aggressive right there, get the heal out of Fleshy. So slight trade advantage for them as Samd's barrier will come back soon.
They'd love to use the W here to interrupt the reset, but with Carzzy still showing, I don't think they're entirely certain that Fleshy did go for the reset. So Carzzy just going to stick around, but it will delay his tier in that, which is definitely a win for Sam D in the long run, but now realizes there's no one there.
Yeah, Carzzy all alone, and this is the danger of being the Ezreal, is again, your support will often be like, you're fine, you're good, you can jump away and throw a Q, so I'm going to leave you, as Carzzy will have to watch the wave stay in the mid position. And now his Fleshy actually as a minion coming in. Let's see if Samd and Paris actually count the minions. Yeah, that minion's acting a little strange. I think you're fine.
Yeah, might have given up the jig there a little bit, but still, I think like this is where for Vitality, I think you'd want Linces to try and just show his face on bot side to get you some control and see if you can push this wave out to get a reset for yourself. But Relech already starting to contest some of these, just making it difficult for this Wukong to really get any sort of presence in this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's technically showing himself on the bottom half of the map. This is the opposite type of showing, though, where now he's showing that he's backing. So he's not going to be there in a little bit. He did not spot that ward go down from Relech on the way out. So now, information known for Na'Vi that Vitality's jungler just went for a reset.
Yeah, Sam D also faking the reset himself, it looks like, to try and get a push on that bottom side and have Carzzy lose out on more CS, but actually Fleshy, pretending to be Carzzy, is now sitting in the bottom side, so they didn't push as hard as they could have. So now Carzzy going to be back to pick up a good amount of this wave.
Nice,
so
yeah.
Oh, so Vitality getting that reset that they needed.
Lost one melee minion. Get your support like Fleshy. He'll stick around. Hey, he went for the earlier reset, now he's paying it forward, you know?
Yeah.
For paying it
So
back.
what's the, get a support who will pretend to be you and take gold, and what's the, sorry, what is the life lesson here?
As a support player, I like taking gold from AD
Okay, fair, yeah. I mean, they removed the limit, you know, so now we just get to take all the gold. Yeah. Lux is back, baby.
We are so up support mains around the world. As Lensis is now looking at the dragon here, or rather, looking at Relech, starting up the dragon, he'll back away. And now the Scuttle Crab is spawning on the top river. So I think Relech actually saw a window there to be like, okay, I'm going to trade the dragon for the Scuttle Crab. Nice for Lensis to actually spot that. His Needlework comes out from Nako. Big damage, and that will answer with the unstoppable onslaught from Mainter.
Relech did the 530 tech, though, so he has the upgraded smite, whereas Linces doesn't. So in this fight, Linces will be down, which is why you're seeing Na'Vi heavy commit here.
And Lensis also doesn't have the backup of his mid laner. Poby gets the mid lane shoved in. Humanoid was not ready for it. Poby was roaming, so not going to be an explosive Scuttle contest, but it will be a Scuttle confirmed for Relech, who now hits level 6.
Yeah, and now Relech can kind of clear it through this top side and back down towards bottom lane. Would like to try and go for some sort of dragon take when he clears out the camps, but Sam D feeling a little worse for wear now.
Yep, nice little combo from Carzzy. You got to hit a couple of those to really threaten the Inara, but if you can hit those, that means that you can get priority in the lane. And they're right now shoving in a cannon wave here, as Lensis has hit level 6 in the top camps. And that Dragon is still on the table. So the priority around the bot side does actually matter greatly right now. With SamD being so low on the health bar and both junglers being level 6, now I think this is signaling to Linces, there's an option. I could look at that Dragon soon.
Yeah, I think he'd look to. And as you say, with the ultimates, it makes it very, very tempting. Humanoid with the reset might make it a bit hard, but... Oh, SamD.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of lucky both them missed.
Yeah. That would have been big from Carzzy right there. The Essence Flux hit the turret, but still, like, the two-shot barrage alone will do a lot of damage. So SamD goes for the reset here with his support, and Linces is still just going for the full clear, so he's not immediately running towards that Dragon. Still think there was a window there. If you want to just full send for it, stacking up early Dragons is great, but just like game number 1, it's going to be a delayed first Dragon. I think it was, what, 9 minutes in game 1? I think it was around there.
Yeah, the biggest thing is just, like, Dragon timers tend to function now around like when you actually fully clear out your camps and you have like nothing that can be taken. And because you got that first one interrupted by LEC, he had to kind of back off. One, for Scuttle, but two, also to keep his own topside camps so he's not like spending too much time on Dragon. And Linces goes for the invade. So it's kind of this like push-pull that you constantly have. And when there is camps up for Linces, I think it is kind of hard to find that moment, take Dragon and keep your camps and then protect for Void Grub. So I imagine now instead what we'll probably see is whoever gets control of the spot side, the other jungler will just go towards that Void Grubs, and LEC now will push on bottom lane, will go for the Dragon.
Yeah, he's going to start this one up. Humanoid goes for a reset, has the TP, but instead going to take the Astral Flight out from the Fountain. As Knock throws out the Needlework again onto Mainter, who immediately again uses the ult. So top lane, the story there is you press R, I press R. Now we have contest here as an early TP channel now from Poby. Navi with their mid laner coming in, will get there a little faster, and like you had said, Dagda, Linces says, I'm not gonna go in there, I'm gonna go for the grubs instead.
Yeah, and I mean, even just lucky that the crab is spawning up there as well. So Linces will get a little something, but Fleshy kind of keeping LEC in check, saying you're not getting any control over this jungle.
Nice little timing right there. But also there's no camps for LEC to take anyways. Linces will take the top Scuttle Crab and actually maybe look for an invade on the Raptors instead of the grubs right away.
You can see Linces is, or sorry, LEC is coming across with Poby, but he's half HP, so Linces, do you just wait in the bush? Do you try and go for it? Yeah, you can see LEC is aware.
Yeah, and he has Poby nearby as well, so Linces will have to play this carefully. LEC jumps forward. It might just be a smite fight, but we saw that Linces use it earlier, and he actually, I believe he was able to get that.
Yeah, Linces got it with the bonk, so happy out, steals away a cap, and I believe thanks to the red buff got the initial Raptors as well, so nice play from Linces, just guiding that timer on the cap.
That was a game of, no pun intended, game of chicken. As neither jungler had smite, so it's just like who can get the final hit on the big chicken.
It worked out well, and now he gets even more off the back of it as well, because with that crab, he's going to be fine. So we got crab, he got the Raptors, and he's now going to get the Void Grubs for that trade as well. So in the grand scheme of things, like, while the Dragon is nice, I think it's personally keeping Linces in a good spot.
Yeah. And we saw that LEC was looking for a potential contest there, but he was just a couple seconds too late. Not able to get it there in time, so Linces will now just go straight back to his own camps. He goes to his Raptors, so going to skip the top camps because LEC might be in the neighborhood as Fleshy now spots him out. LEC goes for the sweeper and will back off. That was, I like this pathing from Linces in the last couple of minutes here. He's actually playing a very cerebral jungle game currently as the Starfall now onto Poby. Damage traded back, and he's just trying to clear out the wave. No one's going to go down mid.
Yeah, I agree with you though. I think like this is really where we're seeing this like battle of trying to play around your junglers with both supports moving up to try and keep each other safe. It does mean that again, Linces is able to keep his own jungle safe while stealing away at camp. Now moving back up towards his top side to clear out, he can reset, spend, pick up his Krugs, and then still be in this bottom side of the map for if Vitality spot lane need him at any point. And also with Crab spawning there as well.
And we're spending a lot of time talking about the intricacies of the jungle clear, but I think there's a big story here because of how strong LEC has looked, and Linces is stepping up to the plate in this matchup. He's not falling behind in these little moments where LEC is looking for these invades. He's trying to get in there and take away stuff, but he's only so far gotten that Dragon for the trade on the grubs. I'm very impressed with how Linces has been approaching this.
Yeah, especially because the last time when Vitality were playing up against Heretics, I think that was the same with Linces, where he did a very good job of controlling the early game, like finding moments, even against KC, like Yankos did a great breakdown on his YouTube channel, if people want to watch it, of how he ended up, Linces kept control in that game against Yike after one mistake. So I really think this guy has been fantastic and kind of I don't want to say a step up, but it was definitely when Linces came into the league, he wasn't exactly like, oh my god, this guy's amazing.
Yeah.
But it's really come alive now with this new Vitality roster, and it does feel a little bit of the power of friendship has enabled him to like step up and be that main deal for them, and it's exciting to see a player like this grow.
Yeah, I mean, especially on a team where, again, Knock is like putting his name in the conversation for the best current top laner in the LEC. Players like Carzzy and Humanoid just have such strong brands and have been around for so long. People are naturally going to talk about them and think about them when it comes to carry performances. So it's tough to stand out in that crowd. So shout out to Linces. Fleshy also standing out here again, catching a wave. Gets you a support like Fleshy, gets flash out of Paris, takes away some of the wave.
You want to?
He took some of the, he was saving it for Carzzy. He was saving it for Carzzy, but I'll still take the flash out of the enemy support. I'm sure Carzzy's happy about that regardless.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Fleshy. Maybe could have followed his own flash, but yeah, we'll have to see if Paris ends up getting punished. Though with a minute now until that next dragon, I think this is where, if you're Na'Vi, that might give you a little bit of a timing window to try and play a little bit more aggressive on these waves, knowing that Nico can't match you, and see if you can get position river. Because like even just looking at the moment, there is so much control in that bot side river with all the vision that they have.
Yeah, and that dragon's coming up in 50 seconds time. Na'Vi would like to continue stacking those. Nobody has like a solid hold of this game. It's a slight gold lead for Vitality, but I believe that's mostly just from CS and taking away some turret plates, as no one's taken that first kill yet. And Na'Vi now are in the neighborhood. Good side step from Paris there, dodging out some of the damage. It's things like the Ezreal, things like the Nico, they're really good at finding that initial poke onto you ahead of the objective. And then if you're at half health, it's going to be harder to approach. So I think for Na'Vi, you got to keep your health bars safe for right now. Oh, Humanoid, actually. He's got the upgraded ultimate, but in comes Poby. Nope, he just takes the Astral Flight over the wall, and he is fine all the way back to the turret, actually.
Yeah, but now, dragon spawning, first items completed basically across the board. It's just a case of how do Na'Vi try and push back, because again, Fleshy doesn't have access to that ultimate, so they're trying to play in that timing window where LEC starting up that dragon.
And Poby gets the shove mid lane again, so he's going to be here a little earlier. Let's see if Humanoid wants to contest with Linces. Na'Vi have Paris wrapping around. Fleshy's in the river right now, still has the flash, but Pop Blossom's on cooldown from the earlier play, so they don't have the Nico engage. Poby's getting some good poke onto Linces, but now in comes Humanoid, and Rilesh is running away because the teleport in from Knock as Rilesh ults in, but doesn't land onto anybody, but does get the Drake. Linces tries to cyclone him down. That is the first blood to Humanoid, as Na'Vi teleport Mainter in as well. They're now turning back onto Humanoid. Flash from the Aurelion Soul. Linces burned down by Poby. It's a 2-for-1 trade plus the dragon to Na'Vi.
It looked a little wonky to start with, but Na'Vi come out with everything that they could hope for. Great play around that dragon area. It looked so janky, to be honest, but it worked.
Yeah, Rilesh throws himself in there. I don't think he hit anybody with the ult, but he just gets close enough to the dragon to smite it. That was the angle.
And also Fleshy getting completely caught out there. Like, he didn't have that ult quite available, but still was trying to position there, which kind of started this all off. And then as everyone commits then into that choke point for Vitality, Sam D is getting a ton of value. Same with Poby, thanks to his AoE spells. And Vitality just have to run for the hills after they overcommit.
And so often the control word in that Banana Brush can dictate the dragon fight. Carzzy was not able to confidently throw out any Mystic shots because he doesn't know where somebody is. Like, the Yannara could just be running right at him. So very well played by Na'Vi, as now it looks like a potential contest at the Rift Herald. Rilesh will just jump over the wall, tries to get out of there.
Mainter considering an ult up into this fight, though, if it extends for long enough. And it may just here as Na'Vi started up again.
Humanoid's following, but he instead takes the path back bot side. So this will be a numbers advantage for Na'Vi. Vitality decide to back off. Na'Vi have done a fantastic job in this game too to control the early game, control these objectives. It's only been the grubs picked up by Vitality now. As Humanoid will get some alone time on this bot side. He's been falling up behind slightly in the CS department over Poby and has now kind of equalized that here. So at least there's that, but Na'Vi still feel happy with that dragon, with that Herald.
Yeah, it's again, like, this is kind of where Na'Vi feel most comfortable. When you've got this dragon stacking, you've got this decent late game scaling through Sam D, and strong front-to-back team fights with Mainter on a tank. So it kind of is now on Vitality to break this. But we knew coming into this, Vitality were going to struggle to do that, right? You needed time for Wukong and this Aurelion Sol to really come online, but now as you start to crest in towards a potential third dragon or fourth dragon, you kind of need this this engine to start ticking along through your mid jungle for Vitality.
Yeah, we saw Humanoid was not able to do that much damage in that big dragon fight, but Aurelion Sol will scale like a monster and eventually be able to just one-shot the Inara, one-shot the Victor.
And also in the 1v1 that's kind of been a bit isolated, NaKaNako hasn't been able to get the big advantage that we were expecting. And this isn't a dig at NaKaNako, it's just we have the expectation of this player when you do get a counter matchup like this. But Mainter's been able to hold his own. Now they're sticking Poby into this matchup against the Gwen to ensure that you can use that range and stop kind of being able to trade effectively as this Gwen as you start to tick over to 2 items.
Yeah, Sunfire Torch just helps with the poke. Fleshy is here as a minion, and Relech was not counting it. Locked down under the turret, will take the ultimate to safety, and the extra turret right back around on a Fleshy. Poby turns the play and finds the kill.
Oh, that started off like it was going to be wonderful for Vitality, but Na'Vi get the play exactly as they want to. They get a kill. Mainter going to be able to clear at this bottom wave as well.
Yeah, so much harder to dive the Scion. I don't think there's a chance as this guy's descent actually will land the stun onto Mainter, but he can still just walk back. That was only the Falling Star, not even the upgraded one. So yeah, really, really well played by Na'Vi there.
Yeah, and even to start it off, I liked how Fleshy approached it, because he kind of did this little wiggle right in front of the tower, but basically he was trying to get rid of the home guard buff, because that minion wave was coming up, he would still be faster than the minion, so was waiting to try and basically hide as much as possible, but still, wasn't enough. Vitality, they end up losing their top lane tower, they don't make the cross-map play, and Na'Vi, it's only a slight gold lead, but with dragons and the map starting to go in their favor, it feels like this next fight is where this gold lead should open up for Na'Vi.
Yes, exactly. It was just slightly in favor of Vitality. Navi's pulled that back. The gold graph won't look that fancy, but as we get a replay here, Relech, maybe he did notice and he's just thinking, I'm Zahen, I'm fine, but Poby's flash was big.
Yeah, great flash from Poby. And it's just about finding enough space. The stun, huge, immediate burst. And this is kind of what Victor does at this stage. Like, you get to 2 items and he hurts.
The flash gravity field and the rocket belt, baby. Rocket belt Victor. I'm telling you, man. If we see an Aurelion Sol rocket belt.
Oh, God.
Would I like that?
You cancel the astral flight with your rocket belt.
No, it gets you a little further.
I mean, it's thematic, really. Like a rocket belt with the space dragon. I feel like we're
because rockets go to space. It took me longer than I'm proud of to get that one, but I did get there. We just went up there, too.
I know, yeah, the Apollo 2. Yes.
Sure, they're having a great time up there. Do you see the photo of the Earth that they posted?
No, I didn't.
Just went out earlier today.
Oh,
beautiful.
Nice.
We live on a beautiful planet.
Yeah, we're fairly lucky because we'd be kind of screwed on every other one.
Yeah, notably, I don't think we would do well. I don't think we would have League of Legends on other planets based on my understanding of habitability and the human biome. But as Na'Vi pushing mid lane here, Samdi gets a wave to crash, almost takes the turret. Not quite there. Dragon setup is the name of the game right now, as Relech will find Fleshy. Big chunk damage there as he flashes over the Aurelion Sol damage, but not able to get in onto Linces.
Yeah, I think a little nervous with the clone beside him that there was going to be a combo with... Hang on, Samdi stepping up.
Yeah, NaKaNako. Typically when a Gwen gets in melee range of an AD carry, the AD carry goes the other direction. Samdi said, nah, I actually feel confident here. As Humanoid now coming in onto Mainter, has the Q damage coming in. Voice of Light doing as much as he can and will chunk down the Scion. But Na'Vi, they don't need their Scion in the fight if no one's going to contest the Dragon. They'll just take the objective.
Yeah, I thought that basically with the clone there, Linces was going to pop the Cyclone. You immediately get the Skies Descend, you burst out Relech, and then you've got the fight in your favor. But unsure that they'd actually have enough damage in the tank, maybe Vitality didn't want to follow up. And it meant that Samdi controlled mid-wave. They got the push out of Vitality to move them away from that bot side river. And they're able to get the Dragon, so nicely orchestrated by Na'Vi.
Yeah. Really well, especially when you consider the fact that Relech had just flashed in kind of an awkward spot there on the bottom side. The fact that they were able to still find the play regardless. Vitality have not yet found a big way into this game, as now the turrets are starting to fall. That's 2, now make it 3. All of the outer turrets have been claimed by Na'Vi, and this is starting to look like a more significant gold lead, especially when you factor that it's Poby with almost all of it.
Yeah, he is in a very strong position. Like Dark Seal, plus working up towards that Sonya's Hourglass, it's going to make him significantly more threatening, and just even trying to control him then in these fights is going to be a little bit tough. Because again, for Vitality, you have to hope that Linces can get this dive onto the back line, set up for Humanoid with that ultimate, and then you can win the fight out through that. but I don't feel like Humanoid is quite there yet.
Yeah.
And if you got that safety net for Poby as well, that 1-2 punch becomes significantly more difficult.
I will say Humanoid was able to make it work on the Aurora last game, but I think Acel is just going to take much longer for him to have a similar type of impact. But he does have the backup of Fleshy right now. It's a big health bar in Mainter, who's been building magic resist because you're up against Knock-Knocko. Things like Acel into the front line, if it's double AP threats from the solo laners, we're starting to see like it's going to take a long time for Humanoid to actually be able to get through these health bars.
And that's why I think you do have to try and bypass the front line, but you're behind enemy lines here for Na'Vi. You want to see if they can pick off.
That's what the rocket belt's for, you know? Be able to rocket belt past the side.
Yeah,
it's coming together. Hey, he's got components that could theoretically build into it, so we'll see. As, yeah, it was Poby pushing the bot side. He's actually TPing top right now. Is Humanoid, did he just Astral Flight? I don't know if he has it. No, he does have it, so he's just going to Astral Flight away. He's chased down! Sion wins the race and lands the stun. Poby with the kill.
I feel like the lore should not be that Sion running is faster than a dragon in space.
Yeah.
Just personally.
What goes faster, Space Dragon God or Big Angry Guy? I guess we found out here, and now the Baron's going to be started up by Na'Vi, as it's not even contested. I mean, like, Vitality seems, but what are they going to do about it? They'll just instead have Knock-Knocko pushing the bot side. They'll get a wave shoved mid. Really fantastic pick from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, but it is kind of classic Humanoid, unfortunately, getting caught in that side lane. He's been wanting to do so for years, and it gives Na'Vi now a foot back into this series with Baron being taken for them. Knock-Knocko getting some good work done in the side lane, though, with this tower at least almost falling down.
Yep, not quite able to get it, but close. As, I mean, Dagda, I just keep thinking back to what you had said before, is that Na'Vi, when they have a lead, they're a hard team to stop, man. It's, you know, oftentimes when they don't have that early advantage, they can fall behind, and that's where we see the weaknesses, but when they have this type of advantage, they're able to push it to great effect.
And it really feels like you're about to spike as well, with the Infinity Edge about to be completed for Sam D. That Zonya's we already talked about. Mainter being able to finish off his 2 items. Like, you just feel like you're at a very strong point as Na'Vi with those items completed, which is perfect, because in a minute, you're going to be fighting for that dragon with all these, big angry guy.
Apparently he wins the race. You know, you never know. You never know. As also, it's a bit of return to kind of the identity that Na'Vi have set for themselves. As Humanoid will get that top turret, so gold into the Aurelian Soul, but Na'Vi, oh, actually, Linsis has a flash engage, Cyclone flash by Sam D. The Inara's out of there, even dodges the Aurelian Soul. Na'Vi got their carry to safety. Vitality were full sending it on to Sam D and not able to quite lock him down.
A good attempt, though. I think that was kind of what Vitality needed. Just throw everything in the kitchen sink and hope that something sticks. But unfortunately, nothing does. So Sam D going to clear it mid-wave and then look for this reset. And I believe, thanks to the turret plate gold and also that wave, should be very close to that Infinity Edge.
Yeah. So let's see what that back looks like as he goes for a reset here soon. But to the point I was making before is that it's Na'Vi returning to the kind of identity that they set for themselves. It's Relech on these, you know, top laner in the jungle, you know, that type of thing. Although I guess at this point he's probably had more competitive jungle games than top lane games. But then it's also, you know, Mainter on a tank. It's Sam D on a hyper carry. It's this, you know, very standard Na'Vi look that's getting them into this position in the series. And sometimes it's, you know, good to just fall back on the classics. I will say Knock-Knocko has somehow found a 1,000 gold advantage solo. I think it's just all the side lanes that he's been pushing. He's gotten a lot of gold from those turrets. So, like, when Vitality's backs are against the wall, a lot of times it is Knock-Knocko that they lean on.
Yeah, well, it's also been the way that Na'Vi have been playing it has been put Poby against Knock-Knocko so that then they can just farm up against each other. And Mainter's kind of been playing more for cozying up to the other 3 members in mid lane. But here, Na'Vi, on point, you don't have that Infinity Edge right now.
Dragon started up, no big power spike for the AD carry. Knock-Knocko has the Seeker's Arm Guard, but he gets chunked down there by Poby. The Victor laser damage is so much, but Knock-Knocko says, my job is to go in, and I'm gonna go 1v3. The Dragon taken there by Linsis, as the Grim Deliverance not gonna find too much damage done, as Linsis now will fall the first to die in the fight. Humanoid over the wall, Cars over the wall. This is where the dealers want to be. Knock-Knocko bought them space for the Dragon steal, and Vitality will happily take it, trading their jungler's life.
Yeah, the fact that you managed to steal that was huge from Vitality, because you can even see how well Na'Vi kited back into their own jungle, so Vitality had to overextend the fight. If that had been a different matter, it could have been lights out, but again, huge steal from Linces to keep this played.
Yeah.
But I love how, again, we get this kite back into this position because you just cause this line where it just makes it impossible then for Vitality to try and play into. Like, look at where Carzy and Humanoid are positioned. They don't hit onto anyone valuable. They're not able to really follow up on any of these dive threats. And Na'Vi, once they deal with that threat, are then able to step forward again.
But again, Nako just bought so much
I feel like
space.
Victor is out zoning as well.
Point to case.
Yeah. The Victor's doing a lot of work right there. Nako again threw his body in just to stall, and it gets someone Dragon, but the gold advantage to Na'Vi. Getting that kill onto Lincus means that now they're also just going and invading the jungle, taking away camps from him and suffocating the Wukong.
So now it's about this push on towards the bottom side. Carzy trying to farm up in the mid lane, but with no wave for a little bit. Na'Vi kind of just hanging here for the moment, to be perfectly honest. This tower should fall, though, once this wave arrives.
You know, you took me rock climbing earlier, Dagda. This is that moment where it's like you're trying to figure out how you're going to approach, and you're just kind of hanging on the wall. You're like, okay, what's the next step we go for here?
And most of the time, it's I fall down. That's the next step.
Well, hopefully not for Na'Vi, I'll say. But yeah, we both did a lot of that this past week. Na'Vi will crack the tier 2 turret in the bot side, though. That was the next step that they were going for. That's what, we're setting up for.
Yeah, and it is
gold in
now
the pocket.
trying, as you say, get the gold in the pocket. Now set up for the Baron in a minute and a half. That's some DPS coming through from the Victor. And he's hoping to do this again because Baron's in a minute 15. So if you can now push in mid, establish vision on this top side, Na'Vi have already created some pressure now by taking that tier 2 in the bottom lane and kind of fishing for the potential pick here.
Yeah, the Nico clone just buys you so much vision in your own jungle when you're in these losing game states. And the gold lead isn't like insurmountable. Vitality were much more ahead at this point last game than Na'Vi are currently. So Vitality have scaling options. They have the Gwen that's going to be hitting this 3 item hopefully soon. If you can get that Zhonya's back, that's going to help you on the team fights. And Humanoid has hit 3 items. So the more their Reliant scales, the more damage you're going to be able to do. It's just like, can Na'Vi stop that and accelerate this game?
But I think, again, what we were kind of talking about earlier is that needs to be ASOL damage onto the key targets. Like, it has to be on Poby, has to be on Sam D, which means you, as the Wukong, need to be diving the back line. That's way more difficult if you don't have tempo and you don't have control of the map, because you don't get to dictate then how these fights are starting off.
And because of the gold lead that Poby has individually, he's got the Zhonya's as well. So it's like, it's going to be hard to dive with that guy. You trying to get onto Sambi? Well, there's a Lulu. So it's like, it's not that it's going to be easy. Like, we have
and he's got a rocket belt as well. Like, how do you even fight that?
The mobility,
I don't even know how he got here with rocket belt.
That was like a second item, right? Yeah, it's crazy. Working towards the death cap, 8 stacks and Dark Seals. The Baron now the name of the game here for Na'Vi, as they won't start it up immediately. The True Shot Barrage spots it, hits Paris, and he actually gets chunked. So if you can kill the Lulu, hey, maybe that's step 1. The carries are hard to kill. Go for the Lulu.
Yeah. Except she has Shirelli, so she's kind of quick, you know? It's like,
look, I'm just trying to find something here.
I know. My eyes are fully on Lincus. Like, this kind of flank position is what Lincus wants, so we can immediately kind of dive in onto the back line and look for that big wombo combo that we were talking about.
Yeah.
And you do have 3 items for Humanoid. Like, he's in a relatively decent spot, but again, like, it has to be immediate that it just blows this fight open so quickly.
And the wallet is... Again, it's not insurmountable, but it is noticeable. Gold advantage for Poby, Sam D, Relech. And now Dragon's coming to 45, so expecting it to not be the Baron dance, it'll instead be the Dragon dance. Oftentimes, I hear people say, you know, you're happy to trade Dragon Soul. If you're the team that can get Dragon Soul, yeah, give him Baron, whatever. It'll go away eventually. Dragon Soul is forever. So Na'Vi in a very strong position right now, because they can just kind of force Vitality to walk into them for that fight. Nako has finished the Zhonya, so at least they have that. Humanoid picked up another component here with the Blasting Wand, but I don't think he'll be at 4 items by the time they fight this.
So yeah, as you say, the call from what do Vitality do? Is it try and fight desperately for this soul, or do you just try and fight for position on towards that Baron? Looks like at the moment the call is to try and fight. Gwen in mid, hoping for a flank opportunity, but again, where's the monkey? Where is Lincus?
Lincus is currently approaching from the bottom side, but he's spotted by Poby, throwing out the laser, and again, just zoning them out. You heard in the comms earlier, it's just Poby holding the line. Carzy will jump over, but it's a shield on the Victor. They don't even get the damage. Nako, meanwhile, going for his own. Lincus finds the engagement, does not land it onto anybody, as now Grim Deliverance to try and get away Dragon is taken by Vitality. Poby is separated from the rest of the team right here as he has the wild growth from Paris. Now Paris is the target. Polymorph to keep him alive. He will fall eventually. Vitality trying to get out. Carzy fails to jump over the wall and CC'd to death. Poby on a rampage.
Honestly, I think for Vitality, if they just gotten out, that would have been amazing.
Yeah.
You got the Dragon by forcing back Na'Vi. And I thought this was going to be enough, because as this fight kicks off, obviously Lince's searching for Sam D doesn't quite make it happen. But at this stage, they get the Dragon, and I thought maybe just get out, like sacrifice Nako and call it. But they turn on towards Poby, thinking maybe we can make a play. But Paris immediately flashes over the wall to keep Poby safe, which unfortunately causes his death. But he caught in the fight. Carzy not getting the arcane shift to safety means he falls. It'll be Baron now for Na'Vi.
Yeah, delayed the Dragon's Soul, but a Baron picked up is still a fantastic prize for Na'Vi as they maintain their gold lead and now pick up a potential game-ending objective. If they can find one more team fight, they can just shove these waves in and close out the game. Again, props to Linces for keeping us in this. I mean, that could have been over right there. He did find an angle. He gets flash out of Sam D, doesn't able to land the Cyclone onto the Yanara, but still buys that space. And it does feel like Na'Vi are a little shaky at their Dragon setups. I mean, that's 2 in a row now where, like, they're on the objective first, and then they run away from the engage, and then kind of lose the objective.
Yeah, I think, though, that's kind of the way they have to play the fight. Because, as we say, like, if Linces is able to actually get access to Poby and Sam D because they're standing still, I think that's where the fight falls apart. And I do think Vitality have been doing a good job of finding windows to engage, with Linces burning his flash to make it happen. The only problem is, as you say, you give up so much space, you can then turn towards the Dragon. You have to win the follow-up fight as Na'Vi if you hope to close the game.
And I'd say, you know, that's what the Scion's for, but he was trying to mark Nako on the flank anyway, so it's like, the Victor poke's cool, but it's not going to stop the Wukong from just running at you. So, yeah, Na'Vi not being able to stop the approaches at the objectives, but with this Baron buff, let's see how much damage they can do. Still gold advantage for them. Now at 4.7k as a big wave bot lane.
Yeah, and I think there is worlds where Paris could be looking for like a polymorph as this Wukong goes in to try and then focus burn down Lince, because he doesn't have a Guardian Angel. It doesn't look like he's building towards it either. So maybe that's an angle where Na'Vi don't have to cede so much ground.
Are you seeing that wave clear?
Yeah, it's a bit disgusting.
That was a big wave. And it
was being the main word.
No damage on that turret. The ASOL wave clear. Maybe I didn't put enough stock in the singularity. Just stopping the push of Na'Vi. That's 2 waves now that they have not gotten in. They have a minute left on Baron. I don't know if they're going to touch a turret with this.
Yeah, I think maybe they get a moment, but I'm also looking at a minion that is not a minion for Fleshy here. Doesn't have the flash, but hoping to get in.
He's acting a little funky for how a minion would normally act, so I think that Na'Vi realized, but again, the singularity just locked everything down.
Yeah. The minions can't move, can't get close, and Carzy just farming up against Mainter, so Na'Vi trying a new tactic of changing lanes.
Yeah, go mid lane instead, but now Humanoid just goes mid. This guy's Descend will land. Big stun on a Sam D, and Relech as well, heavily chunked. Wild Growth on the jungler. He's burning down. He's alive. Relech gets out of there. But message sent, Na'Vi will not end the game here.
I have not seen a Baron buff held like that in a very, very long time. Humanoid putting in work and then defending the base. This ASOL is really starting to come online, and it's a great lock-up into the ultimate, catches multiple people. Sam D's at half HP already. The fact Relech got out of here was a miracle, because even Mainter is using that ultimate in reverse just to buy whatever space they can.
Yeah, again, when I see a Yanara, I'm like, that Wild Growth's supposed to be used on them.
Yeah.
But the fact that it had to be used on Relech also meant that there's no chance of a re-engage. Mainter even had to ult away, and Humanoid is keeping Vitality in this game. He had a fantastic game number 1 as well on the Aurora, especially when you compare it to how he was looking in Winter. I mean, he did not have the best performance individually in lane, but like, just week 1 compared, and now you add in today with the Aurora gameplay. I'm sure that early lane stats won't look great for the ASOL, but overall, I'm still impressed with how Humanoid is looking.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of both of the ex-Fnatic mid laners here facing off against each other, but Humanoid has kind of been looking pretty good. Poby, level 1 to 3 in game 1, definitely looking stronger, but since Humanoid has been having a grand all time, Poby, though, admittedly in this one, has been probably his best series we've seen from him so far this split. He has been struggling, and we even saw Sheep Esports. Actually, I'll hold on to that.
Dragon's up in 5 seconds, and everyone's setting up for it. Nako's already teleported in, and he's looking for a flank angle here. as the Gwen. Vitality need time for Knock Knocko to actually get into position as he actually skip and slashes over the wall. He's in the pit right now, so Na'Vi see the Gwen. He's gonna have to try and skip and slash back over if he wants the true flank, as Na'Vi Mainter's holding the line for Fleshy. The Pop Blossom engage could be big. Vitality have delayed so many dragons. Can they do it again? Cyclone from Linces onto Relech. He's into the pit. Relech is gonna look for the Grim Deliverance in there to try and secure it, but it's stolen again. Linces again will get the objective, and the skies descend. The shutdown for Knock Knocko, flashing in, and he finds another one. Poby stands, but Karzi's full health, and he's gonna look for an angle onto Poby. Na'Vi will try and get their solo laners out of there as Humanoid's now slowing down. Poby flashes in, but the shutdown for Humanoid! Karzi chasing on the Mainter! Vitality make it happen! Karzi flashing under the turret to chase down the Scion. And Mainter will be alive, will be fine, but what do you know? Vitality delay the game, delay the soul, and put themselves right back in it.
Third time's the charm from Vitality. They held, they stole, they fought, and they finally found what they needed. Because as this kicks off, so much focus is on Knock Knocko that everyone forgets about Fleshy. He ends up getting a great ultimate onto Sam D as he steps up here in just a moment. So they all turn down, but as this ultimate comes forward, Sam D has to flash forward, which puts him in range to Fleshy. So he gets taken out, and Karzi and Humanoid are just walking down the members of Na'Vi. Beautiful fight from Vitality. And somehow they are back in this game.
Look at the size of that singularity. And talk about ASOL scaling. He has scaled. Humanoid on your screen. Karzi doing work. Knock, knock. Everybody on Vitality stepped up. That was a high pressure moment. And that's back to back to back.
But they got to do it again. Baron up now. Flash is not available on Linces or Knock Knocko or Karzi or Fleshy. This suddenly becomes way more difficult for Vitality to find that fight.
Poby did not Zonia's. He does still have access to that. I'm looking at Zonia's on Knock Knocko. No GA on Linces. No GA on Relech. So a lot of these luxury items are actually not on the table here for these players. It's really just Poby and Knock Knocko that can try and keep themselves alive on these engages.
If Vitality can find that angle, though, there's a lot of summoner spells down on these core carries for Na'Vi as well. So this really comes down to that angle of threat.
Yeah.
And right now, it's Na'Vi who are kind of controlling that space, not stepping too far, and making sure they're spotting exactly what Vitality are up to.
The Baron dance has begun in a very tense game. Na'Vi were in control. They got to that Dragon Soul point quite quickly, but it's back to back to back. Vitality have delayed that Dragon Soul take and now have put themselves at Dragon Soul point. 2.5 minutes until that. Baron's still on the table, but the fact that Vitality have wrestled themselves back into this game, just very, very impressive. And you got to give credit to everybody for stepping up in these key moments.
People going to deal with side lanes at the moment. Poby just cleared out that top side, and now it's Knock Knocko who's on the bottom lane. So immediately, Na'Vi starts to take position over towards the Baron. But very quickly, you can see Vitality are able to, once again, meet up. But the Baron has started. Linces is in a great position.
Yeah, he's spotted right now as he just cleared out that ward. So Na'Vi see the Wukong. Surprised he actually went for that. There was a control ward in the brush, but now Navi's just trying to run away. The skies descend. Lands onto Relech. As now Na'Vi trying to reposition here. Karzi keeping the Baron aggro, but now it has reset. And Relech, big chunk right there. If Karzi can land these Mystic shots, if Humanoid can land just like one little tick of Q, you got the Leandries, you got the all this burn damage coming in here. Two-shot barrage, not going to land on the Poby right there.
Na'Vi look a little uncertain though. They have Linces on their top side, even they got push in mid. There's a big wave on the bottom lane, but I think Na'Vi have to give up this space in river. And look at Knock Knocko, he's just tearing down that mid lane.
Yeah, the wave bot side is concerning for Vitality, but if they can get a champion plus a wave to hit a turret, that's bigger, as now Humanoid's heading down there to clear out the bot side.
So Vitality kind of did what they needed to do. Na'Vi hoping to pull the trigger there, find a fight that was valuable for them, but they just kind of wasted time. So now 55 seconds until that next dragon, that soul for both these teams is going to be available. And we're starting to get those key summoner spells back up as well. This is all coming down to the wire.
Yeah, flash back for Relech, flash back for Sam D, flash on Paris. Same can be said for Fleshy, for Humanoid, for Knock Knocko. So yeah, we're gonna have like a full-powered Dragon Soul fight here in 30 seconds.
Bloodthirster picked up for Sam D means that he can play a little bit further forward in these fights, but I'm also looking at that Blade of the Rune King for Carzzy, hoping that maybe he can actually do some damage to Mainter, but may have to run away from him in a second. He's isolated.
Yeah, Carzzy is completely isolated here. Ezreal's hard to lock down though, has the shift, so he's able to get away to safety, and Mainter's not gonna just trigger pull that ultimate. Really hard to lock down an Ez.
Linces is sitting in this bush on the bottom side. His cancel has reset a couple of times. I think hoping that maybe he can find that angle, and there's no vision for Na'Vi behind them.
This would be an insane flank. You have to imagine Na'Vi would not see that coming as Fleshy looked for an engager onto Relech. That's Pop Blossom down.
Linces is still hiding. He has not been spotted. He's in the perfect spot.
In the brush.
He's now spotted.
Okay, they see where the Wukong is, and now everybody from Na'Vi just turns back, but he goes for the engage instead, tries to get onto Sam D, and he disengages. Linces is down. Sam D gets the kill. Mainter traded. The front line for Na'Vi's out of there as Nako's chasing down Relech. Humanoid as well. They got the jungler, and Humanoid on a killing spree. Vitality trade up.
Carzzy's on the Dragon though. Na'Vi are trying to see if they can steal it. They start to move forward, but the rest of Vitality are now in position.
Both junglers are down. There's no smite to get the objective. Sam D still has flash available. He still has a Lulu in his back pocket. And there's no Pop Blossom to worry about for the engage. Humanoid has a bit of a flank right here. He's going to go for it. Throws out the Singularity. And then Fleshy into the stasis. Poby as well. Nako's going forward. Nako gets out of Paris. Flash out. Samdi's trying to take down Carzzy. He will, but trades his life. Now Nako into the Zonias. Poby's trying to lock him down. Fleshy lands the root, but Poby with the shields. He's still healthy. He's still alive. Humanoid backed. Full health bar, teleports into the fight. Poby and Paris have to get out of there, and Humanoid spots him. There's a ward in the brush. Humanoid on a rampage. Vitality's mid laner will find a double kill, and Vitality will once again win the fight at Dragon.
Humanoid has been so clutch this game, and once again, he steps up for Vitality with Linces getting the flank, but a flash away from Sam D keeps him in place. Linces falls, but the damage from this Gwen was massive for Nako. He rips through the top side of Na'Vi, and in the end, it was Vitality end up getting the Dragon in the picture-in-picture, but Na'Vi want to try and continue this as they start to reassemble, knowing that it's a 3v4. Poby getting some poke, Sam D waiting for his moment to step up here.
Yep.
And as Humanoid goes in, great polymorph from Paris means that he's not able to really follow up. Poby goes golden, which opens up for Sam D, who dodges left and right here beautifully on so much of that damage, including that snip from the Gwen, which keeps him up. And then battle Poby in the middle of this with all the shields coming in. But it's the teleport from Humanoid that really seals the deal.
Yeah, Poby almost turned it around. That Victor is so fed, but Dagda, we have reached critical mass. Aurelion Soul. Mainter can no longer frontline Nako and Humanoid. It's double AP threats, but he is getting shredded. Look at that damage graph. That's incredible.
I mean, that is insane. And it does come down to the wire in every one of these fights, but with how extended these fights have been, this Ocean Soul could be huge for Vitality if that poke starts to come through. But again, it all rests on Humanoid. But this time, Linces has his flash. And it's Sam D and Poby who are vulnerable to that engage.
Exactly. Sam D has Guardian Angel picked up now, but no flash on the Inara. Your ultimate basically gives you a flash because you get the empowered E, but still, it's going to be tough to avoid the engage coming in from Vitality. I'm not seeing a GA yet on either Linces or Relech. So that's going to be a little scary. Like, at this point, you kind of want your Wukong to be able to throw himself in there with a GA.
I mean, I think that's what he's building towards at the moment. But
yeah, you have to imagine.
I think it's just been a case of hoping that the death stance gives him enough survivability to actually get to the back line.
Yeah.
And maybe with this flash it is enough, but with Baron up, for once it feels like Vitality have an edge in this game.
They have the gold lead back in their favor. They have the Dragon Soul. It was 4 Oceans in a row for Vitality. And now, again, they've scaled as well. Like, their late game comp is online.
And this is where, for Na'Vi, it feels a bit heartbreaking because you had so much control in this game. You did a good job of playing through Relech and trying to find those win conditions. But unfortunately, you get the Baron and you can't get close to a tower.
Yeah.
You can't do anything. And now the TP is they spot Linsis.
Yeah, Linsis was looking for another flank, but this time around he's spotted. This time around he does not have the escape. And in the critical moment, Na'Vi find their pick. They'll look to the Baron.
It has to be on Humanoid and Nako. Everyone in this pit is vulnerable to Humanoid. Can he make that play happen?
No ultimates used, no summoner spells used from Na'Vi. This is going to be a pure 4v5 outplay if Vitality can find it, and they're actually pushing Na'Vi away. Nako makes Relech jump over the wall. Mainter's getting chunked down by Karzi. As the front line now, big ultimate. Poby preemptively goes into the stasis, but there's a pop blossom coming right in. Poby taken down. The Baron is secured for Na'Vi, but they just lost 2 members. Flash out for Mainter. Karzi and Humanoid chase him down. Vitality will win the fight in the 4v5.
And now they get to push in mid. It has to be a base defense, and all you have is Relech and Sam D. I think Vitality, they may have lost the Baron, but they might have just won the game.
Yeah, the Baron maybe can hold his. Look at the size of that E. That is ridiculous here as Humanoid is able to shove through these waves yet again. Na'Vi have 2 members up. We have 25 seconds on Paris. Vitality don't have enough waves to really push in. It's only this mid right now. They're going to brute force it.
The Void Grub's doing work here, giving them that extra little bit of a Voidling to take down these towers. It cracks open the base, but they can't get much more. This game continues to go on.
It's going to come down to an Elder Dragon fight.
But this was amazing from Vitality again. The zoning E there opens up for Nako to go forward. They know that Relech is already in the pit, and all they're trying to do is force Na'Vi back out up into this position so they can take space in the pit here. But as Relech comes back in, that's where they go for the all-in. But Fleshy played this beautifully, constantly waiting and trying to find that combo with the Aurelion Sol ultimate, picks off Poby, and at that stage, it's nigh on impossible for Na'Vi to hold their position here.
And the size of that Sky's Descent at this point with the amount of stacks Humanoid has is just massive. There's your GA on Linsis. Now he can throw his body in for this pivotal Elder Dragon fight. Look at that gold graph.
What a banger of a game. I'm like, Vitality have held on by the skin of their teeth.
What a fun team to watch, Dagda. I knew going into this series that we were in for something special. Na'Vi and Vitality, fun teams throughout Split 1, throughout Week 1. And I didn't know who was favored. Honestly, I was like, this is pretty close to 50-50 in my expectations, but Vitality are showing that they are the real deal. And in this conversation of who's going to step up to the top 3, Vitality trying to put their name on that stamp.
Sorry, I'm laughing at myself. Paris nearly has full items, and both supports are nearly level 16. We are so far into this game.
Paris hit 16.
It's absurd.
Yeah,
and you just kind of have to hope now.
Oh my goodness. We're going to have a second, a fully upgraded Wild Growth from Paris. I don't even know what the stats differential is on that. I imagine it's impactful, but big chunk.
I've never looked into it that deeply. I didn't expect people to get here, you know?
Karzi did get chunked out there by Samdi. The Arc of Judgment actually can do some big poke damage.
Yeah, but this is where the Ocean Soul comes in, right? You can't do very much as Mainter. That was not the step.
Yeah, he walks too far forward and has to use his ultimate defensively. He has TP. He can go for the reset and TP back into this fight, and Elder's not going to spawn for another 5 seconds, so he will be there in time. Na'Vi actually walked up onto Nako thinking maybe that they had an avenue there. Fleshy trying to position with a Pop Blossom engage.
There's a sizable wave on this bottom side as well. I don't think it'll be, or maybe it will be enough actually to take the tower with the next wave cracking in, but Nako looking for a flank here.
Mainter has the big TP shield as Nako, he TP's into the mid lane.
He just wants the shield, the big shield.
He's ready for the fight. Nako's gonna go in, but Relech is gonna spot him in the brush. Nako, can he get into the flank in time? Na'Vi just have to wait out the TP shield. As now Relech goes in, chunks it down, and gets the knockup. Oh, Nako actually turns it back around. Huge damage on Asamdi. Solo as the Gwen in a 1v3 is able to do that. The team gets the Elder Dragon, and Vitality are unleashed. Na'Vi in full retreat, but they got nowhere to go. Vitality held the line. The comeback is complete, and Vitality stop the fight. Samdi will get 1, but it's a consolation prize An ace for Vitality!
I cannot believe that Vitality managed to hold on. Steal after steal, and one more steal of this game from the hands of Na'Vi.
Nako in a 1v3, 4 Dragon steals in a row. Vitality got that magic. GG! They will 2-0 Na'Vi.
I'm in shock. I mean, we heard Linces in that clip. He was like, boys, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, Poby's just holding us at bay. But they just found fight after fight. They got the Dragons. And now you can vote for one of them as your player of the series at LEC on X, Nako, Linces, and Humanoid. But it was a team effort.
That's insane. A tough call. I actually don't know who my front runner is. I'm leaning Linces, but like, man, again, Nako at the end. 1v3, I thought he was gonna die.
Yeah.
And then he gets GA from Sandy. He gets a kill. Like, take your bow, Vitality. That was well earned.
Yeah, I think Linces is it for me. Like, he had a fantastic series, controlled so much of it against Relech, and the steals, the position on the flanks, like hiding in that bottom side, like, he really knew the victory path and made sure they got on us.
I will say the one pick at the Baron, it was looking dicey. He's the one that goes down, and it's a 4v5 fight from the rest of the team to save the game. What a banger, Dagda. That's going to be it from us, though, at the Catch It Ask. We got to hear from some of the players. We have Finn standing by with Humanoid.
Thank you so much, Kangas. I'm joined here with Humanoid. And Humanoid, I want to paint you a little picture. I want you to close your eyes. It's 46 minutes into the game. Your jungler has been caught, and the enemy team is starting Baron.
Oh, yeah.
What's going through your mind?
Oh, yeah, I knew it's over at that point, because they will be too overconfident to fight, and then I get an insane E and ulti, and it's just free. I mean, to be honest, at that point, I think I can 1v5 them.
Yeah, okay. It already got too much of a problem for the enemy team. But I did notice one thing, though. You didn't buy Protobelt. Why did you not buy Protobelt? Everyone is buying Protobelt. Everyone and their mother is buying Protobelt. Why not Protobelt on a running
I would buy it on other champion, but I think on ASL kinda you need a lot of items, and you need Leandris and Rylais. There's just no space.
That's insane. Like, okay, so you had a long series now against Na'Vi. What do you think about their performance? Do you think they actually held up, or do you think it was an easy series in general?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the first one was kind of stomp, and the second one, they were stomping us, but just didn't manage to close it out because of my champion. Like, my champion is just OP at stalling. But I think we had just better draft.
Yeah, you just had him in checkmate already.
Yeah, that's right.
How are the comms in a game like this? Because I know some of your teammates are a little bit loud sometimes. I'm not going to mention the names, but how do you guys stay calm in a long game like this? Because it's very easy to lose faith.
I think, honestly, well, for me personally, I'm just so used to coming back from a deficit with ASL. It's just so easy. So I was just repeating that it's never over if you have this champ on the team. And honestly, like, it was all calm until we won the last team fight and everyone was screaming.
It's not over until Humanoid falls. Now, we're going to join your top laner in PGL in just a bit. Do you have any words for him, the Gwenmeister?
You look beautiful, man.
Thank you so much, Humanoid. And now we're going to send it to BGL with Nako, Odo, and Lore.
Wow, getting raised like this by your mid laner on stage. Welcome to PGL, everybody. Nako, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Any first reactions on this game?
I mean, I'm happy that Marek is playing ASL, so he can pop the ultimate, you know.
I think they can be happy you're playing Gwen as well.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the Aurelion Sol had 800 stacks at the end of the game. The only time I see this was in like Arena or in Earth. And I felt like I saw the execute pop at 25% or so. But it was mostly about you. How can you be so humble when you just completely 1v9 with Gwen that game? Like, you know, screw the Aurelion Sol, screw the Ezreal, those guys were passengers, you know? But I felt like the last 3 or 4 team fights, if you weren't like having 1v9 performances or, you know, min-maxing everything you can out of your champion, I felt like the game was lost even with Aurelion Sol.
I mean, I agree. I think they were just way too ahead, so fights were kind of unplayable. But I mean, I just found some good angles with W. Like, I was sitting on the edge, so they couldn't hit me at one fight.
Because I wanted to show you one production. If you can show the one from the.
We're gonna look at them a bit later. They're not ready for now, but it's fine. Before that, no. But we have other stuff that we can look at. We have some.
Sorry, I was getting too excited.
Oh, there you go. Thank you so much. Perfect timing. Well, there you go. We can talk about it.
How intended is this W? Because. Okay, Was it lucky, or did you actually, you know, smurf it?
I just smurfed it. I mean, it's easy to do it on Gwen. You know, you can just EW and you can just go.
No, I know, but it felt like you managed to get the Gwen W on the other side of the wall into the brush. It felt like it was so hard for them to face check that brush. That's why I was super impressed with the placement there. Because I felt like it was a critical fight. It was impossible for them. Because look at
that
this.
one especially.
Yeah, this one is
I mean,
crazy.
It's just impossible for them to hit me, you know, if I press it like that. So
that's why I was like, wow, it was crazy. Because I felt like you got 3 or 4 fights like this in a row where if you don't play it so well, the game is just lost.
I mean, I kind of agree with you because they were too ahead, you know. But sometimes you have to play good.
I mean, most of the time you do play good, you know.
Looking at the game like this, did you believe that Vitality was going to be able to just bring this one back? Because they went from 3 Drakes down, Na'Vi at their base, into still 1 Dragon. Linsas gets a bit hasty and is like, let's fight, ruins the fight. Then they do it again. This time it's Carzzy ruining the fight. But they managed to pull it over and over and over again until Elder.
Yeah, because, well, you guys kind of took turns, you know, everyone was kind of ending one of the fights, but...
It's a happy party. No, not you, though.
No, because it was rough, but at the same time, I can't blame them for, you know, ending or Linsas getting caught a couple of times, because it's kind of on him, right? The Nico is kind of just a little minion running around, can't really do much, and it's always on Wukong that he needs to find, you know, a game-winning fights. How were the comms, I guess, in those setups? Were you guys stressed and you're like, oh, Linsas, you really need to find something, or how's it going?
I mean, between Drakes, we are just fighting for items. I have 500, someone is 600. We are just taking every camp, every CS that we can. And before fight, we are like, let's just avoid Victor. If he's bot, we go mid. If he's mid, we go through bot, and I go through mid. And that was usually the plan.
Man.
We have some. Yeah, go ahead.
It was hard. It was hard, but it was like nice because I didn't expect them to win. I didn't expect you guys to win because I was like, okay, Gwen is maybe 2k gold up, but it's a bit hard with everyone being so strong, but Vitality magic.
Yeah, must be something playing against a team like this. We're going to talk about this a bit later, but we have some comms from Vitality that I want to listen to, so let's check it out.
This Nash is useless, lad. This Nash is useless.
I mean, they can't win without Nash against my champion.
But even without Victor, by the way.
I mean, without
So TP'd, I think.
Yeah, I will get mid. I think you hedge, because I'm useless anyway.
They can't do shit.
I'm getting mid, but they don't have mid waves anymore. They won't have any mid wave.
Breathing time.
Look, Zahin. Oh, Zahin.
No flash, no flash.
No Zahin on. Yuna does one, by the way. Look, San. Go San ulted out.
No.
Slowly. I give you blue. There is Victor coming.
I'm chasing long,
I fly in 5 seconds, guys.
Okay, don't go. Victor is a bit strong. Don't go into Victor,
I got up.
That's what I love the most. It's not just the resilience. Imagine playing against a team that, even losing, is laughing at your face like this.
I mean, did you see how ridiculous that Aurelion Sol E looked like? Because I thought he was OP, but then I see that, and I'm like, even you must be jealous when you see Aurelion Sol just, you know, destroying a wave like that.
I mean, I was saying that they were taking 3 waves on bot lane, like, it's kinda, I think we are giving this, then Marek is like, I'm putting E, and they cannot do anything.
Oh my god, but the funny part is that, you know, these guys are laughing while we see their side of the comms, right? When you're 10k gold down or 5k whatever, and Aurelion Sol gets to be so OP, imagine the other side.
It's quiet down there.
It must be so frustrating when you just walk up and you're like, okay guys, this is the wave we take.
Yeah,
you know.
we have Baron, it's fine.
Yeah, we will take
I
A
will be tilted if I was them.
I would be super tilted as well. You just walk up and you're like, okay, bro, like, what is this champion?
Insane, absolutely insane. And doing it with the 2-0 here today, NaKnaCo is the key player of the series, of course. Surprised or not?
I'm not so surprised.
No? Okay. You think you played well?
I mean, first game was good. I mean, second game was just comeback, and everyone was just doing their best.
All right. As a former top laner, now coach, anything to say?
No, I mean, I think for sure deserved. You know, it's nice to see top lane getting some love, you know, because you have, especially against Na'Vi, because Na'Vi has jungler as their superstar, and it's always junglers getting MVPs, but now we have a team that beats the jungler MVP, and it's top lane MVP. That's what I like to see.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, we often say that top lane is a useless role. You can't carry from top lane. Then we see Bin doing things in, at first end. Then we see you doing things in the LEC as well. If you have a really, really good top laner, can you actually carry your team?
No, I don't think so. Okay. I think if your bot lane is behind, it's unplayable, but if they're kind of even, then top lane can make impact.
Exactly, because that's the thing with top lane. Top lane in a 50-50 game is the most OP role in the game, for sure. but all it takes is one guy on your team to run it down, and then it's completely unplayable.
And then you're completely useless.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do you get in this situation where cars your humanoid runs you
Oh,
down?
Yeah, it's the beauty of the team, after all. And today it worked, and we're going to see you guys on Monday, again, against MKOI.
Yes.
What do you think of the team right now?
Hopefully we win that as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm waiting for a 2-1, but hopefully we win.
How convincing have they been so far?
MKOI or Vitality?
Yeah, MKOI.
MKOI? I mean, there's always questions with MKOI, you know, because I feel like they're rather inconsistent. It kind of depends on what you see on the day. But given that, you know, top lane matchup, I feel like it's...
Yeah.
Merwin is kind of having a little bit of a sleeper split, I guess. I don't feel like we're getting to see a lot of proactive champs or like, you know, the lane stompy champs. And I feel like meta is maybe favoring more towards Naknako right now. So I would say there's still like Vitality favored.
I have a final question for you, Nak, because you're already a standout player, obviously getting a lot of praise, doing a lot of heavy lifting for your team. Is there anything you want to get better at this split? What are you working on personally?
I'm mostly just team fighting and side laning. I mean, you just have to get better at everything, but mostly side lane and team fighting.
Makes sense with Vitality and how they play? And how you want to play the game?
I mean, it's tricky to see from the outside, right? Because when it comes to how teams play on the side lane, it's mostly, I guess it's kind of like a relationship between mid lane and top lane, because they're kind of the ones who need to coordinate each other the most. So from the outside, it's kind of hard to see, because obviously lane phase is going pretty well. But that's one of those things that it's kind of hard to see the obvious, I guess, improvement. So maybe you have some insights on how you approach it, or how you find ways to improve on that?
I mean, for side lane, it just depends on the game, you know, the champions, what I'm playing against. I mean, right now I'm just trying to take some volatile matchups so I get some lead on the early game by their mistakes. Then I just try to make the lead more.
Okay.
All right, more volatile matchup for Vitality. So banger games incoming. That's what I'm talking about. Naknako, thank you so much for joining us today. Congrats on the 2-0. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage, and the LEC will be back tomorrow. 2 more best of 3s until then. Be nice to each other, take care, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Oh, he sees Padak, and he is... Oh, it's the classic. You need forward, he missed the Q. He hits that Q, but he doesn't have the TP. That's the problem.
Won't get a chance. And now with Nuke being slowed, SK, the follow-up is there. The shockwave is a 2-man. He got his tip from I don't know who, but it turns out that Leader is in fact better than Faker.
For one, kill.
Gravity field down, Shuriken flip, lands, Leader, he's waiting for an execution, matches the flash, gets out! This is Leader's day! Holy moly! He's gonna step up, he shouted out, oh my god, it's Shendings! Okie dokie, Petu, we would like to talk to you. Next interview is gonna be with the Shen 1 No way! Shendings, it's Broken Blade! Hell, we just gotta do it. He's gonna run in, get the kill, but meanwhile, Ragnarok time! Double kill already.
As Na'Vi teleport Mater in as well, they're now turning back onto Humanoid. Flash from the Aurelion Soul. Lince is burned down by Povey. It's a 2-for-1 trade plus the Dragon to Na'Vi. Povey pushing bot side. He's actually TPing top right now. Is Humanoid, did he just Astral Flight? I don't know if he has it. No, he does have it, so he's just gonna Astral Flight away. He's chased down! Sion wins the race! It lands the stun. Povey with the kill.
The dragon is cracking going! How is that? The top lane champion. Help! He's killing me! No way, man! He got me.